Chapter 36:03. Since they weren't enemies, then everything was fine. This group of people had already been completely crippled, and only a few dozen of them were left. He directly incorporated them into his third guard. The injured were recuperating, while the exhausted were recuperating. While waiting, another group of people arrived. These were all the human teams that had been scattered by the demon race. They successfully gathered together, and in addition to the few dozen people from before, their numbers had increased by around 200 to 300. Although there were no experts among them, their ability to protect themselves had increased by another level. At this time, Han Jingqing also felt that something was amiss. It didn't make sense that his team was like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting the humans from all around. Furthermore, each and every one of them was able to accurately locate his position. Since his team hadn't made any mistakes, then there must be another reason. Han Jingqing immediately found Lu Yue, who was meditating and recuperating. He asked, "How did you find us?" Lu Yue looked at him suspiciously. "Wasn't Master Han the one who transmitted your whereabouts to us?" Han Jingqing shook his head. Lu Yue scratched his head. "That's strange. We were originally hiding in a mountain valley when my master suddenly heard someone transmit a message to him, saying that Master Han was here and asked us to quickly meet up with him. Master didn't know whether it was true or not, so he sent Lu Yue to scout the situation." After saying this, he added, "Was it really not Master Han?" Han Jingqing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I have a general idea of what happened. You should focus on recuperating." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the other two teams that had just arrived. After asking around, those two teams gave the same explanation as Lu Yue. However, they were originally hiding from the demon race when they suddenly received a transmission informing them of the position of Han Jingqing's team. Then, they brought their men and horses to meet up with them. Along the way, that person even pointed out the route several times, taking several detours to avoid the demon race's army. After a while, Han Jingqing walked step by step towards Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and smiled at him. "Is there something you need, Mountain Lord Han?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to thank Palace Master Yang." Saying so, he bowed deeply. Yang Kai smiled. "It's my duty. It's nothing." Han Jingqing didn't say what he was thanking for, and Yang Kai didn't deny it either. Everyone knew that Lu Yue and the two incomplete teams were only able to find Han Jingqing because of Yang Kai's secret instructions. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a group of stragglers to find their own people in this battlefield of hundreds of thousands of miles? If they were to run around randomly, they would probably be killed by the enemy before they could find their own people. "Would you like to ask Palace Master Yang if there are any other teams coming over?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Other than Lu Yue's group, there is no one else for the time being. They will arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Han Jingqing nodded and cupped his fists again. "I'll have to trouble Palace Master Yang again if on the way. Don't worry, I'll let them meet up with you." Yang Kai smiled, knowing what he was going to say. Han Jingqing carefully studied him for a while, then bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you." Returning to the team, Han Jingqing found Fan Xian and whispered a few words to her. Fan Xian smiled and nodded. A moment later, Fan Xian gracefully walked over and smiled sweetly. "Brother Yang, is there something you need?" Yang Kai looked at her. Fan Xian shook her head. "Nothing. Master Han told me to come with you." Smiling, Kai Yang nodded. "That's good." Han Jingqing hadn't yet cleared his name as a traitor, so Han Jingqing didn't feel comfortable working with him. However, Han Jingqing was grateful for what he'd done for him, which was why he'd invited Fan Xian, who he knew well, to come over. Han Jingqing was a bit old-fashioned, but he wasn't pedantic. It just so happened that Yang Kai had many things to ask, so he had Fan Xian sit down and ask her in detail. He learned that the High Heaven Palace had closed its doors after he left, and that the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. Those who didn't know the truth would think that the High Heaven Palace was alienated because Yang Kai had become the demon race. Yang Kai, however, knew that the great emperors were protecting his sect. This was what they had agreed on back then. After all, he had become the demon race's traitor and become a sinner of the star boundary. If the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were to come out, they would definitely be condemned by the public. It might even cause some unnecessary conflicts. Rather than that, it was better to use the excuse of closing the door to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Everyone thought that the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms, but only a few people knew that the High Heaven Palace didn't. There were indeed no traces of High Heaven Palace disciples on the battlefield, but the High Heaven Palace contributed to the supplies consumed in the war. In the past few years, under the supervision of the great emperors, the alchemists and artifact refiners of the star boundary were secretly sent to the High Heaven Palace. In such a large sect, the alchemy and artifact refiners were operating 24 hours a day. Every day, a large number of spirit pills and artifacts were produced and then secretly sent to the front lines. The High Heaven Palace provided almost half of the spirit pills and artifacts on the battlefield. It could be said that the High Heaven Palace was now the largest logistics base in the star boundary. However, there were no more than 100 people in the star boundary who knew about this. Even Fan Xian didn't know about this. Only Bing Yin and Su Yen from Ice Heart Valley knew about this. In addition, the High Heaven Palace was also a training base for wizard. In the past few years, there were people who were selected and sent to the High Heaven Palace every year to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world to gain experience. Many of them were ancient wizards who came to the front lines of the battlefield. The light of wizard techniques once again bloomed in this world after a few epochs. This matter had been in operation before Yang Kai left and had long been in the standard. Now, in the Star Boundaries army, the ratio of wizard techniques was almost 1 in 100. Although 90% of them were wizard apprentices and there were very few great wizards, it was better than nothing. Relying on the witchcraft from ancient times, relying on the life chain and bloodthirst, these two weapons of war, the astral boundary was always able to contend against the demon race despite being outnumbered. Knowing this, Yang Kai was very gratified. Having seen the vast territory of the demon territory and the large population of the demon race, Yang Kai knew how cruel this war was. Now that the star boundary was not without resistance, he was naturally gratified. While the two were talking, Lu Yue's team came to meet up. Just as Lu Yue said, there were less than 300 people left in the team, but there was one from the Emperor realm among them. As a result, the number of people here suddenly increased to nearly 1,000, and their strength increased greatly. What made Han Zhengqing even happier was that there was a wizard and a few wizards in the team. If they added in the original wizard in the team, they could join forces to use the secret technique, life chain, at a critical moment. Since they had already met up, they naturally had to set off quickly to avoid any unexpected problems. The military had always been swift and decisive. After organizing the team of nearly 1,000 people immediately set off. Yang Kai was still following behind the team, and Fan Xian was walking with him, looking a bit unconventional. The newcomers also noticed this, and after asking Han Zhengqing why, they all sucked in a cold breath. No one would have thought that the High Heaven Palace Master, who had become the demon race's traitor a few years ago, would actually come back and save Han Zhengqing and the others from the demon race's encirclement. Furthermore, he even sent a message to them to meet up with him. If it were any other time, these people would naturally come over to thank Yang Kai, but they didn't know if he was a friend or foe, so they naturally didn't dare to approach him. They only nodded at him from afar. Right, where are you going? Why are there so many stragglers along the way? Yang Kai asked as he walked. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and replied, We've been separated. A month ago, our Bingchen army had a great battle with the Demon Race Legion. After fighting for more than 10 days, we were accidentally separated from the main army and ended up wandering outside. I think the same is true for the others. Bingchen army? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he heard Han Zhengqing and Lu Yue introduce themselves, he was a bit curious. Now he naturally had to ask more carefully, has a legion been established in the astral boundary? Yes, it was 4 years ago. The Demon Race Legion has a clear structure, strict hierarchy, and extremely good at fighting. Our astral boundary, naturally, can't be a sheet of loose sand. For years ago, under the leadership of the great emperors, we imitated the Demon Race Legion and established a legion, named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Little by little we expanded. Today we have 54 legions. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had previously borrowed 500,000 proud snow ice guards from Bai Liamo and had been with them for a year, so he was naturally familiar with their structure. Who can be the legion commander? Fan Xian replied. A false emperor, or a sect master of a top sect. Then, who is the legion commander of the Bingchen army? Do I know her? Fan Xian smiled and said, it's honored master. Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected the legion commander of the Bingchen army to be Bing Yin. However, with Bing Yan's third order emperor realm cultivation, it seemed a bit difficult for her to be the legion commander. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but Yang Kai knew that the legion commanders of the Demon Race Legion were basically all half-saint realm cultivators. Right? I forgot to mention, Honored Master broke through in a bloody battle 3 years ago and advanced her cultivation by minor realm. Fan Xian smiled like a flower, her face full of pride. If the ancestral founder was strong, the sect would be strong, and if the sect was strong, the disciples would be strong, and vice versa. After entering Ice Heart Valley, one's body and mind were connected to the sect. Yang Kai immediately showed a look of joy when he heard this. Then I must congratulate Senior Bing Yin properly. Advancing to a minor realm was the false emperor realm and half-saint realm. Bing Yin was the same as him, coming from the Hung Luo star field, so there was a sense of familiarity between them. Now that Su Yan was Bing Yan's disciple and Bing Yin had broken through to the false emperor realm, Yang Kai also felt proud. Bing Yin had been stuck in the third order emperor realm for too long. Before she was trapped in the solitary void sea, she was already a third order emperor realm master. After 3,000 years in the solitary void sea, her cultivation hadn't improved at all, so it was only natural that she would break through today. Chapter 3604. Are all Ice Heart Valley's disciples in the Bingchen army now? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Fan Xian nodded before suddenly smiling and whispering. Senior Sister Jiao is now the third town chief of the Bingchen army. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That's good, that's good. Fan Xian continued. Senior Sister Jiao is now a third stage Emperor Realm Master. Ji Yao's situation was similar to Bing Yan's. After Bing Yin disappeared for no reason, Ji Yao went out to look for her, but after breaking into the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was attacked by the aura of the great desolate aura, causing her to become delirious. She stayed in the ancient wildlands for countless years, the flowing time great emperor. If Yang Kai hadn't found her by chance and brought her out, she would still be in chaos. In the ancient wildlands, her mind was in chaos and she didn't know how to cultivate, causing her cultivation to stagnate. However, the aura of the great desolate aura was constantly tempering her foundation. After escaping from the ancient wildlands and regaining her consciousness, her spirit and body had been sublimated. After many bloody battles, she naturally made breakthroughs. Bing Yin and Ji Yao weren't the only ones who made progress in their cultivation. Fighting on the battlefield was the best way to temper one's mind and stimulate one's potential, allowing one to break through the barrier between life and death. The War of Two Realms had caused countless casualties in the Star Boundaries cultivator, but under the Great Waves, those with good aptitude and luck had all benefited. Not only did the martial Tao of this great world not wither away, but it also flourished. When had Yang Kai's cultivation ever been achieved through hard meditation? Since he started cultivating, how many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many times had he managed to turn misfortune into blessings? Every time he struggled on the edge of life and death, he was baptized and reborn. If he had really focused on cultivating behind closed doors, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. How is the army in the star boundary organized? Tell me about it. Since he was in a hurry and had nothing to do, Yang Kai naturally wanted to learn more about the situation in the star boundary. Fan Xian told him everything she knew. Others did not dare to confide in Yang Kai because he had become the demon race's traitor. But how could Ice Heart Valley's disciples be on guard against him? Back then, when Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, if not for Yang Kai's efforts to turn the tide, Ice Heart Valley would have long since disappeared. The legions in the astral plane were built to imitate those in the demon territory, so their organizational structure was naturally similar. Each of the 54 legions had at least 1 million soldiers. The largest legion had 5 million soldiers, which was almost 5 times the size of an ordinary legion. Under the legion commander was a town with 100,000 people, led by a third-order Emperor Realm or second-order Emperor Realm commander. Under the commander were the guards, each of which had 10,000 people. Under the guards were the squadrons. Basically, those who could become the left guard were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Han Zhengqing was one of them. The squad in front of him was the third guard of the 9th town of the Bingchen army, and Han Zhengqing was the left guard captain of the third guard, a first-order Emperor Realm master. Fan Xian's cultivation was only at the third-order Dao Source realm, so she was the left guard captain, which was equivalent to Han Zhengqing's deputy. Her status in the Bingchen army was equal to Lu Yuwei. As for the squadrons, they were all at the Dao Source realm. What about Senior Li Wuyi? Yang Kai suddenly thought of someone. He remembered that when he left the star boundary, Li Wuyi was in charge of the overall situation here. Firstly, he was recognized as the strongest person below the Great Emperor and was very powerful. Secondly, he was from Spirit Beast Island and had an extraordinary background, so his prestige was enough to convince the masses. Fan Xian smiled. Senior Li is the Legion commander of the Jiazi army, but he is also in charge of the other Legion commanders. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Li Wuyi was still the same Li Wuyi, and he was still in charge of the war here in the star boundary. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and reached out. When he opened his palm, there was a jade slip in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense, then smiled at Fan Xian, just as I said. It was impossible for a jade slip to appear out of thin air. Before the jade slip appeared, the space spirit bead on Yang Kai's wrist reacted. It was Li Wuyi who sent the jade slip over. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. Come and see me. It didn't say where to go, because there was no need to. The two of them had each other's space spirit bead, so as long as the other was still in the star boundary, they could reach each other with just a thought. However, Li Wuyi was tied up with military affairs and couldn't leave his station, so he sent Yang Kai to see him. It hadn't been long since he returned to the star boundary, but Li Wuyi already knew. Yang Kai looked up thoughtfully at Han Zhengqing in front of him. Fan Xian seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained. Every left guard captain has a space spirit bead that connects to the 7 Mist Sea. It was given to them by Master Li. Oh, the 7 Mist Sea is a very strange place in the Western Territory. It is currently the place where the Jiazi army is stationed. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Since Han Zhengqing had the space spirit bead, then he should be able to contact Li Wuyi and report to him. Otherwise, Li Wuyi wouldn't have sent him a message at this time. Master Li, what did he say? Fan Xian asked nervously. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Valley believed in Yang Kai's character and temperament, the incident back then was too big. It could be seen from Han Zhengqing and the others' attitude towards Yang Kai. Even though he had saved their lives, they were still wary of him. If even Han Zhengqing was like this, then what about the others? Li Wu Yi had chased after Yang Kai in the past. Fan Xian was naturally worried that Yang Kai would be caught by Li Wu Yi as soon as he came back. How could she know that what happened back then was just a show? A show that Yang Kai didn't hesitate to ruin his reputation for Yu Rumeng. Senior told me to find time to go to the Seven Mist Sea. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his attitude relaxed. Seeing him like this, Fan Xian also felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, if Li Wu Yi really wanted to capture Yang Kai, he would have been able to reach this place immediately. After all, with the help of the Void Spirit Bead, his mobility was far greater than before. Since Li Wu Yi didn't come and instead just sent a jade slip, it was enough to show his attitude. While talking to Fan Xian, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it before raising his hand and sending it into the void. At the same time, several 100,000 miles away, in a large hall, several hundred people were sitting on the ground. There were both men and women, and their cultivations weren't very high. However, in front of each of them were dozens to hundreds of space spirit beads. From time to time, there would be weak space fluctuations, followed by jade slips flying through the air. These men and women reached out and grabbed the jade slips. Immediately, someone came to them with a jade plate and took back the jade slips. Then, without stopping, they sent them to a secret room directly above the hall. There was also someone waiting in the secret room. After receiving the jade slips and decrypting them, they recorded the information inside and sent it away. In this way, all the information gathered from all directions was gathered in one place, where Li Wu Yi was. This hall was almost equivalent to the military camp of the Star Boundary Army, and it was responsible for collecting information about the situation of the battle. Li Wu Yi only needed to sit here, and he could understand the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield at any time, and with coordination, he could calmly deal with the various forces of the demon race. Inside the room, there was a huge sand table that almost covered the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield, from mountains and rivers to streams. Corresponding signs could be found on this sand table. In front of the sand table, one was handsome and the other was charming and seductive. Li Wu Yi and Jiu Feng waited quietly. Weak spatial fluctuations fluctuated, and a jade slip appeared out of thin air. Before Li Wu Yi could reach out to grab it, Jiu Feng had already made the first move and grabbed the jade slip in her hand. Li Wu Yi looked at her helplessly. After a long while, Jiu Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "This brat, what do you mean?" Li Wu Yi asked. "He's with the people of the Bingchen Army's 9th town. He's going to send them back to their encampment." 9th town. Li Wu Yi thought for a moment and quickly remembered who the 9th town belonged to. He laughed and said, "What a coincidence, we ran into Bing Yan's people as soon as we came back." Jiu Feng pointed at the sand table and said, "They should be here." Li Wu Yi looked at the sand table and pointed in front of him. "There are more than 10,000 people of the demon race blocking the way in another 1,000 miles. I can go and help." Jiu Feng looked excited. "Don't give me that." Li Wu Yi snorted coldly. "Stay here and don't go anywhere." Jiu Feng asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? If something really happens to him, let's see how you explain it to the little princess. Or are you going to use the beast guards?" Li Wu Yi immediately curled his lips and said, "What can happen to him? He is very lucky. As for the beast guards, they are all sent out. In the last battle, the Bingchen army was scattered and many people need to be rescued. How can we send out people? Don't worry, it's just 10,000 people." How could Jiu Feng not know? It was just a trivial 10,000 people, so they shouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. She was just too bored here and wanted to take the opportunity to go out for a walk. Who knew that Li Wu Yi wouldn't give her the chance at all? After all, Li Wu Yi occasionally had to make an emergency move. If he left, someone had to guard this place. This was the core of the entire astral boundary. If it was really attacked and caused losses, the entire astral boundary would be blind and deaf. Beast guards? Yong Kai raised his brow. Just now, when Fan Xian mentioned the candidates for the various corps commanders, he knew that the three from the ancient wildlands, when Zishan, Ma Qing, and even Li Jiao had all become corps commanders. When he heard about the beast guards, he couldn't help but be surprised. They are people from Spirit Beast Island. All of them are second-order Emperor Realm Masters or above. There aren't many of them, only about 30 or so. They are mainly responsible for rescuing people. For example, in our current situation, Master Li Wuyi will usually send a beast guard to join us and then lead us back to the encirclement. Yong Kai understood and nodded lightly. With the space spirit bead, it was indeed easy for the beast guards to arrive here. A second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master would be of great help to this team. With such a master leading them, their chances of breaking out of the encirclement would greatly increase. Chapter 3605. Refining the space spirit bead was not too difficult, as long as one had enough quality space spirit jades. Both Yong Kai and Li Wuyi could refine them in large quantities. Yong Kai had already refined a lot of them in the demon territory and scattered them across the various continents. This time, after escaping from the demon territory and returning to the astral boundary, he had saved a lot of time thanks to his previous arrangements. However, while the space spirit bead was convenient, it also had many unavoidable drawbacks. One of its characteristics was that it was one-to-one. A single space spirit bead was useless. Only a pair of space spirit beads could connect to each other. That was why the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department had several hundred people in charge of gathering intelligence. Everyone had a large number of space spirit beads in front of them. Han Zhengqing had 2 space spirit beads on him. One was used to contact the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department, while the other was used to connect to the Beast Guard. The second drawback of the space spirit bead was even more obvious. Anyone could use it. There was no need to cultivate the power of space or be proficient in the law of space. One only needed to activate the bead with their own cultivation. As a result, there was a problem. Once the space spirit bead was seized by the demon race could use the space spirit bead to cross the barrier of space and arrive at the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department in an instant. Even if that was not the case, they could use the space spirit bead to spread some false information and distract the astral boundary's attention. They could even directly attack a beast guard. In the past few years, a large number of space spirit beads had been lost to the outside world. In the beginning, the demon race had indeed used the drawbacks of the space spirit bead to do some things, causing the astral boundary to suffer a lot of losses. However, Li Wuyi was Li Wuyi after all. After realizing this, he immediately made changes to the space spirit bead. All the space spirit beads that were sent out were specially refined. Take the 2 space spirit beads that Han Zhengqing carried with him as an example. The one that was connected to the Seven Fog Sea could only transmit jade slips, not live people. Meanwhile, the one that was connected to the Beast Guard had completely lost its teleportation function. It was now equivalent to a spatial coordinate that moved along with Han Zhengqing, unilaterally accepting the Beast Guard's teleportation. Coupled with the promotion of various encryption methods and decryption methods, the turmoil caused by the space spirit bead gradually subsided, and in recent years the existence of the space spirit bead had become a weapon of war for the astral boundary. Information from all sides could be transmitted to the Seven Mist Sea at any time, and the beast guards could also be dispatched at any time to rescue those teams that were left behind. This greatly reduced the losses of the astral boundary. Logically speaking, Han Jingqing's guard needed to be rescued by the beast guards. But since Yong Kai had appeared and Li Wuyi could not send more people, this matter was naturally handed over to Yong Kai. Just as Li Wuyi had said, a mere 10,000 people could not possibly stop Yong Kai's path, right? As they traveled south, Yong Kai gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the astral boundary situation, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. War made people grow, and war made the entire world grow. 54 legions, each representing an army of 1,000,000, each commanded by at least a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, with dozens of subordinates in the Emperor Realm under their command. Yang Kai had never thought that the astral boundary would have such a force. Yang Kai had been in the astral boundary for a long time, and he had traveled extensively, so he had seen many things. But now, it seemed that the astral boundary he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. This was the astral boundary's bearing, the foundation of a great world. It was not difficult to imagine that many of the masters in the Emperor Realm were strange people, hidden experts. As the smoke of war engulfed the astral boundary, these hidden experts came out of their seclusion and joined the astral boundary's army, gathering sand to form a tower converging into the sea. What is the demonic path? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. As soon as this question came out, Fan Xian's face sank slightly, revealing a look of disdain. A bunch of trash and scum! Previously, when Yang Kai appeared in front of Han Jingqing and the others, Han Jingqing had looked at Yang Kai and called out the 3 words, demonic path. At that time, Yang Kai did not ask about it in detail. After all, at that time his identity was a problem, so it was pointless to ask. Now that he thought about it, he naturally wanted to find out more. However, although he did not know what the demonic path was, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the demon race. Now that he saw Fan Xian's reaction, he knew that his guess was right. Fan Xian's personality was not bad, and she was even a woman, but when Yang Kai asked about the demonic path, she did not even hesitate to call them scum and trash. It was clear that the demonic path was an existence that people hated to the core. The demonic path was a group of people that had only appeared in the astral boundary in recent years, and they were also a group of forces. They originated from the Assassin Hall in the Western Territory. Before the outbreak of the war between the 2 worlds, the Assassin Hall had already been secretly preparing for the demon race's invasion, and they had even recruited many people. These people were hiding all over the astral boundary, and many of them were even fake emperors. When Yao Lin, Li Shiqing, and the others were captured, it was the demonic path's doing. However, at that time, the demonic path was not yet called the demonic path. When the war between the 2 worlds broke out, the demon race's territory advanced triumphantly. In just 3 short years, the entire Western Territory had fallen, and the astral boundary had lost a large portion of its territory. Countless lives had been lost, and the Western Territory had practically become a paradise for the demon race. At that time, the various armies in the astral boundary were still in preparation for construction, and the use of the space spirit bead was not as widespread as it was now. Without the great emperors taking action, the momentum of the demon race was practically unstoppable. With external threats and internal troubles, the demonic path responded to the situation, and its strength grew like a rolling snowball. Not everyone had the resolve to live and die with the astral boundary. Back when the astral boundary was at peace, the Assassin Hall was already able to recruit and develop many helpers, let alone when the demon race was advancing rapidly. Naturally, there were those who were afraid of death and wanted to live an ignoble existence, who surrendered to the demonic path and became the demon race's minions. The demonic path's master was the Assassin Hall's hallmaster, Night Shadow, the great emperors. He had as many experts as the clouds, and there were as many as 4 fake emperors under him. They were known as the 4 great monarchs of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain, and each of them had extraordinary cultivation. The people of the demonic path have all received the demonic chi empowerment, and when their temperament changes, their strength increases as well. What's even more despicable is that these people usually hide in the astral boundary, looking no different from ordinary people on the outside. Even when fighting, they don't reveal anything. Unless one uses energy to probe into their bodies to investigate, or they actively leak traces of their demonic chi, it's very difficult to tell if they're from the demonic path. Fan Xian's side. After 5 years of war, the astral boundary has been growing, and so has the demon race. Because of the demonic path, the astral boundary has suffered great losses. It was precisely because of the existence of the demonic path that when Han Jingqing and Liu Yue met, they shook hands and probed each other to make sure that the other party had not become the demon race. Compared to the demon race, the traitors of the demonic path were more hated by the people of the astral boundary. This was because they had hidden themselves too deeply. They had access to information that the demon race could not obtain, and they could do things that the demon race could not. Fan Xian could not understand why there would be such a group of people in this world. It was as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The astral boundary situation was already bad enough. It was fine if these people did not want to protect their country. But why did they want to wallow in the mire of the demon race? It was also because of the demonic path's existence that when Yang Kai appeared with his demonic qi rolling around, Han Jingqing had been so vigilant. In his opinion, the demonic path was the demonic path. Even if they killed some members of the demon race, it would not change their status as traitors. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and glanced in a certain direction, smiling faintly. His movements weren't obvious, so Fan Xian, who was explaining the situation of the star boundary to him, didn't notice. But a moment later, Fan Xian also looked up because Han Jingqing had suddenly left the group and was flying over. When he came close, he stopped and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai's eyes were clear, and he looked at him calmly with a smile on his face. Fan Xian seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a little strange. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Han Jingqing raised his hand and stopped her. "Palace Master Yang, this Han only has one question to ask," Han Jingqing said in a low voice. "Are you an enemy or a friend?" Previously, when he was teleported to the Seven Mist Sea strategic location, he said that he had encountered the traitor Yang Kai on the way and reported what had happened in detail. But after waiting for so long, there was no response from the Seven Mist Sea. Now he could not wait any longer and had no choice but to ask in person. Yang Kai did not answer and simply took out a space spirit bead and said, "This is the space spirit bead used to communicate with Senior Li Wui," then took out another one and said, "This is the space spirit bead used to communicate with Legion Commander Yang Inflammation." From his conversation with Fan Xian, Han Jingqing knew that Yang Inflammation was now the Legion Commander of the Bing Zi army. He was a famous figure in the astral boundary, so Han Jingqing was naturally familiar with him. Hearing this, Han Jingqing's eyes flashed and he stretched out his hand. "Can this Han take a look?" Yang Kai casually tossed the two space spirit beads to Han Jingqing. Catching them, Han Jingqing surged his divine sense and emperor qi as he carefully examined them. Originally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to detect anything, but he already had the void spirit bead in his possession, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this thing. As such, he was able to see some clues. In particular, the space spirit bead used to communicate with Li Wui did indeed have Li Wui's residual power fluctuations on it. Both space spirit beads in Han Jingqing's hands had such fluctuations as well, so there was no way he would make a mistake. A moment later, he returned the two space spirit beads, his solemn expression relaxing greatly as he cupped his fists and said, "Just now, a demon race scout was investigating our situation, so I'm afraid our position has been exposed. It won't be long before we are surrounded by the demon race's army. This Han would like to ask Palace Master Yang to lend us a hand." Since Yang Kai had a space spirit bead that could communicate with Li Wui, there was absolutely no problem with his identity. Otherwise, Li Wui would have been able to kill him here in a moment. Army Commander Li was busy with military affairs, but when it came to the High Heaven Palace's palace master, he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Since he had not attacked, it meant that Yang Kai was trustworthy. Since Li Wui thought he was trustworthy, Han Jingqing naturally had nothing to say. Chapter 3606. They were still a few thousand kilometers away from the demon race's encampment, and with the appearance of the demon race's scouts, a fierce battle was inevitable. Right now, their team only had two seriously injured First-Order Emperor Masters. So how could they break through the demon race's blockade? If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on Yang Kai's strength. "Hans Wei, just focus on your journey. When the time comes, I will lend a hand." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Han Zhengqing cupped his fists again. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Han Zhengqing immediately relaxed. He had seen the strength Yang Kai displayed before. Killing the demon race's members was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. With such strength, he wasn't inferior to the most powerful beast guard. So with his protection, their chances of reaching the encampment were much higher. After thanking him, Han Zhengqing returned the way he came. But after a while, he flew back and stretched out his hand. "Palace Master Yang, please join the team." Yang Kai and Fan Xian had been hanging 1,000 meters away from the team, making them too conspicuous. The demon race's scouts had already appeared, so the battle between the two armies was imminent. Yang Kai was the strongest on their side, so the later he was exposed, the better. Previously, they didn't invite him because they couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was a friend or foe. But now that even the Seven Mist Sea didn't respond, there was naturally no problem. What's more, with the strength Yang Kai had displayed before, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Since that was the case, why not be generous? Han Zhengqing turned back and invited him, and Yang Kai didn't refuse, nodding and returning to the team with him. Fan Xian was the happiest, and so were the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley. They all ran over to greet Yang Kai and greet their martial uncle. Compared to other forces, Ice Heart Valley had the closest relationship with High Heaven Palace, so the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt very close to Yang Kai. Many of the others in the team were also secretly paying attention to Yang Kai, but due to their status and cultivation, no one dared to come forward and speak. Only Lu Youwei's guard of the Emperor Realm came forward, but it was just a normal greeting. 2,000 defeated soldiers shuttled through the Gobi Desert and headed towards the encampment. The atmosphere was silent. On the eve of a great battle, everyone was nervous and worried. When night fell, they found a place to rest. Normally, a successful cultivator would be full of energy and would be able to travel continuously without a problem. However, the Bingchen army had just gone through a big battle and many of them were injured. More than half of these 2,000 people were injured. Naturally, they had to preserve their energy to deal with the upcoming battle. Although they had just merged into the 1st Division, their military discipline was still strict. Under Han Jingqing's command, there were 3 squads that rotated in shifts, keeping watch at night in all directions to guard against the demon race's sneak attacks. He thought that there would be a battle tonight, but unexpectedly it was a peaceful night. At dawn, the team continued to move forward. The two from the Emperor Realm found Yang Kai together. Han Zhengqing asked, "Palace Master Yang, are you able to detect the movements of the demon race?" After waiting for an entire night and not seeing the enemy, Han Zhengqing was not happy. Instead, he became more and more worried. If the enemy did not attack at night, it meant that they were preparing for something big. Naturally, they had to be on guard. Yang Kai did not hesitate and directly said, 500 li ahead. Han Zhengqing and the other from the Emperor Realm looked at each other and immediately took out a jade slip to check the situation. After a moment, their faces sank. The demon race deserves to die. What a big appetite. After speaking, he looked up at Yang Kai and said, 500 li ahead, there is a gourd-shaped mountain pass. If we want to go back, that is the only way. They probably want to eat us all. Yang Kai smiled. Then I'm afraid they will break their teeth. Han Zhengqing's face was solemn. Palace Master Yang, are you confident? If not, we can take a detour. It will only delay us for a few days. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There is no need. Even if we take a detour, we can't avoid the demon race. There are demon race troops on both sides. Han Zhengqing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he nodded. All right, then we will go straight. After the order was passed down, the atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. It became solemn and filled with a murderous aura. 500 li was not too far, but it took this group of survivors more than half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, there were constantly demon race scouts appearing from afar, giving them a silent pressure. Behind the mountain pass was a wide canyon with walls on both sides. The deeper they went, the narrower the canyon became. There was no sign of the demon race, but anyone could feel that the demon race was lying in ambush. Han Zhengqing turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to ask another question, he saw that Yang Kai had already stepped forward from the middle of the group to the front. His footsteps didn't stop, a smile on his face and a carefree expression on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Zhengqing shouted, "Keep up! Guard left and right." The group of 2,000 was instantly divided into 10 small groups, coordinating with each other as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. After entering the mountain pass and crossing into the canyon, demon chi suddenly surged within 10 li of them. The ground under their feet seemed to come alive as it quickly squirmed and turned into rolling quicksand in an instant. Everyone's figure suddenly sank. Han Zhengqing's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Sand demon, heaven flight!" Only a sand demon could cause such a change in the ground in such a short period of time, and the one who did this was definitely a Demon King level sand demon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use such a large-scale divine technique. After several years of fighting, Star Boundary's side was already familiar with the methods of the demon race and had a plan to deal with them. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the large Myriad's sword in his hand. While walking, the Myriad's sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. The large sword disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, a muffled scream came from the depths of the ground. The ground that was rapidly turning into quicksand suddenly returned to normal. With a bang, the Myriad's sword flew out from the ground, 20 zhang in front of Yang Kai. A demon race was stabbed into the body of the large sword, directly piercing through him. The demon race had suffered such a heavy blow, but he didn't die. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he gripped the Myriad's sword with both hands, struggling to pull it out of his body. This was indeed a Demon King level sand demon, and although it was only a low-rank Demon King, its demon chi was extremely good. When the sand demon rushed out from the ground, his eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai with resentment. Although he was underground, he knew very well who had attacked him. He couldn't figure out how this guy had found his position and severely injured him. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Forming a hand seal, he spat out a single word, "Break!" The Myriad's sword hummed as tens of thousands of dazzling sword lights shot out from the sand demon's body. As far as the eye could see, the sand demon looked like a hedgehog full of glowing swords. An even more mournful scream rang out, followed by a loud explosion as the sand demon exploded. In the blink of an eye, a sand demon of the Demon King level was smashed to smithereens. At the same time, 2,000 humans also ascended into the sky. Han Zhengqing and the others had originally intended to escape from the divine technique of the sand demon. But who would have thought that the sand demon would die in a single exchange, and the ground would return to normal? However, before they could react, a dense rain of arrows was already flying toward them. While the Star Boundary had methods to deal with the demon race, how could the demon race not have one? The sand demon's sneak attack underground was just the beginning. It was to lure the humans into the sky. While in the air, the dense rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts passing through, and there was simply no way to avoid them. Everyone's complexion changed as they felt their bodies turn cold. Their hands and feet turned cold, and they cried out in their hearts that their lives were over. Those with fast reactions hurriedly sank down, while those with slow reactions remained in place. The originally good formation was instantly thrown into chaos. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's demon chi rolled, and in the whistling wind, the pitch-black demon chi condensed into an indestructible defense that spread out and covered the void in front of them. All the arrows were blocked by the demonic aura and disappeared without a trace. The demon chi barrier fiercely rolled forward and smashed into the void in front of them. Like a mirror being smashed, a ripple spread out, and countless figures of the demon race suddenly appeared. On the ground, the jade blade was on the left and right, and in the void, the demon race was blocking the way. It was unknown what method they had used before, but they had all hidden themselves, and Han Jingqing and the others didn't notice them at all. Seeing this situation, the human's complexion changed again. 10,000 people. There were definitely 10,000 people. Moreover, there were several demon kings, each of them riding demonic beasts of different sizes, and their auras were ferocious. After Yang Kai used his method to break through their concealment, the group of demon race was also somewhat surprised. The several demon kings in the lead looked at Yang Kai in surprise, puzzled. In their view, since Yang Kai could use demon chi, he was obviously a member of the demon sky Dao. Since he was a member of the demon sky Dao, he was a loyal dog of the demon race. How could he oppose the demon race? What kind of situation was this? However, in the next moment, the demon kings threw away this doubt. So what if he was a member of the demon sky Dao? As long as he dared to oppose the demon race, he deserved to die. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will win. The demon king in the lead looked at Yang Kai and grinned. He raised his thick arm high and swung it down fiercely. The order to attack was given, and the 10,000 demon race fiercely charged forward. The entire valley shook, and the surrounding rubble rustled down. Han Zhengqing and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The various teams quickly gathered their people and reformed their formation. The wizard's incantation began to be sung. The noise in the sky couldn't cover up the one-word imperial edict. Yang Kai pointed forward with his fingers and said, "Close." With this one word, the entire valley came alive. The earth churned and rolled back like a blanket, covering the demon race's army. The two sides of the wall blades also quickly closed, like two huge palms, slapping at the flying mosquitoes. The 10,000 demon race were mosquitoes. Under the horrified gazes of Han Jingqing and the others, the rolling earth and the converging wall blades sealed off a large space in a very short time, trapping all the demon race in it. The space rapidly compressed, and a burst of hair-raising sounds came from inside. Fan Xian had goosebumps all over her body while the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley turned pale. Chapter 36:07. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of demon race disappeared without a trace. The two sides of the wall and the rolling earth formed a sealed space, locking all the demon race within. Just by listening to the sounds coming from the sealed space, everyone could imagine the demon race's current predicament. They were probably squeezed into meat patties. How violent and direct, how unstoppable. The devil race chose this place as their ambush place. Obviously, they had considered it carefully. Once they entered this place, there would only be one exit. If they hid their figures and suddenly attacked, they would definitely cause chaos in the human race army. With 10,000 against 2,000, they could easily wipe out the entire human race army. But they never thought that this place would become their graveyard. Geographical advantage was only relative. When one side's strength reached a level where the other side had to look up to them, the so-called geographical advantage would become a disadvantage. With a bang, a badly mutilated figure suddenly broke through the layers of barriers and broke out of the ground. In an instant, it turned into a black light and flew away without the slightest hesitation. High-rank Demon King. Han Zhengqing's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a low voice, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. This demon race's army of 10,000 actually had a high-rank Demon King overseeing it. Just this one demon alone wasn't something they could deal with. It could be imagined that if they hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, not a single one of their 2,000 people would have survived. Ordinary demon race members had incomparably tenacious vitality, let alone a high-rank demon king. After taking the divine technique of the earth-covering wall clamp, although this demon had suffered heavy injuries, it didn't die and immediately escaped. He probably also knew that from the methods displayed by the enemy just now, if he didn't hurry and escape, he would definitely lose his life. His judgment wasn't bad, but how could he escape? Kai only stretched out his hand and grabbed fiercely. When he retracted his hand, there was already a figure wrapped in black chi in his hand. That iron-like hand was strangling the Demon King's neck, making it impossible for the other party to escape. Strange sounds came from his throat. Han Zhengqing didn't clearly see how Yang Kai had captured the other party. He only vaguely saw that when Yang Kai stretched out his hand, his entire arm seemed to be in a trance for a moment, merging into the void. The Demon King, who was clearly 100 zhang away, was inexplicably caught in front of him. Spatial divine technique. It was definitely the spatial divine technique. He Qing was afraid that he wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries behind it. But when the Demon King was captured, Han Zhengqing discovered that the other party was a shadow demon. No wonder he couldn't sense it before. Shadow demons were most proficient in assassination, so they were naturally proficient in concealment techniques. With Yang Kai tightly gripping his neck and raising it high, the shadow demon struggled with all its might, but it was to no avail. When the demon Yuan surged, the shadow demon's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge fatty. With a boom, the shadow demon directly exploded. Bits and pieces of its body flew in all directions. Han Zhengqing and the others were caught off guard and were drenched in blood. On the other hand, Yang Kai had long since been on guard. With the demon Yuan protecting his body, nothing happened to him. At the same time, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the closed wall blade slowly separated to two sides. The churning earth also slowly calmed down. First, the nauseating smell of blood rushed into everyone's nostrils, followed by a hellish scene imprinted in their eyes. There was no demon race in front of them, apart from the shadow demon that broke through the barrier and escaped, but was captured and killed by Yang Kai. The rest of the demon race had all been squeezed into a pile of rotten meat. 90% of the demon race's original body couldn't be seen. They were all fused together and couldn't be separated. On the ground, blood flowed like a river, and the corpses of tens of thousands of demons were strewn everywhere. Occasionally, a few faint moans could be heard. It was the sound of a few demon kings that hadn't died completely. The 2,000 humans stared blankly ahead. For a moment, there was complete silence. Many people's mouths were opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Their eyes constantly moved between Yang Kai and the terrifying scene in front of them. The more they looked, the more incredulous they became. Han Zhengqing was a bit embarrassed because they hadn't done anything. The 10,000 demon race that had been lying in ambush had been completely annihilated. From beginning to end, Yang Kai seemed to have only casually used a few divine technique. Wiping the blood from his face, Han Zhengqing walked forward and waved the sword in his hand a few times, cutting up the corpses of the demon race that hadn't died completely. When he moved, everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly checked to see if there was a demon race that was pretending to be dead. They also collected the spoils of war. After a cup of tea's worth of time, everything was ready, and the 2,000 people set off again. The canyon was very long, about 300 li or so. When night fell, the group of people walked out of the canyon. When they saw the light of day again, the atmosphere of the group was clearly much more excited. This was because after passing through the canyon, they would arrive at the Bingchen army's encampment after another 3,000 li. 3,000 li was a relatively safe distance. Very few demon race would wander around here, unless they were extremely unlucky and encountered a demon king that could conceal itself. Yang Kai stopped and looked at Han Zhengqing. I will send you off to this point. There is no demon race blocking the way ahead. Everyone have a safe journey. Han Zhengqing bowed and said, Many thanks, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to look at Fan Xian and the others, saying, "Pay attention and protect yourselves." On the battlefield, life and death could be decided in an instant. Even false emperors and half-saint realm cultivators had fallen, let alone Fan Xian and the others. In the War of Two Realms, how many families had been destroyed? How many wives and children had been separated? Only by taking care of themselves could they have a chance of survival. Fan Xian and the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley nodded heavily. Yang Kai turned around, took a step forward, and his figure suddenly became ethereal, disappearing without a trace. After he left, Han Zhengqing called out and led the 2,000 people back to the encampment. Since Yang Kai said that there was no demon race blocking the way ahead, it was definitely safe. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time resting. They just needed to rush back to the encampment in one breath. Yang Kai had communicated with Li Wuyi's space spirit bead and teleported away, so he naturally appeared next to Li Wuyi. Inside a spacious hall, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He immediately saw Li Wuyi standing next to him and grinned. Just as he was about to greet him, he suddenly sensed something, and his expression froze as he raised his head. To his left and right sat 4 people, both men and women, but all of their auras were deep and profound. For terrifying auras pressed down on him like 4 mountains, causing Kai Yang to be unable to breathe. His chest felt stuffy, and all of his bones began to creak and groan. Not only that, Kai Yang clearly felt that there was an aura within his body that was resonating with the auras of these 4 people. It was as if they were resonating with each other, making him more and more aware of the terrifying strength of these 4 people and his own shortcomings. Not daring to neglect, Kai Yang hurriedly bowed and said, "This little one, Kai Yang, greets all the honored guests." The 2 on the left were the majestic iron-blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, and the unpredictable flower shadow Great Emperors, Hua Linglong. The 2 on the right were the deep-sea serene soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun, and the rough and unrestrained martial beast Mo Huang. In addition to the missing Great Emperors of the secular world, the dead bright moon Great Emperors and the traitorous night shadow Great Emperors, for of the 7 Great Emperors of the star boundary were here, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for him. Yang Kai's blood was boiling, not because of the pressure, but because, after so many years, he finally felt like a wanderer returning home. Even his voice was trembling with excitement. In the past, he didn't feel anything when he saw these great emperors, but today he felt incomparably close to them, as if they were his family. Thinking about the aura that resonated with these 4, how could Yang Kai not know that it was because of the great emperor's luck? If one wanted to become a great emperor, they had to obtain the recognition of the star boundary. Ming Yu's part of the star boundary's recognition had been transferred to him, so he naturally felt a sense of closeness with the other great emperors. He had such a feeling and thought that the great emperors would feel the same way. Who would have thought that after he finished speaking, there was no response at all after waiting for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He wanted to look up, but he didn't want to be rude. However, he could clearly feel that the 4 great emperors were looking at him with sharp gazes. He quietly turned his head and glanced at Li Wuyi, only to see that guy standing there with his hands crossed in front of his stomach. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. What's going on? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. At this time, a low shout suddenly sounded. "How dare you, Yang Kai? Do you admit your crime?" The shout came from the iron-blood Great Emperor on his left. The angry shout made Yang Kai feel dizzy. His ears buzzed, and he almost fell to the ground. Killing a high-ranked demon king was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He could even fight a half-saint, but in front of the great emperors he was as weak as a child. Fortunately, he was quite strong now, so he barely managed to stand up straight. He looked up at the iron-blood Great Emperor and was about to question him, but he swallowed his words and lowered his head. "This junior admits his crime." Hua Linglong blinked her eyes. Yao Jun grinned silently. and Mo Huang rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek. Zhang Wuhen was also stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a reaction. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely have other excuses, but he didn't expect him to admit his crime so quickly. He couldn't continue the words he had prepared. After a moment of silence, the iron-blood great emperor asked in a low voice, "What is your crime?" Yang Kai whispered, "Master Bright Moon died at my hands." Although his voice was soft, anyone could hear the sadness in his words. When he spoke, he clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "At least you know your place." Zhang Wuhen snorted and continued to shout majestically, "Bright Moon is one of the great emperors of the astral boundary. In order to save us, he used himself as bait and fell into the demon's territory and was imprisoned. Why did we let you become the demon race's territory? To save Master Bright Moon. How can you guarantee that?" "We will definitely bring Master Bright Moon back. And the result?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yang Kai was truly speechless. Originally, he had gone to save Mingyu, but not only had he failed to do so, Mingyu had even died at his own hands. Although there were some reasons for this, every time Yang Kai recalled that scene, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Chapter 3608. Since you know your crime, how can you return to the astral world? Zhang Wuhen's tone was aggressive, and he didn't give Yang Kai any face. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, "I have the opportunity of the great emperors. I was ordered by the Master of Bright Moon to return." "Well said," Zhang Wuhen snorted. "Do you think I won't punish you?" Yang Kai said respectfully, "I accept the punishment." "What if I want to kill you?" Zhang Wuhen's eyes were like swords, full of killing intent. Yang Kai thought for a while, then raised his head and looked into Zhang Wuhen's eyes. He said firmly, "No matter what, I killed the Master of Bright Moon. If the Master wants to take back the opportunity of the great emperors, I have nothing to say. But if the Master wants to take my life, although I can't defeat the Master, I won't stand still." Li Wui turned his head and glanced at him, and he secretly clicked his tongue. He thought that if he was in Yang Kai's position, he wouldn't have the guts to say such words. Zhang Wuhen also sneered, "You still want to resist? Do you think you can?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Everything depends on the person. I don't want to die, and I can't die." There were so many relatives waiting for him in the High Heaven Palace. How could he die? Zhang Wuhen was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Hua Linglong. The voice of the great emperors was pleasant, and it was a sharp contrast to Zhang Wuhen's iron blood. "Tell me about your experience in the demon territory, especially about Bright Moon." Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, "Back then, I and Yuru Meng were chased by Senior Li, and we fled to the demon territory. Our journey was smooth, and we successfully reached the depths of the demon territory. It was only a matter of a few years, so it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to recall. He reported his experience in the past few years in detail. There were many continents in the demon territory, and the great emperors knew about the existence of realm gates. After all, several great emperors had joined forces and killed their way into the demon territory. Even if they didn't know the specific situation, they still had some understanding of the many continents and realm gates. However, they didn't know about the other side of the territory. What Yang Kai now had was exactly what they lacked information. When they heard that there were hundreds of continents in the demon territory, and that there were 12 demon saints, the 4 great emperors' expressions turned cold. Not to mention how many demon race citizens were in those hundreds of continents. Just the number of the 12 demon saints was too many. There were only 10 great emperors in the astral boundary, and if they subtracted the missing great emperors in the secular world, the already dead Bright Moon great emperors and the traitor Night Shadow, there were only 7 great emperors left. In terms of the number of peak combatants, the astral boundary was far inferior to the demon territory, and the difference was almost 2 times. Once the great emperors fought against the demon saint, they would definitely suffer a great loss. When they heard that Yuru Meng was actually one of the 12 demon saint, the great emperors were even more surprised. Back then, Yurumeng had always been by Yang Kai's side and appeared in the vision of several great emperors. She even transformed into Li Shiqing and communicated with the great emperors. However, whether it was Zhang Wuhen or Hua Linglong, they didn't see any flaws. They didn't even notice the demon saint aura on her. Now that they thought about it, it was simply unbelievable. However, after learning that Yurumeng was the master of the succubus demon, the great emperors were relieved. The succubus demon had always been proficient in the power of the soul and was good at charming people. It wasn't strange that Yurumeng could do this. In terms of soul cultivation, even the great emperors of the serene soul might not be able to compare with her. The existence of the nest of 10,000 demons and the myriad demon pill made the great emperors frown. In the past few years, the great emperors had been at war with the demon race. The number of demon kings on the demon race's side was truly terrifying. They originally couldn't figure out why, but now they understood. The number of demon kings was large because the population of the demon race was huge. Hundreds of continents could gather almost 100,000 demon kings. What a terrifying number this was. The second reason should be because of the myriad demon pill. This thing was unique to the demon territory. Although the nest of 10,000 demons absorbed the vitality of the entire demon race, it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the demon race after consuming it. When they heard that Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour many shattered continents in the territory of the demon race, the great emperors were all shocked. They could shatter the continents in the territory of the demon race, but they definitely couldn't devour them. Yang Kai's strength might not be worth mentioning in their eyes, but this method of his made them extremely shocked. He talked about the battle of Eternal Heaven, the 12 Citadel Great Demon Formation, Bright Moon's desperate struggle, and how she had blinded her own senses and killed herself under her own fist. The hall was silent for a while, the atmosphere solemn. They had been friends for tens of thousands of years, and they were used to each other's existence. Suddenly, one of them passed away one day. Even though the great emperors were calm people, they couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Kai talked about it in detail. They felt as if they were in the hot-blooded heroism of Bright Moon fighting against the 12 demon saint by herself. It was as if they had personally witnessed the tragedy of that battle and the scene of Bright Moon being injured. It was fascinating. They hated that they couldn't fight side by side with her. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "This is what happened." Hua Linglong nodded. "It's been hard on you." During the battle of Eternal Heaven, not only were there the 12 demon saint, there were also hundreds of half-saint. Even under the watchful eyes of so many experts, Yang Kai still managed to exchange the opportunity of the great emperors with Bright Moon. How could ordinary people compare to the great emperors? What happened after that? Emo Huang asked, "How did you escape the pursuit after you obtained Bright Moon's opportunity?" Although Yang Kai didn't say it, anyone could imagine the desperate situation Yang Kai was in. Obtaining the opportunity of the great emperors wasn't a lucky thing, but the beginning of his life. The demon race definitely wouldn't let him take away the opportunity of the great emperors. "It's all thanks to you, Rameng." Yang Kai answered seriously. "She helped me pin down a few demon saint, and I happen to be proficient in the art of space and escape, so I was lucky enough to escape." He didn't say it explicitly because, compared to Bright Moon's selfless sacrifice, his escape was nothing. Yao Jun said, "If that's true, the demon territory won't let you go no matter what. How did you return to the Star Realm? Is there something else going on?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "After I escaped from the Eternal Heaven continent, I was seriously injured, but because of the opportunity of the great emperors, I sensed something and felt the signs of a breakthrough. I wanted to escape to the Star Realm in one go, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by Kinyi all year round. If I went there, I would be walking into a trap. Plus, I was about to break through, so I could only escape to the Cloud Shadow continent under the protection of his avatar. He escaped deep underground. The vision caused by breaking through the three-layer emperor realm attracted Bei Liemo. So he used Xian Bing's profound nether needle to pin down Bei Liemo and create space for himself to escape. Who knew that Xian Bing would use it to create a coincidence? Wait. Hearing this, Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Are you saying that you planted a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea? Not only him, but the four great emperors also stared at him with wide eyes. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't know what planting a divine soul brand meant, but because they knew they were surprised. Li Wu-yi was even more dumbfounded. He silently calculated in his mind. A demon saint was comparable to the great emperors. So Yang Kai planting a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea was equivalent to planting a divine soul brand in the great emperor's knowledge sea. It was equivalent to controlling the life and death of a demon saint. In other words, it was equivalent to having a demon saint or great emperors as a subordinate. This brat was only a three-layer emperor realm cultivator. He wasn't even a fake emperor. Even Li Wu-yi, who had always been gentle and refined, couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, it can't be considered my ability. The main thing is that Xian Bing is vicious and came up with this idea of harming others without benefiting herself. This brat just took advantage of the situation and reaped the benefits in the end. The four great emperors looked at each other. Their divine consciousnesses suddenly fluctuated. Clearly, they were communicating with each other. After a short while, Hua Qingxi frowned and said, "Although your cultivation has improved, you're still only a three-layer emperor realm cultivator. Even if you really planted a soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control her life and death, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Master Huaying is right. My cultivation is far inferior to Bei Limo's, so the soul brand really can't control her life and death. It can even be said that if she focused on breaking it, it wouldn't take long for her to break the soul brand and free herself from the shackles. Yang Kai paused for a moment before continuing, but she probably won't have that opportunity now. What do you mean? Zhan Wu Hen raised his brow. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Forgive me for my lack of manners." As soon as these words fell, his divine sense fiercely surged out like a tidal wave and swept out in all directions. But it was withdrawn in an instant. However, this brief moment was enough to make the four great emperors' eyes light up, and Li Wu even showed a look of extreme shock. Of everyone present, apart from Yang Kai, the weakest was a false emperor, so naturally their perception was extremely strong. So even though Yang Kai had only released his divine sense and then withdrawn it, everyone could still feel the strength of his divine sense. This was a divine sense cultivation that was only below the great emperors, but above all false emperors. This kind of divine sense would generally only appear in the top false emperors, and these false emperors had to be proficient in soul cultivation. But now, the one who had activated this soul power was just a three-layer emperor realm cultivator who had recently broken through. Li Wu-yi's heart was filled with shock. Compared to Yang Kai's claim that he had planted a soul brand in a demon saint's mind, what he saw this time was even more unbelievable. Although subduing a demon saint was amazing, it was not a big deal. After all, it was just an external force, and this external force was unstable, so there was a risk of backlash. However, this soul cultivation was one's own foundation, so it was a solid foundation. In comparison, if it were Li Wu-yi, he would rather choose the latter. At this moment, how could the four great emperors not understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words? The strength of a soul brand was directly related to one's soul cultivation. The stronger one's soul cultivation was, the stronger the brand would be. Chapter 3609. Yang Kai had such a terrifying soul cultivation. Although it was still a bit weaker than the demon saint and the great emperors, it was enough to control Bei Liemo. Perhaps Bei Liemo would still be able to crack the soul brand after a long period of time. But Yang Kai wasn't dead, so how could he give her such an opportunity? That was why Yang Kai said that Bei Liemo no longer had such an opportunity. Hua Linglong was puzzled. But how can you have such powerful spiritual energy? There were many people in the star boundary whose soul cultivation was stronger than their own cultivation. The most typical example was Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Because of the Divine Ascension Mirror, the souls of the elites in Azure Sun Temple were slightly stronger than their cultivation. But no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit to it. It was impossible for them to be as terrifying as Yonkai's. This was already illogical. Unless there was some kind of great fortune or opportunity. Originally, Hua Linglong shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what kind of fortune or opportunity Yonkai had, it was his own business. But she couldn't help but be curious and also wanted to ask if this matter had anything to do with Mingyu, who had already passed away. Who knew that after asking this question, Yonkai would reveal an embarrassed expression. The great emperors of Hua Ying were very understanding and smiled. If it's inconvenient, there's no need to ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yonkai sniffled and said, I've already performed the ceremony of husband and wife with Yu Meng, so I've obtained her primordial yin's soul power. She's a succubus demon, so she cultivates spiritual energy, which is why my soul cultivation has soared. Ah! Hua Linglong was quite surprised and stared blankly at Yonkai. Then Yu Meng, she wanted to ask why Yu Meng, one of the 12 demon saint, was willing to give herself to Yonkai. Not to mention the huge difference in strength between the two of them. One was from the human race, while the other was from the demon race. They were from different races, not to mention that the battle in the demon territory of the astral boundary was still raging. But when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, her cheeks flushed. What about the heart seal secret technique? Hua Linglong didn't know how to ask, but Yao Jun wasn't so thick-skinned. They were both old monsters who had lived for so many years. There was nothing to be embarrassed about talking about between husband and wife. Previously, Yonkai had told them that Yu Meng had used the heart seal secret technique on him, which was why Yao Jun had this guess. Maybe that's part of the reason. Yonkai nodded, but when I asked her to undo the heart seal secret technique, she didn't. Yao Jun nodded. Since she had a choice, but didn't do it, it meant that Yu Meng had fallen in love with him. Otherwise, why would a demon saint do such a thing? On the side, Li Wui could no longer maintain his calm expression. He kept turning his head to stare at Yonkai, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint's mind, and his divine soul cultivation had skyrocketed. He had even performed the marriage ceremony with a female demon saint originally. He was quite worried that Yonkai would encounter any danger in the demon territory. But now, it seemed that there was danger, but more importantly, there was something wonderful that others couldn't imagine. If an ordinary person were to achieve any one of these miracles, it would be a blessing to their ancestors. But Yonkai had achieved all of them. So, you can now control the wishes of 2 demon saint. Mo Huang looked at Yonkai with a little excitement. Previously, they were still having a headache over the number of demon saint in the demon territory. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Yonkai had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint, and the demon saint had the closest relationship with him. These 2 demon saints were equivalent to standing on Yonkai's worship. This cut off the power of 2 demon saints in the demon territory. It's not 2, it's 3. Yonkai looked at Mo Huang with a serious expression. Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows and said, Besides Bei Liemo and Yu Meng, which other demon saint is there? Mo Huang had a strange expression and said, Could it be that feather, demon hibiscus? From Yonkai's description, he also knew that only 3 of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory were women. Among them, Yonkai had subdued Bei Liemo and Yu Meng, so it didn't matter if there was one more hibiscus. In any case, this brat seemed to be quite good at dealing with women. Thinking about how his precious daughter was always thinking about this brat, Mo Huang had a headache. Although this brat had many women, only a few of them were presentable. Only Zhu Qing of the dragon race had some weight, but she was only a rank 9 dragon, about the same status as the daughter of the great emperors. With him standing behind his precious daughter and supporting her, he wasn't worried that his baby would suffer any losses. But now, this brat had even hooked up with a demon saint. That was a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. So how could he support him? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let this brat go to the demon territory. It's not hibiscus. Yang Kai shook his head. That one is not among the 12 demon saint, but he has the power of a demon saint. Hua Linglong was confused. Then who is he? That person's name is Chang Tian. He belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory. Yang Kai explained, if we calculate, this person's weight in the demon territory is equivalent to the great elder and second elder of the dragon island. With that said, the great emperors immediately understood. On the dragon island, the great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shan were not great emperors, but they were the leaders of the holy spirits. They were rank 10 dragons. Their bloodline was pure, and they were powerful. They both had the power of great emperors. There were holy spirits in the astral realm, so there was no reason that there were no holy spirits in the demon territory. The astral realm had the great elder and second elder, so there was also Chang Tian in the demon territory. What's the relationship between you and Chang Tian? Why is he under your control? Zhan Wuhen asked in a deep voice. Chang Tian belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory, but he has always had a bad relationship with the demon saint. It is said that Chang Tian had many battles with the demon saint in his early years. In the end, he took over a piece of the 100 spirit continent and hid in a corner. However, Chang Tian doesn't have much time left. He is worried that the 100 spirit continent will be oppressed and enslaved by the demon saint after he dies. Coincidentally, this brat also has the bloodline of the dragon race. When we first met, Chang Tian was very happy and confided in me. He wanted to train this brat to be his successor in the future. That's why we have this relationship. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, this brat has already used the sealed world bead to devour the 100 spirit continent. Chang Tian has no way out. Not only the 100 spirit continent, but all the continents under Yu Rumeng and Bei, Li Mo's control, have also been devoured. When this brat returned, he sealed the 13 realm gates at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. As a result, the connection between the astral realm and the demon territory has been temporarily cut off. You cut off the connection between the demon territory and the astral realm? Hua Linglong's beautiful eyes widened. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. Good. Mo Huang suddenly shouted with a face full of excitement. Yao Jun and Zhan Wuhen's eyes also lit up. Li Wui nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the demon race's army has been retreating for the past few days. So this is the reason. He spent most of his time in the 7 Mist Seas strategic location and collected all the information on the 2-realm battlefield. No one knew the movements of the demon race's army better than him. A few days ago, he discovered this strange thing. The valiant and bloodthirsty demon race army that had always advanced without retreating had strangely started retreating. Originally, he didn't understand what was going on in the demon territory. He even sent some people out to gather information to see if this was the demon race's scheme. Now that he heard Yang Kai's explanation, he understood everything. In the war between the two worlds, the human race and the demon race had both suffered casualties over the past few years. Although the demon race's casualties were more serious, the situation was very unfavorable for the human race. The reason for this was that the demon race could constantly replenish their forces. It was as if they couldn't kill them all. Now, the connection between the two worlds had been cut off. In other words, the demon territory could no longer replenish their lost forces. As long as there was enough time, Li Wui was confident that he could completely devour the remaining demon territory in the astral plane. He was even considering mobilizing his army to encircle and annihilate the demon race. This was undoubtedly the best time for the astral plane to counterattack. Otherwise, once the demon race's army regrouped, there would only be countless more casualties if they tried to take them down. Zhan Wuhen's fingers lightly tapped on the back of his chair as he said methodically, "You've devoured the territories of the 3 demon saint and cut off the connection between the 2 worlds. This is equivalent to completely cutting off their path of retreat. So, whether they're willing or not, they can only follow you to the end?" "That should be the case." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, those 3 have already followed me to the astral plane. If the master is interested, I can recommend them." And Mo Huang chuckled when he heard this. Hua Linglong picked up the cup of flower tea beside her and took a sip gently, the corners of her eyes curving up slightly. Yang Kai was puzzled. He felt that the reactions of the great emperors were a little strange. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the master has already met them? Zhan Wuhen coldly snorted. The 3 demon saints suddenly came to the astral plane. If we didn't notice, we wouldn't be great emperors. When Yang Kai brought Yu Ru Meng and the others to the astral plane, the great emperors had already noticed. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, joined forces with the great emperors of Serene Soul and Martial Beast to investigate the situation. At that time, Yang Kai was still recuperating in the small sealed world. However, Chang Tian and the others didn't do anything out of the ordinary at that time, so Zhan Wuhen and the others didn't show up easily. They just hid in the distance and quietly investigated. In terms of strength, the great emperors and the demon saint were on par. But in the astral plane, the great emperors who were recognized by the astral plane's heavens and earth undoubtedly had an advantage. Even Yu Ru Meng, who had the strongest spiritual energy, didn't notice it. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai suddenly emerged from the small sealed world, which surprised Zhan Wuhen and the others. Then, Yang Kai left a large number of elites from the demon race and said goodbye to Yu Ru Meng and the others. Zhan Wuhen and the others went to meet the demon saint. The atmosphere wasn't hostile, but it wasn't peaceful either. At that time, it was Yu Ru Meng who spoke. So Zhan Wuhen and the others didn't know that Chang Tian wasn't one of the 12 demon saint. Yu Ru Meng explained the cause and effect of them coming to the astral plane with Yang Kai, and also put forward her own demands. However, this was only her one-sided story. So how could Zhan Wuhen and the others believe it? This led to the joint hearing of the 4 great emperors in the hall this time. Chapter 3610. They didn't tell Yang Kai in advance because they wanted to see if his words were true. After all, Yang Kai had been in the demon territory for several years, so anything could happen. If he was brainwashed by the demon race, wouldn't it be a headache to deal with the astral boundary? Now that they compared what Yang Kai said with what Yu Ru Meng said before, there was nothing wrong with it. So the great emperors were relieved. However, when the great emperors met with Yu Ru Meng and the others, they didn't know that the passage between the 2 worlds had been cut off and sealed. Yu Ru Meng was not a fool. The great emperors of the astral boundary were not clear yet. So how could she tell them such a secret? She only learned about it from Yang Kai just now. Yu Ru Meng said that they want to gather the demon race in the astral boundary and promise not to be enemies with the astral boundary. What do you think about this? Zhan Wuhen asked again, sitting on the throne. Yang Kai said, just as this brat said before, the 3 who came with me to the astral boundary, whether active or passive, are all under this brat's control. So I think this is feasible. Zhan Wuhen said, the war between the 2 worlds has been going on for several years, and the demon race has killed countless people of the human race. Now there is a great opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, but you want to save them? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Saving the demon race is to save the human race. Although the passage between the 2 worlds has been cut off, there are still many demon race in the astral boundary. Even if the astral boundary has the opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, we will definitely have to pay a great price. So this brat thinks that it would be best if we could stop here. Zhan Wuhen lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. The other great emperors also didn't comment. Yan Kai continued. The demon race invaded the astral world for two reasons. First, it was their nature, and second, they were forced to do so. The future of the demon race's territory is unknown. For thousands of years, many world paths have collapsed, and the continents have disappeared. The neighboring astral world has become their target. They want to occupy this place, which is why there is this war between the two worlds. There are only two possible outcomes for such a clash between two worlds. One side will be completely annihilated, or both sides will suffer. No matter what the outcome is, the astral boundary will not have it easy. Mo Huang said in a low voice, "If it's as you say, then we shouldn't let the demon race in the star boundary go. Although you've sealed the connection between the two worlds, I'm afraid you can't guarantee that it will remain like this forever, right? When the seal is broken one day, the army of the demon race will come again. Who can guarantee that the demon race you let off today won't turn against you again?" The might of the demon saint is difficult for this brat to predict. Maybe it will take a few months, or maybe it will take a few years. They have their own methods to break the seal, so the seal won't remain forever. Yan Kai said with assurance, "But since we found the root cause of the demon race's invasion, then we can find the right remedy for the problem." "How do we find the right remedy?" Hua Linglong asked. After leading the conversation to this point step by step, Yan Kai finally had the opportunity to say his purpose. Since the demon race invaded the astral world for their own survival, then this brat will give them a place to live. The reason why Changtian was convinced by this brat is because of this. That sealed world bead of yours? Hua Linglong raised her beautiful eyebrows. "That's right." Yan Kai nodded. The sealed world bead has already devoured more than 100 complete continents, and all the continents devoured by the sealed world bead can be merged again. If the sealed world bead can devour the entire demon territory, then it will inevitably give birth to a second demon territory. At that time, the demon race will naturally have another way out. At that time, why would the demon race fight to the death with the astral world? Is your sealed world bead really that magical? Mo Huang looked surprised. Yan Kai grinned. "Master, if you want, you can go in and take a look." Mo Huang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's good too." As he spoke, he stood up. When he moved, he was still sitting on the chair, but when he stood up, he was already in front of Yan Kai. Not only him, but also Zhan Wu Hen, Yao Jun, and Hua Linglong, one after another, stood in front of Yan Kai silently. As great emperors, they had seen countless rare treasures. It could be said that in this world, except for a few legendary existences, there were very few things that could attract their attention. But the sealed world bead that could devour and merge continents was definitely one of them. Before this, they had never thought that such a magical thing existed in this world. "Master, please don't resist," Yan Kai said as he urged his demonic qi to envelop the four of them. With a thought, he put them into the sealed world bead. Just as he was about to follow in, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Li Wu Yi sighed. "Don't ignore me, I'm still here. I'll go in and take a look too." Sorry. Yan Kai smiled awkwardly and put Li Wu Yi into the sealed world bead as well. When Yan Kai appeared in the sealed world bead, Mo Huang and the others looked around in surprise. Zhan Wu Hen, on the other hand, frowned. "Where's Huang?" Hua Linglong was not here, which made him a little puzzled. He did not understand what Yan Kai was doing. "Master went to another place when I sent the flowers." Yan Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him, causing a ripple to appear. The void was like a mirror, reflecting an image of an unknown location. In the image, outside a stilted house, Hua Linglong's graceful figure was kneeling in front of another young woman, kowtowing to her. When she raised her head, her face was covered in tears. The great emperors recognized at a glance that the young woman kneeling on the ground was Hua Linglong's legacy disciple, Li Shiqing. "Little Shiqing is here?" Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. Yan Kai nodded. I found her not long after I went to the demon territory. Yu Rumeng sent her to her territory and then disguised herself as Li Shiqing to get close to me. Mo Huang nodded. It's good that she's safe. Over the years, there had been no news of Li Shiqing. Although Hua Linglong was one of the great emperors, she had only accepted one disciple, Li Shiqing. She treated Li Shiqing as her own daughter. Hua Linglong was naturally worried about her sudden disappearance, but as great emperors, she did not show her worry on her face, so others could not see it. But Mo Huang and the others knew her worries. Now that Yang Kai had brought Li Shiqing back, Hua Linglong had one less worry. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and the illusory mirror shattered. The scene outside the stilted house no longer existed. He cast the illusion just to explain Hua Linglong's whereabouts. Now that he had explained it clearly, there was no need to pry into the privacy of the master and disciple. Zhan Wuhen waved his fist a few times, then frowned and said with a displeased look, "Trash!" He commented without any trace of politeness, then put his hands behind his back and looked around, disdainful of this land. The trash he mentioned was not targeted at anyone but at this world. The great emperors discovered as soon as they came in that the world principles of this world were slightly weaker than those of the star boundary. This caused them to be shackled by invisible shackles all the time. This kind of restraint made them feel uncomfortable. With the Demon King here, the world shackles prevented them from using too much power, but they could not restrain the great emperors. If Zhan Wuhen and the others were allowed to use their full strength, the world shackles would collapse, and even this small sealed world would be shattered. Master is right. It's just that this place used to be even more trashy. Yang Kai was not annoyed. Instead, he agreed with Zhan Wuhen's comment. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. You mean to say that the world principles of this world can be improved? Yang Kai smiled. If not, how could this little brat dare to say that he would give the demon race a second demon territory? Whether it is the star boundary or the demon territory, they are all similar worlds. At the very least, the world principles of these two worlds are almost the same. So the star boundary has the great emperors, and the demon territory has the demon saint. If you want the demon race to move in obediently, there must be another demon territory. How can it be improved? Zhan Wuhen's interest was piqued. Right now, this world was trash in his eyes. But if it could be improved, then the future was not impossible to look forward to. Swallow fuse. Yang Kai said concisely, this little brat said before that as long as we can swallow the entire demon territory and integrate the world principles of the entire demon territory, this place will definitely become a second demon territory. Unfortunately, the demon saint in the demon territory has taken over the place. If we don't deal with the demon saint, this little brat won't be able to swallow their territory. Zhan Wuhen sneered. In the end, we still have to fight. Yang Kai shook his head. Of course, we have to fight, but we only need to capture the leader of the bandits. Zhan Wuhen said no more. In fact, how could he not know that Yang Kai was right? If there were no accidents in the war between the two worlds, then it would be a fight to the death. No matter which side won, they would have to pay a huge price. However, if Yang Kai's method worked, then both the demon race and the human race would have a chance to breathe. As he said before, saving the demon race was for the sake of saving the human race. What do you think? Mo Huang turned to look at Li Wuyi. Among everyone present besides Yang Kai, only Li Wuyi was proficient in the space principles. He was the best person to ask about this. Incredible! Li Wuyi exclaimed in amazement. With a flip of his hand, he took out an object and held it in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the object and saw that it was a small and exquisite rockery. It was only the size of a palm and was shaped like a dragon. The rockery was verdant and lush, and an inexplicable fragrance of flowers lingered at the tip of his nose. There were even sounds of insects and birds chirping in his ears. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he took a closer look. Suddenly his eyes lit up. What Li Wu Yi was holding in his hand was not a rockery, but a real mountain. Every blade of grass and tree on the mountain had shrunk countless times. Even the wild beasts and birds in the forest had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. If Yang Kai hadn't focused his vision, he probably wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. Senior, this is... Yang Kai licked his lips, showing the excitement of seeing a novel treasure. Li Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wooding Mountain. It was originally located in the northern part of the Eastern Territory. It was 780 feet high and 3,000 kilometers long, with more than 300 peaks of various sizes. After I became a pseudo-emperor, I spent 20 years refining it into its current form. As he spoke, he looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" "Of course." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. How could he not go in and take a look at such a novel thing? Chapter 36:11. Li Wu Yi didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before his body turned upside down, and he appeared in a large mountain. A tiger's roar rang out as a white-furred tiger smelled the scent of a stranger nearby and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his palm and placed it on its big head. The white-furred tiger immediately withdrew its ferocious appearance and revealed a look of horror. It took a few steps back and whimpered before turning around to flee. This white-furred tiger wasn't a monster beast, just a strange beast. But it also had the instincts of a beast and knew that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with. So it didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly fled for its life. Yang Kai looked around and saw towering trees, colorful poisonous snakes slithering between the rocky peaks and the nearby springs. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw several huge figures standing in the sky like gods. It was Emo Huang, Yao Jun, Zhan Wuhen, and the others. Li Wu Yi's huge face that covered half the sky was looking at him with a smile. It wasn't that they had become bigger, but that he had become smaller. The 7,800-meter tall, 3,000-kilometer-long boundless mountain had been refined into a palm-sized object by Li Wu Yi. After entering it, Yang Kai was affected by the space principles, and his figure changed accordingly. In Li Wu Yi's eyes, Yang Kai was probably no bigger than a speck of dust. This boundless mountain was similar to his sealed world bead. It could even be said that the two were exactly the same to a certain extent. Both were small worlds, but the sealed world bead was sealed, so the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside, and the situation outside couldn't be seen from the inside unless Yang Kai used some kind of technique. Although Boundless Mountain was also a small world, it was closely connected to the star boundary. From this point of view, Boundless Mountain was far less independent than the sealed world bead. As early as when he broke through to the second-order Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that with his attainments in space principles at that time, he should also be able to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead, but he had been too busy to experiment. He hadn't expected that Li Wu Yi had already put his thoughts into action. Unbounded Mountain was the embodiment and crystallization of his spatial laws. After witnessing the wonders of Wooding Mountain, Yang Kai was even more certain that he was right. He couldn't help but feel a little excited because he really did have to refine some treasures like the sealed world bead or indefinite mountain. After entering the mountain and gaining some experience, Yang Kai waved to Li Wu Yi. Li Wu Yi understood and reached out to him again. The next moment, Yang Kai reappeared in the sealed world bead. Before Yang Kai could exclaim in admiration, Li Wu Yi put on a puzzled look and asked, "Why would you want this world to devour the continents in the demon territory? How can you do that?" It was precisely because he had refined Indefinite Mountain that Li Wu Yi couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Indefinite Mountain and the sealed world bead were the same type of existence. If the sealed world bead could do it, so could Indefinite Mountain. Conversely, if Indefinite Mountain couldn't do it, neither could the sealed world bead. But in fact, the sealed world bead really could do what Indefinite Mountain couldn't. Devour and fuse? Li Wu didn't even think about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Back then, I had a conflict with someone in the lower star territory. At that time, the guy was devouring my star territory, so I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. As for how I did it," after pondering for a while, Yang Kai said in a solemn voice, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." The three great emperors turned their heads in unison. Mo Huang said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't tell us that you've really cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to attack Yang Kai in Roaring Tiger City. He put on a big show and forced Yang Kai to become the demon race and betray the astral world. However, at that time, Zhan Wuhen's entry point was that his Dharmakaya had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. This was completely different from Yang Kai's own cultivation. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique has unfathomable power and unparalleled evil power. How would I dare to cultivate it? The one who cultivated this technique is my Dharmakaya. My Dharmakaya has a special physique and was born from the stone mongoose. This technique complements it perfectly. My Dharmakaya is proficient in the essence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, so naturally my Dharmakaya is also proficient in it. Using the sealed world bead as a medium, he can perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The sealed world bead has the ability to devour and fuse." Yang Kai's words were clear, and everyone heard it clearly and understood it clearly. However, the key point was that no one could understand it. Why did the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and the sealed world bead work together so perfectly? Perhaps even Wukong, the creator of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, could not explain it clearly. Li Wu shook his head and laughed. "If that's the case, then I'm afraid there's nothing to expect from my indefinite mountain." Originally, he thought that if it was possible, he could refine the indefinite mountain again, now that he knew that there was a shadow of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique in it. What else could he do? Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. On the contrary, Yang Kai looked at the indefinite mountain in his hand with shining eyes, like a glutton seeing a delicious meal or a pervert seeing a beauty. "How big is this territory?" Zhan Wuhen asked. "This territory is as big as the mainland of the demon territory that was devoured," Yang Kai replied respectfully. Zhan Wuhen was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "If the demon race migrates here, can you restrain them?" Yang Kai grinned. "I am the master of this place. Life and death are only in my hands." After a pause, he added, "Under the demon saint. Judging from the world principles in this newly expanded territory of the small sealed world, this was indeed the case. However, if he could devour the entire demon territory and completely perfect the world principles, the situation may be different." Half an hour later, a group of people came out of the small sealed world. The Flower Shadow Great Emperors and Li Shiqing were also sent out by Yang Kai. It was worth mentioning that after Li Shiqing came out, she specifically thanked Yang Kai, but her expression was slightly complicated. That day, she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai without understanding the situation. Although she learned the truth later, it was a fact that Mingyu died at the hands of Yang Kai. She herself did not know how to face Yang Kai. First of all, in the demon territory, only the two of them were from the human race, and second, as a human from the star boundary, she could not ignore the enmity of killing Mingyu. Just now, she had talked with her honored master for a long time to untie the knot in her heart. It was not until now that she learned that when Mingyu fell into the demon territory, the great emperors were already mentally prepared for his fall. They had asked Yang Kai to go to the demon territory and save him if possible. But if he could not, they had to find a way to meet Mingyu. They believed that Mingyu would understand their intentions. In the end, this was indeed the case. When he was about to die, Mingyu transferred the recognition of the star boundary to Yang Kai, giving him a huge opportunity. As for what happened to Yang Kai after obtaining this opportunity, Mingyu did not care so much. It could even be said that before he died, he felt guilty towards Yang Kai, because it was very likely that Yang Kai would be buried with him. Even if he understood this, Mingyu had no choice but to do so. At that time, he could only entrust Yang Kai with his life, and there was no one else. Master, the situation is like this. I wonder what the master's decision is. Yang Kai looked at the great emperors and asked. Zhan Wuhen said, You Rumeng, you don't have to worry about Bei Liemo and Chang Tian. This king and the others will discuss with them. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, master. Although Zhan Wuhen did not say it explicitly, since they were going to discuss, it meant that they basically agreed with Chang Tian and the others' proposal. Now, the demon race in the star boundary would be handed over to them as much as possible. They would no longer be enemies with the star boundary. When the time came to solve the mess in the star boundary, when they counterattacked the demon territory, they might become a powerful force. If Yang Kai could see this point, how could Zhan Wuhen and the others not see it? In any case, Chang Tian and the others were completely tied to Yang Kai. Their territories had also been devoured. They had no way out. Other than fully cooperating with Yang Kai's plan, there was no other choice. Mo Huang said, You have to figure out your own matter first. Yang Kai heard this and bowed his head. Please punish me, master. Mo Huang said, You haven't said anything yet, and you're already punishing me? Yang Kai said, Isn't it about Master Mingyu's matter? Mo Huang slowly shook his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt an irresistible force dragging him in front of Mo Huang. The demon qi in his body instinctively surged, but he soon relaxed his vigilance. In front of the great emperors, even if he resisted, it would be useless. What's more, he believed that Mo Huang would not harm him. In the next moment, Mo Huang's big hand clasped his shoulder. At the same time, the other shoulder was also clasped, but it was Zhan Wuhen who put his hand on it. The two great emperors glanced at each other and activated their emperor qis. Kai Yang only felt that from both sides, there was a majestic yet gentle power flowing into his body. The two powers circled around his body once before quickly withdrawing. Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang both frowned, showing a puzzled look. Only then did Yang Kai understand what they were referring to, the matter of him becoming the demon race. The two great emperors had joined forces to check the situation in his body. It was obvious that they were checking his body. He hurriedly said, Master, please allow me to report this matter. He did not intend to hide it. Otherwise, he would not have activated his demon qi in front of the great emperors. Don't be noisy. Zhan Wuhen glanced at him. Yang Kai obediently kept his mouth shut. At the same time, Mo Huang suddenly roared. As soon as the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai immediately heard the sound of thousands of beasts crashing. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and while he was distracted, two divine senses rushed into his knowledge, see at the same time. They came quickly and left quickly. By the time Yang Kai stabilized his mind, Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen had already retracted their divine senses and looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, As the two masters saw, although I have demonic qi in my body and seem to have become the demon race, it is actually not a big deal. His knowledge, see, was protected by the soul-warming lotus. So Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen must have seen it. Chapter 36:12. The reaction of Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang surprised the great emperors of Flower Shadow and Serene Soul. As great emperors, they naturally understood that Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang must have seen something incredible. Otherwise, they wouldn't show such an expression. In addition, when the two's divine sense surged, how could Hua Linglong and Yao Jun not know that there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge see? But what was so strange that it made the two so shocked? Although Hua Linglong was curious, She didn't ask. Instead, it was Yao Jun who asked, "What did you see?" His title was Serene Soul. Like Yu Meng, he was best at divine sense power. Since there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge, he naturally cared about it. Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang didn't care about him. It didn't matter if they saw the soul-warming lotus. But if Yao Jun also knew the secret, he would have to study it carefully. With the dignity of the great emperors, he wouldn't do anything to steal it. But if he needed to borrow it for some time, would Yang Kai agree or not? So Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang tacitly kept silent. Mo Huang even secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. "Don't let Yao Jun see that thing. Otherwise, you will be in trouble." Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind that he would never be alone with Yao Jun in the future. The matter in the demon territory was explained, and Yang Kai's return this time brought hope to the astral world that could end the war between the two realms. The sorrow caused by Mingyu's death was diluted a lot. Zhan Wuhen said, "The connection between the two realms has been cut off. The three demon saints are also gathering the army of the demon race. It seems that the astral world will be peaceful for a while, but when the seal is broken, I'm afraid that the final battle between the two realms will begin. Yang Kai, you will be the main force in devouring and fusing many continents in the demon territory. So during this time, you have to recuperate. If you can make progress in your cultivation, that will be the best. If you can't, you have to improve your strength to protect yourself." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. "It just so happens that I have something to deal with." Saying so, he flipped his hand and took out a space spirit bead and held it up with both hands. "Please accept this, Master." Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and wordlessly stretched out his hand and took the space spirit bead. Immediately after, there were two light claps. It was Hua Linglong clapping her hands twice. After the crisp sound, a person walked in from outside. Yang Kai looked back and saw that the person was none other than Great Elder Lei Hong of Star Soul Palace. He had been waiting outside for a long time and only came in when he heard the summons. When their eyes met, Lei Hong nodded slightly to Yang Kai and walked straight to Yang Kai's side. He saluted the great emperors and then turned to look at Yang Kai. The hall was silent and no one spoke. But how could Yang Kai not know the purpose of Lei Hong's appearance here? He sighed softly and held out his hands. With a thought, the corpse of the great Empress Mingyu appeared in front of him. Although Mingyu was dead, she had been placed in the medicine garden during this time and had been protected by a variety of exotic flowers and grasses. The hole in her chest and the tattered clothes had also been treated by Yang Kai, so from the outside, it was as if she was sleeping peacefully. The great emperors looked at him with sorrowful expressions. Lei Hong's body trembled and his eyes turned red. He said in a trembling voice, "Welcome back, great emperors." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and raised his hands. This wasn't a kneel to Yang Kai, but to Mingyu's corpse, so Yang Kai couldn't return the gesture. He solemnly placed Mingyu's corpse in Lei Hong's hands. Yang Kai's voice was slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry, Lei Hong slowly shook his head and took the corpse of the great emperors before standing up. Yang Kai said, "None of the things carried by the great emperors have been touched. I ask Elder Lei to carefully check them with the other elders after returning to the palace." Lei Hong nodded. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai blushed with shame as he shook his head with a wry smile and asked, "How is Her Highness?" "Not very good." Lei Hong smiled bitterly. The fall of the great emperors was a natural phenomenon, and the star boundary mourned. Countless people sensed it, and as the daughter of the great emperors, Lan Sun naturally knew about it immediately and fainted on the spot. The masters of the emperor realm had no illness or disaster, but after that incident, Lan Sun fell seriously ill. Star Soul Palace had taken countless pills, but they still couldn't alleviate her symptoms. Even now, she was still recuperating in Star Soul Palace. However, Lei Hong couldn't explain too much to Yang Kai about this matter, so he simply said, "If Palace Master Yang has some free time, please come to Star Soul Palace. Perhaps you can enlighten the princess." How could Yong Kai have the face to see Lan Sun again? Back in Heaven's secret valley, although he didn't give her a full guarantee, he was her only hope. Now that he had failed her, Yong Kai couldn't help feeling guilty. But no matter how guilty he felt, no matter how ashamed he was, he still had to go to Star Soul Palace. Even if Lei Hong didn't ask, Yong Kai would still go. Nodding, he said, "Good, this junior will visit in a few days. Then this Lei will take his leave first." Lei Hong showed a grateful expression, and after bowing to the great emperors, he left with the bright moon corpse in his hand. After he left, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand and said with a tired expression, "You can leave too." Yong Kai raised his head and looked at him. "Master, you won't punish me?" Zhang Wuhen said lightly, "If you want to be punished, this king can satisfy you." Yong Kai was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, cupped his hands to the great emperors, and was about to leave. But he couldn't leave. There seemed to be another restriction in this hall that sealed the world, making his space divine technique useless. When he looked up, he saw Hua Linglong looking at him with a mischievous smile. Since the space divine technique was useless, he could only walk out. There was nothing to say. When he turned around, he heard someone calling from behind. "Brother Yang." Yong Kai turned around, looked at Li Shiqing and smiled slightly. "Junior sister, what's the matter?" This was the first time Li Shiqing had called him brother. Li Shiqing whispered, "Pin Peak, please don't make things difficult." These words were said without rhyme or reason, and even the great emperors present didn't understand. But how could Yong Kai not know what she was talking about? It was nothing more than asking him not to make things difficult for Hua Luin and Mo Shang, who lived in Pin Peak. During this time, Li Shiqing had a lot of contact with the two Demon King, and they got along well. Now that she was sent out of the small sealed world by Yong Kai, leaving Hua Luin and Mo Shang inside, their lives and deaths were under Yong Kai's control, so Li Shiqing naturally wanted to make plans for them. Yong Kai nodded immediately. "Junior sister, don't worry." Turning around again, he stepped out of the hall, and the door behind him slowly closed. The great emperors probably had other things to discuss. Yong Kai let out a soft breath and looked up at the sky, only to see 7-colored light flowing in the sky. It wasn't the work of a spirit array, but rather a natural phenomenon. There seemed to be something else hidden in the 7-colored light. Yong Kai immediately understood that this should be the 7-mist sea that Fan Xian mentioned before, the headquarters of the Star Boundaries, 4 territories, allied forces, and the 54 Corps. Unsurprisingly, the 7-colored light attracted Yong Kai's interest. Just as he was looking carefully, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to the side, only to see a pretty figure standing at a corner, smiling sweetly at him. Her long hair was tied into a dozen small braids, making her look quite mischievous. Seeing him looking over, she even waved at him. Yong Kai also showed a knowing smile as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little girl, asking in surprise, "You came with your master?" The one standing here waiting for him was none other than Lin Yin, whom he had not seen for many years. The last time they met was also in the Western Territory. At that time, he had planned to take her to the High Heaven Palace, but during the transmission process, Lin Yin had gone missing. After that incident, Yong Kai investigated and concluded that some great master had destroyed the space array he had painstakingly arranged in the Western Territory, cutting off Lin Yin's transmission. At that time, he guessed that it was the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and later it was proven that it was indeed the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. A dignified great emperor doing such a thing in secret was quite shameless. Another 20 years had passed since they parted ways. The little girl was no different from 20 years ago, still as lively and pretty as before, but the rapid growth of her cultivation gave Yong Kai a fright. Lin Yin was already a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master, and it seemed that she had been promoted for a long time, as her cultivation was extremely condensed. Yong Kai could not help but be a little dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that it was a blessing to have a good master. When Yang Yen took Lin Yin hour away from the Hung Luo star field, the little girl's cultivation had been so low, but now her cultivation progress was faster than his. While he was lamenting, Lin Yin moved her head closer and sniffed with her little nose. Yang Kai laughed and knocked her on the head. "Are you a puppy? What are you sniffing?" Lin Yin covered her head with both hands and pouted. "Uncle, you smell of another woman." This uncle sounded really cordial, but the content of her words was embarrassing. He had been separated from you, Ru Meng, for several days, and even if he still had her scent, it would have faded. How could Lin Yun smell it? Yang Kai smiled gently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Lin Yun snorted. "Master said I have a dog's nose, so don't think you can hide from me." Saying so, she moved closer and sniffed with her eyes closed. Not daring to let her continue to smell him, Kai Yang stretched out a finger and poked her forehead, pushing her back an arm's length, sighing, "You came to find me, just to smell my scent?" Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something and giggled. She hugged Yang Kai's arm with both hands and dragged him in a certain direction. Yang Kai blushed a little. "If you have something to say, just say it. How can you run around like this?" The little girl had grown up, and her chest was bulging. Being hugged like this, Yang Kai immediately felt an amazing softness on his arm. It would be fine if that was all, but the key was that Yang Kai clearly felt a divine thought lock on him, and it was full of malice. Needless to say, it was definitely Zhan Wuhen's divine thought. Yang Kai didn't understand why the great emperors were guarding against him like he was guarding against a thief. Back then, he didn't hesitate to destroy his own law of space to prevent Lin Yin from going to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory with him. Now he was discussing important matters with the other great emperors, and he didn't forget to monitor him. Chapter 30, 613. Although Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was not bad, it was still inferior to the great emperors. With Zhang Wuhen's ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to secretly monitor him. However, Zhang Wuhen deliberately leaked a trace of his aura to let him sense it. His meaning could not be more obvious. "I'm watching you, boy." He could not interfere with his precious disciple's actions, but this did not prevent him from giving Yang Kai a warning. Being dragged by Lin Yin all the way, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Along the way, they encountered many people in a hurry, obviously Star Boundary, cultivators stationed in the Seven Mist Sea. But no matter who they were, they all smiled and saluted Lin Yin when they saw her. Only when they arrived outside a large hall did Lin Yin release Yang Kai's arm and point at the hall with a smile. It seemed that this was their destination. Yang Kai did not know why Lin Yin had brought him here, but before he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. This aroma was indescribably good, and even though Yang Kai was now an Emperor Realm Master and did not need to have a strong appetite, he was still tempted by this aroma. The aroma drifted and spread far away, and there were many people looking in their direction, licking their lips from time to time, looking like they were hungry. Lin Yin pushed open the door and pulled Yang Kai inside. The hall was empty, and there were no decorations. There was only a big black pot in the middle of the hall. Something was boiling in the pot, and it was bubbling and steaming. There was a fire burning under the pot, and it was burning brightly. Next to the black pot, a dazzling beauty in a bright red dress was holding a ladle, scooping up some soup from the pot and drinking it. At first glance, it was obvious that the soup was boiling hot, but this beautiful woman didn't seem to care at all. After drinking several mouthfuls, she put down the ladle and smiled at Yang Kai, who was walking in with Lin Yin, her lustrous red, lips parted slightly. "Little brat, you're in for a treat." Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Nine Phoenix." The one guarding the black pot was none other than Spirit Beast Island's Geofeng. In terms of age, she was much older than Yang Kai, and in terms of seniority, she was from the same generation as Li Wuyi. Mo Xiao Qi called her Aunt Feng. What's more, Lu Yan was under her tutelage, so he could be considered her disciple. Therefore, Yang Kai had always treated her as his own elder. The nine-headed phoenix was peerless, but at this moment she was sitting cross-legged beside a big black pot with some unknown beast meat stewing in it. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt a strong visual impact. The firewood was ordinary firewood, and the fire was ordinary fire, but the pot was not ordinary. It was called Guei, and it was a rare treasure obtained by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Perhaps it was not as old as the mountains and rivers Bell, but its power was not inferior. The two had their own strengths. Lin Yin was Zhan Wuhen's only disciple, so naturally her master would treasure anything good to his disciple. This Guei pot was given to Lin Yin by Zhan Wuhen for self-defense, but the little girl had always used it as a cooking stove. This was something that Yang Kai had learned more than 20 years ago. Lin Yin's identity was extraordinary. How many disciples of the great emperors were there in the entire star boundary? With Zhan Wuhen supporting her from behind, it could be said that no one in the entire star boundary dared to provoke her. The little girl also lived up to expectations. Her tyrant body of strength coincided with the iron blood catalog cultivated by the great emperors, and in just a few decades, she had broken through to the third-layer emperor realm, progressing faster than Yang Kai. However, it was precisely because she cultivated this cultivation technique that the little girl's appetite was astonishing. She had the taste of a glutton, and she threw everything she caught into the pot to stew. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was a peerlessly delicious meal. At this moment, something was stewing in the Guei pot. Bubbles were rolling, the soup was rich, and the aroma of meat was overflowing. While Yang Kai was still politely saluting Jiu Feng, Lin Yin had already rushed to the pot, stuck her head into the pot, and smacked her lips. "Is it done? Is it done?" As she spoke, she swallowed her saliva. Her image as a disciple of the great emperors was gone, as if she had not eaten for decades. "Let me see." Jiu Feng responded. Then she reached out and scooped out a large piece of meat from the pot. Just like that, she ate it cleanly. Lin Yin was still looking at her, her little face full of expectation. Jiu Feng scooped up another piece, the third piece. Lin Yin kept swallowing her saliva. Yang Kai sighed. "Yin, if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left." Lin Yin's expression changed when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she reached into the pot and scooped up a large beast leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it when she suddenly paused, resisting the hunger in her stomach, and handed the thing in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll do it myself." In an instant, the three of them sat around the black pot, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds. More than 20 years ago, Yang Kai had tasted the food stewed in the Guei pot and felt that it was simply an immortal delicacy. There was no other food in the world that could compare with it. Now that he tasted it again, it was still the same. Yang Kai even suspected that this Guei pot was originally a treasure refined for stewing meat. If not, how could the stewed food be so delicious without any seasoning? The ancestor who refined this thing was definitely a top foodie like Lin Yin. Boy, good things should be tasted slowly. You should know how to respect the old and love the young. Jiu Feng reprimanded Yang Kai with a sidelong glance while gorging on the food, her mouth full of oil. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head, his mouth still stuffed with food as he mumbled. "Although I call you senior, senior is not old at all. Senior is still at the prime of his life, at the peak of his youth. There is no need for me to respect the old and love the young. Senior is looking down on himself too much." The food stewed by Guei was indeed extraordinary. The meat was smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. It melted in the mouth, and the rarest thing was that all the essence in the meat was released. What was eaten in the mouth was not meat, but a great tonic which was of great benefit to one's cultivation. Glib-tongued, Jiu Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand, and a wine jar appeared out of thin air, flying towards Yong-kai. Yong-kai caught it casually, lifted the wine seal with his thumb, and smelled the wine aroma. Suddenly, he was shocked, knowing that this wine was a peerless wine, something that could not be drunk easily. Drinking wine with one's head raised and eating meat with one's head lowered. Lin Yen watched enviously from the side, her eyes shining as she said to Jiu Feng, "Auntie Feng, I want some too." Jiu Feng didn't raise her head. She just waved her hand and said, "Why would a child drink wine? Go drink soup." Lin Yen immediately pouted her lips. She was very unhappy. A burly Dao Source Realm cultivator came in uninvited from outside. He was burly and had a fierce aura like an iron tower. He was definitely a warrior who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. But at this moment, this tower-like warrior was nodding and bowing with a flattering look on his face. He held a big bowl in his hand and walked up to them, licking his lips and saying, "Master, please eat the meat. This little one wants some soup to drink." Lin Yin and Jiu Feng didn't seem to be surprised by the scene. Lin Yin didn't raise her hand at all. She just focused on the stew in the pot. Jiu Feng just waved her hand and said, "Do it yourself." "Thank you, Granny Jiu Feng. Granny Jiu Feng may live as long as the heavens and prosper." After the nonsensical flattery of Ayu, the burly man suddenly turned around and shouted, "Come in! Granny Jiu Feng told us to do it ourselves." With a clatter, hundreds of people poured in from the outside, each holding a big bowl. When they came in, they nodded and bowed, constantly flattering. Yong-kai was dumbfounded. Although there were many people, they were not in a mess. They took the initiative to line up and one by one scooped a bowl of meat soup from the pot with the big bowls in their hands. After saying a few flattering words, they ran out to drink the soup. The return to one pot placed in front of them was only one size bigger than the pot used by ordinary farmers. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for it to hold so much soup. But in fact, Yong-kai and the others had eaten and drunk until now. Not to mention 3 people. Even 50 people's portions had been eaten. Now, another 100 people each took a bowl of meat soup, but the contents in the pot did not decrease. Inside the return to one pot, there was a mysterious universe. Whether it was the meat or the soup, they all contained a lot of energy. Those with insufficient cultivation would not be able to enjoy such a good meal. Therefore, the cultivator who came in only drank the soup and did not eat the meat. It was not that Jiu Feng or Lin Yin were stingy, but that those people were not strong enough. After eating and drinking for half a day, Lin Yin was the first to give up. While eating, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fell on her back. Yong-kai was shocked. When he was about to go forward to check, Jiu Feng said, "Don't worry about her. The little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Every time she makes herself like this, she never learns her lesson. Will something happen to her?" Yong-kai was a little worried. He could clearly see that Lin Yin, Oya's stomach was bloated, and there was a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. It was not that she had eaten something bad, but that she was circulating her cultivation method and refining it. What can happen? Jiu Feng curled her lips. Yong-kai thought about it and agreed. Now Zhan Wu-hen was in the 7 Mist Sea. Although the divine sense that had locked onto him had been withdrawn, judging from his precious attitude towards Lin Yin, if something really happened to the little girl, Zhan Wu-hen would be the first to run over. Now that even Zhan Wu-hen did not show up, Lin Yin must be fine. Feeling relieved, Kai Yang continued to eat heartily. A day later, Lin Yin recovered and rejoined the battle. Jiu Feng, on the other hand, looked at Yong-kai in amazement. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, and Lin Yin had a special physique, but relatively speaking, Yong-kai had obviously advanced not long ago. Yet Yong-kai had been eating and drinking without much reaction. On the contrary, Lin Yin had already rested midway. It could be seen that even though Lin Yin's cultivation speed was faster than Yong-kai's, Her foundation was not as good as Yang Kai's. However, thinking about Yang Kai's dragon transformation art, Jiu Feng was relieved. Under the dragon transformation art, Yang Kai could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon. The food that such a huge creature could eat was naturally not something a little girl could compare to. Although Yang Kai had not used the dragon transformation art yet, the foundation of his half-dragon body was still there. Chapter 36:14. After an unknown period of time, the three of them were lying on the cold ground, each of them rubbing their round bellies with a satisfied expression on their faces. The big black pot was already empty. Not even a drop of soup was left. Jiu Feng suddenly said, "Boy, the great emperors asked you to go to the demon territory with the intention of letting you guide the bright moon master. Heaven's Revelations master had already expected that the bright moon master would die in the demon territory, so you don't have to blame yourself. The dead are gone, and now you can be considered to have inherited the opportunity of the bright moon master, so you can't take it lightly. You should move forward bravely so that you can live up to the expectations of the bright moon master. Senior's teachings, I will remember them." Jiu Feng scolded with a smile. "Teach my ass. It's your own business whether you want to accept it or not. But since you've obtained that fortune now, then you absolutely can't waste it. Otherwise, you'll only be letting yourself down." Yang Kai nodded gently and asked, "How is junior sister, Shao Qi, now?" Jiu Feng said, "In this chaotic world, the master is worried about her running around outside, so he arranged for her to cultivate in seclusion on Spirit Beast Island. That girl has good qualifications, but she is a little playful. If she succeeds in her cultivation this time, her strength will improve greatly. You have to work hard, or you won't even be comparable to Shao Qi." Yang Kai chuckled. Of course not. While speaking, he slowly got up. His body shook, and the bones all over his body cracked. His eyes were bright. Lin Yin also got up and blinked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and patted her head. "Thank you, Yinar." His depressed mood relaxed a lot after eating for a while. The fog in front of him slowly dissipated, and the future path was much clearer. Lin Yin shook her head slowly. She didn't do anything, just treating Yang Kai to a delicious meal. "Take good care of yourself," Yang Kai told her, and then said to Jiu Feng, "Thank you for your enlightenment, senior. I will leave first." Jiu Feng narrowed her eyes, too lazy to move, and ignored him. Yang Kai turned and walked out of the hall. When he opened the door, he saw a person waiting for him by the door. Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly cupped his hands. "Senior." Li Wui smiled gently, grabbed his hand, and then stuffed something into his hand. Looking at it, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Senior, it's not for you," Li said. "You have the sealed world bead, so I'm afraid." Li Wui smiled and said, "I've already removed all of the restrictions within it. You only need to refine it a little before you can use it." What Li Wui gave him was none other than his boundless mountain. If it were anything else, Yang Kai wouldn't care too much about it, but he was really interested in this thing. Yang Kai accepted it and thanked him. Li Wui nodded and stuffed a jade slip into Yang Kai's hand, and then waved his hand, not allowing Yang Kai to say anything more. "I'm busy with military affairs, so I won't talk to you anymore. You've just returned to the star boundary, so I'm afraid you have many things to take care of." As he spoke, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai held the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He was overjoyed. It was another thing he needed. Li Wui had probably seen through his thoughts. Otherwise, why would he deliberately send these two things over? Carefully putting away the jade slip and empty mountain, Yang Kai grinned silently and looked up at the 7-colored light flowing in the sky, his heart filled with emotion. So good! The star boundary is so good! Here there were like-minded friends, amiable elders, as well as family members and fellow disciples that he was worried about. Thinking of his family, Yang Kai couldn't wait to return to the High Heaven Palace, so he immediately urged the Space Divine Technique to stimulate the Space Spirit Bead that was closely connected to Su Yan. However, the path ahead was blocked and he couldn't go back. Jiu Feng had gotten up at some point and was leaning lazily against the doorframe, looking at him with disdain. Are you stupid? The High Heaven Palace has been sealed off for several years. The sect is covered in a large spirit array, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Is the Space Spirit Bead useful? Yang Kai was very embarrassed. Only now did he understand why he couldn't go back. Under the operation of the sect sealing array, the Space Spirit Bead really couldn't be connected. He cupped his fists and said, "Please tell me where the nearest space array is, Senior." "There's one in the Seven Mist Sea. Go there yourself." Jiu Feng pointed in a direction. As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw something over. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a black token with the word "U" on the front. He didn't know what the words on the token meant, but Yang Kai could guess that this token should be a proof of identity. After all, the space array must be heavily guarded. If he didn't have something to prove his identity, he wouldn't be able to get close at will. Zhang Xian put away the token and flew in the direction that the nine-headed phoenix pointed to. At this moment, Yang Kai was eager to go back. The time he spent in the demon territory wasn't long, only a few years. In the past, Yang Kai had left home for 10 to 20 years or even longer, but he had never been as worried as he was now. It was because the star boundary was peaceful in the past, but now the two worlds were at war. Even though he knew that the High Heaven Palace had been sealed off for a long time and didn't even participate in the War of the Two Worlds, he still couldn't help but worry from the bottom of his heart. Now he could finally go back. The Seven Fog Sea was very big, but Yang Kai was very fast. After scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the location of the space array. Sure enough, it was heavily guarded. Just the Emperor realm alone had more than a dozen people. Yang Kai even felt the aura of a fake emperor hiding. Just as he was 1,000 feet away from the space array, dozens of auras locked onto him. However, with the token given by Jiu Feng, his journey was smooth. When he got close, he handed over the token and had his identity verified. Only then was he allowed to pass. A light flashed on the space array, and Yang Kai disappeared. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. The disciples who were meditating around stepped forward and were about to ask about the identity of the person who came. But when they saw Yang Kai's familiar face, they couldn't help but be stunned. One of the girls even cried out in a low voice, "Palace Master?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Little Yi. The girl was Yi Jinghan, the daughter of the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect in the Eastern Territory, Yi Hen. After Thousand Leaves sect was merged into the High Heaven Palace, the several hundred disciples of Thousand Leaves sect naturally became disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Yi Jinghan and Yang Kai weren't strangers, so she naturally recognized Yang Kai immediately. The dozen or so disciples in the hall immediately became excited and gathered around him, cupping their fists and bowing. "Greetings, Palace Master. Welcome back to the palace." Although they were bowing, all of them raised their heads to look at Yang Kai, their eyes shining with joy. It was too sudden. Yang Kai had returned without any warning, so none of them were mentally prepared for it. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar young faces, Yang Kai smiled, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Raising his hand, he said, "We're family, there's no need to be so polite." Everyone stood up, but in the next moment, Yi Jinghan, whose face was flushed from excitement, suddenly changed. Turning her head to look at the other disciples, she said, "Palace Master has returned to the palace. This is a big secret. If anyone dares to leak a single word about it, they will be a traitor of our High Heaven Palace. I don't dare to say this to others, but I, Yi Jinghan, will definitely make them suffer." Yang Kai was still a traitor of the star boundary and had betrayed the demon territory a few years ago. He had fought a fierce battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor in front of Roaring Tiger City, but had luckily escaped. After that, he was chased down by Li Wu-yi and fled to the demon territory. If news of his return to the palace were to spread, it would probably attract countless apologists to slay demons. How could the disciples not be clear about this? They immediately nodded solemnly and promised, "We won't leak it." "It's not that serious." Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "I'm back." His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner of the High Heaven Palace, as if he was speaking softly in everyone's ears. Yi Jinghan's face changed once again, and she was on the verge of tears. "Palace Master, there are outsiders in our palace." It wouldn't be a big deal if they were just disciples of their own sect. After all, 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the Lower Star territory. There were also some disciples like the Thousand Leaves sect and the Qin family from Maplewood City. These people had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so even if Yang Kai had become the demon racist traitor, they wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal, nor would they do anything that would be detrimental to the High Heaven Palace. However, what kind of place was the High Heaven Palace now? It was the logistics base of the entire star boundary. Every day, every month, a large amount of spirit pills and artifacts would be sent to the front lines from here. Not only were there many alchemists and artifact refiners from the 4 territories of the star boundary gathered here, there were also some support personnel. There were at least 20,000 people from the outside world. With Yang Kai's shout, how could news of his return be concealed? It would probably spread across the entire star boundary very quickly. When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely face a great calamity. Yi Jinghan was extremely anxious, but Yang Kai acted as though nothing had happened. Tilting his head, he said with a smile, "Listen." Listen to what? Yi Jinghan didn't hear anything. Originally, there was still some movement within the High Heaven Palace. However, after Yang Kai shouted those words, the entire High Heaven Palace suddenly quieted down. In the next instant, chaos broke out. In a secret room on the Ling Shao Peak, a pure white figure suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. There was a wanton light in her eyes. Immediately, she stood up and the door of the secret room opened with a bang. Before the door was fully opened, the pure white figure had already shot out. Just as she left High Heaven Peak, a woman with fiery red hair and a graceful figure appeared beside her. The 2 women stopped in their tracks and looked at each other before Zhu Qing said, "His voice!" As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, as though she didn't dare to believe it. Su Yan nodded lightly and revealed a smile. The originally cold and frosty woman lost all color in that smile, leaving only the radiance of that smile. He's back. Chapter 36:15. Unlike Zhu Qing, Su Yan and Yang Kai had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were within a certain distance, they could sense each other's existence. "Are you really back?" Zhu Qing was stunned as she stared towards the space array, her figure flickering as if she wanted to rush over, but she held back and instead turned to Su Yan and asked, "Is there anything wrong with me?" Su Yan smiled and nodded. "Everything is fine." If these words were said by Shan Qing Luo, Zhu Qing would never believe them. But since it was Su Yan who said it, there was no problem. After getting along with her for several years, Zhu Qing understood Su Yan's character very well. She was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, kind and trustworthy. On the other hand, Shan Qing Luo's dragon lady had repeatedly caused trouble for her, and even after being taught a lesson several times, she still did not repent. The relationship between the 2 women was not harmonious, not because of jealousy, but because Shan Qing Luo instinctively felt that Zhu Qing was not pleasing to the eye. Not only Zhu Qing, but she also felt that all the dragon race were not pleasing to the eye. This could not be helped as the beguiling demon queen possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source. The heavenly moon demon spider was also an ancient divine spirit, So, if the dragon race claimed to be the leader of the divine spirits, wouldn't that be the same as riding on her head? Shan Qing Luo naturally did not find Zhu Qing pleasing to the eye, but the gap between the two women's cultivations was not small, so she had suffered losses at Zhu Qing's hands several times. Hearing Su Yan say that she was fine, Zhu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, from a nearby spirit peak, Shui Yu's figure also flew over and was about to ask when she saw Su Yan nod slightly to her. Shui Yu covered her red lips as her beautiful eyes trembled. Medicine Pill Peak was originally the spirit peak of the High Heaven Palace's Alchemy Division and the territory of Jiying, the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill, Great Emperors. Now it had gathered the best alchemists in the entire star territory and could be said to be a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. On Medicine Dan Peak, there were no less than 1,000 large and small pill rooms. Every day, countless pills were produced here. The entire Medicine Dan Peak was now shrouded in a strange pill fragrance. Anyone who was within 10 miles of Medicine Dan Peak would be able to smell all kinds of pill fragrances. At this moment, under Medicine Pill Peak, in a huge pill room, beside a rotating pill furnace, the veiled Xia Ningcheng's forehead was covered in sweat. Her hands were constantly forming seals. 10 meters in front of her, on the other side of the pill furnace, Ji Ying looked solemn and meticulous. She was also constantly changing her own seals, complimenting Xia Ningchang. Around them, there were more than a dozen people, old and young, both men and women, standing and watching from a distance. Each of them was wearing white robes with flower and leaf patterns embroidered on their chests. These dozen people were all Dao Source grade alchemists, and 2 of them were even Emperor Realm alchemists. More than a dozen famous alchemists were watching Xia Ningchang and Ji Ying's alchemy. From time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across their faces. Occasionally, they would gently nod, as if they had suddenly realized something, and all of them had benefited greatly. Although these alchemists were not ordinary, and each of them was a consecrated alchemist of their respective sects, the ones who were refining pills at this moment were the 2 disciples of the wondrous pill, Great Emperors. Needless to say, Ji Ying was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill, Great Emperors. In the eyes of these alchemists, Xia Ningchang was simply a legendary existence. Although the wondrous pill Great Emperors had not accepted Ji Ying as a disciple, it was only because the wondrous pill Great Emperors had said that Ji Ying would be his last disciple when he accepted Ji Ying. The wondrous pill Great Emperors could not slap their own faces. Therefore, when Ji Ying brought Xia Ningchang to Medicine Pill Valley, although the wondrous pill Great Emperors cherished talent, they still had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. However, good jade was hard to find, and not accepting a disciple did not mean that they would not teach him. Xia Ningchang and the wondrous pill Great Emperors did not have a master and disciple status, but it was a fact that they were master and disciple. In addition, Xia Ningchang had a special physique, the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was almost specifically designed for alchemy, so the wondrous pill Great Emperors valued him even more than their own disciples. Over the years, they had not held back anything and had taught him everything they knew. Observing these 2 alchemists up close, the alchemists from various territories were naturally eager to see them perform alchemy, all of them wishing they could gouge out their eyeballs and throw them into their pill furnaces for a closer look. Just as they were watching with relish, a voice suddenly rang out in their ears. The expressions of the more than a dozen alchemists who were watching with great interest suddenly changed and displeasure appeared on their faces. During alchemy, the most taboo thing to do was to disturb someone. The alchemy room was an important place, so naturally there was a barrier around it that prevented any noise from reaching this place. Unless someone used a mysterious divine technique to bypass the barrier, one would need to be extremely strong to accomplish this. But since this person possessed such strength, they should also be thinking about the overall situation. Who would disturb the alchemy process of Medicine Pill Peak for no reason? On top of that, this voice sounded very unfamiliar, as if they had never heard it before, but no matter who it was, they would definitely be in for some bad luck. If this person had disturbed an ordinary alchemist while they were performing alchemy, it would have been fine. But who is actually performing alchemy here? Xia Ningchang's expression also changed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. His state of mind suddenly fluctuated, and the seals he was making were no longer as smooth as before. As soon as his hand seals changed, a crackling sound rang out from the originally stable pill furnace. Ji Ying's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, he looked up towards Xia Ningchang with a pleading look on his face. The pill he was refining today was no trivial matter. Just the preparation of the materials alone had taken him a month, and he had even specifically sought out Xia Ningchang to cooperate with him. Now that he was just 2 hours away from completing the pill furnace, he never expected to hear this person's voice here. Ji Ying suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Xia Ningchang raised her eyes and met her fifth brother's gaze with an apologetic look. Ji Ying immediately shouted, "Half of 100 steps is 90. Little junior sister must not be distracted. Stay calm." This shout startled the dozen or so alchemists who were watching. This was not the first time they had watched Ji Ying perform alchemy, but no matter what kind of pill they were refining, Ji Ying had always remained calm and collected. Never once had he been so flustered and exasperated. The crackling sound became even more violent, and the originally calm pill furnace was now filled with turbulent world energy, causing the huge pill furnace to shrink and expand. The situation was not good. The dozen or so alchemists who were watching all gasped. They had all practiced alchemy for countless years and possessed extraordinary eyesight. So how could they not know that this situation was a sign of a furnace explosion? A furnace explosion was something that only occurred among alchemy novices. As long as one had been immersed in the alchemic Tao for a few years, they would almost never make such a mistake. It could be said that a furnace explosion was the most basic mistake in alchemy. Hong long long. The pill furnace shrank and expanded more and more violently. Ji Ying's hands fluttered like butterflies as he tried to maintain the stability of the pill furnace. At the same time, he anxiously shouted, "Little junior sister, calm down. Since he has returned, you will see him sooner or later. There is no need to be anxious. You should know that when two people are in love with each other for a long time, there is no need to be so impatient." After so much persuasion, he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Xia Ningchang. The response he received was only 3 words. Xia Ningchang's face was full of guilt. "I'm sorry." As soon as he said this, Ji Ying's face turned pale, and with a loud bang, the huge pill furnace exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. The pill liquid inside the pill furnace also splashed everywhere, filling the alchemy room with smoke. The entire alchemy room was a mess. Energy swirled around as the dozen or so alchemists each cast their own protective spells. After a series of crackling sounds mixed with cries of alarm, the alchemy room quieted down again. A moment later, the fog dissipated, revealing the dozen or so alchemy grandmasters and grandmasters. All of them were covered in dust and dirt and were in a sorry state. Many of their pure white robes were dyed dark green by the pill liquid. If the dozen or so people watching from afar were in such a state, Ji Ying's situation was even worse. In fact, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, it wasn't a problem for him to protect himself. However, the moment the pill furnace exploded, he also lost control of his mind. At this moment, he was in a more sorry state than anyone else. His entire body was dyed dark green, and the pale liquid flowed down his cheeks to his chin, dripping to the ground. Ji Ying seemed to be unaware of this. He spread out his hands and still maintained the posture of the last seal. He stood there as if someone had cast a spell on him. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Everyone who saw this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that the blow Ji Ying had suffered was not small, not to mention how much time and effort Ji Ying had spent to refine today's spirit pills. Just the fact that his furnace had exploded in front of so many alchemists was a great loss of face. If it were any other alchemist who encountered this situation, they would not be able to accept it. Not to mention, he was representing medicine, Pill Valley. He had lost the face of the great emperors of wondrous Pill Valley. Bastard! An old man plucked a pill furnace fragment from his hair and threw it to the ground. His face filled with anger as he roared, who was so bold as to disturb Grandmaster Ji and Grandmaster Xia's alchemy? How presumptuous! After a pause, he coughed lightly and said in a soothing tone, Grandmaster Ji, you don't need to mind. Today's fault does not lie with the two Grandmasters, but with the person who disturbed. Where did Grandmaster Xia go? It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Xia Ningqiang, who was still here a moment ago, had actually disappeared without a trace. Turning their heads to look, they saw that the door to the pill recipe was wide open and Xia Ningqiang had already run out. Who was that person, daring to be so rude? We must investigate this matter clearly. We must investigate. We must investigate. We have worked so hard here to refine spirit pills and send them to the battlefield to protect our human race. But not only did this person not cooperate, he actually disturbed us at a critical moment, causing the refinement of such a good spirit pill to fail. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. That person's voice was unfamiliar to me. Do you know who he was? The old man who spoke before asked. Everyone shook their heads. Ji Ying gnashed his teeth. Yang Kai, little thief. This king and you are irreconcilable. His angry roar soared to the sky. While Medicine Pill Peak was in chaos, Spirit Artifact Peak was not much better off. Inside the Artifact Workshop, High Heaven Palace's chief artifact refiner, Grandmaster Hoyu, was sleeping soundly on a soft couch, completely ignoring the people coming and going around. The clanging sounds did not disturb her at all, and she was holding a wine jar in her arms, her body reeking of alcohol. When the voice entered her ears, Hoyu opened her eyes and jumped up, shouting, Hurry up! No one is allowed to be lazy. If anyone dares to be lazy, this grand aunt will not let them off. No one paid attention to her, as if they did not hear her words. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only a young servant in blue clothes ran over and said with a sad face, Grand Aunt, if you want a drink, go drink somewhere else. Don't disturb everyone here, okay? Chapter 36:16. The originally orderly High Heaven Palace became noisy and chaotic because of Yang Kai's words. Various colored lights flew up from the various peaks and rushed over. In front of the main hall where the space array was located, Yang Kai was smiling happily while Yi Jinghan stood beside him. Originally, she had a worried frown on her face, but when she saw the expression on Yang Kai's face, the worry in her heart slowly dissipated and her furrowed brow relaxed. Palace Master is smiling so happily. How can he smile so happily? However, his smile was so contagious that she couldn't help but smile as well. The first to fly over was High Heaven Palace's chief steward, Hua Qingxi, and she didn't come alone. Instead, she came together with the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. The reason why they were the first to arrive wasn't because they were the fastest. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, and it wasn't that there weren't other cultivators in the High Heaven Palace who were stronger than them. The reason for this was because they were patrolling nearby. Seeing the familiar figure from afar, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were overjoyed. They landed and cupped their fists. Subordinates greet Palace Master. We welcome Palace Master back to the palace. Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a pleasant expression, Thank you for your hard work while this Palace Master wasn't here. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. It wasn't hard at all. Bian Yuqing also said, It was our duty. Looking at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated gaze, she couldn't help but recall the first time she saw him. At that time, he and Lu Xianyan had just arrived from the lower world star territory and were captured by her subordinate, Ko Wu, and brought back to the Blue Feather sect. Who would have thought that in just a few short decades, This person would become the sect master of one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. She who could control his life and death back then was now being sheltered under his wings. She could even say that it was thanks to him that she was able to break through to the Emperor realm. Recalling the events of the past, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall Kou, who had risked his life to protect him. Outside Maplewood City's Spirit Lake Palace, Kou had risked his life to protect Yang Kai, but not even his bones remained. Following closely behind Hua, Qingxi, and Bian Yuqing, a 5-colored ray of light shot over from afar. When it got close, the light dispersed, revealing 5 figures. Yang Kai raised his brow and cupped his fists. Congratulations to several seniors for breaking through to the Emperor realm. The 5 people in the second batch were Gui Zhu, Qiyu, Aio, Gu Zhongyin, and Chai Hu. Among the 5, aside from Chai Hu, the other 4 had arrived in the star boundary from the lower world star territory with Yang Kai. However, after the Starlight Avenue collapsed, everyone was separated and only met later. In the past, there was also Wu Dao, who was the most powerful Origin King in the Hung Luo star field. Unfortunately, the heavenly way was unpredictable. Wu Dao couldn't withstand the world energy baptism when he was breaking through to the Dao source realm and died. As for the other 4, when they first arrived in the star boundary, life was difficult. Fortunately, they met Chai Hu, and with his help they were able to gradually gain a foothold. Later on, the 4 of them became sworn brothers with Chai Hu. Today, there was 5 sacred peaks in the High Heaven Palace, which was their cultivation ground. The last time Yang Kai saw them, they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Now, they had all broken through to the Emperor realm, which was truly worthy of celebration. Of course, this was due to the star boundary's world energy tide, but more importantly, the aptitudes of these 5 people were quite good. There was no need to mention Gui Zhu and the others. Being able to jump out of the rut of the lower world star territory meant that they were peerless geniuses. Although Chai Hu's aptitude was slightly worse, it was still pretty good. The High Heaven Palace had abundant cultivation resources, and due to the mountain being sealed, everyone had been in secluded cultivation, working hard to become stronger. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the 5 of them to have made some progress. Furthermore, Yang Kai also discovered that the 5 of them should have cultivated an incredible divine technique together. The 5-colored light was the most obvious sign of this. At this moment, although the 5 of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, their auras were closely linked, almost becoming one. Even an ordinary Second-Order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be their opponent. Gui Zhu let out a strange laugh. Palace Master, you've finally returned. Are we going to kill our way out? This king is about to go moldy. Gui Zhu had an evil personality. Back then, Yang Kai had almost died at his hands. When he was still in the lower world star territory, he could summon the wind and summon the rain with his Origin King realm cultivation, not putting anyone in his eyes. But ever since he came to the star boundary, he found that his cultivation was only at the bottom. Not only was his cultivation insufficient, he also had to work hard to make a living. Later, although he met Yang Kai and came to the High Heaven Palace, his life had stabilized, but he had always been in secluded cultivation. Now that he had the heritage of the Emperor realm, Gui Zhu was itching to kill some blind people and sacrifice them to him. Qiyu immediately glared at Gui Zhu. Kill what? Big brother, don't talk nonsense, she then turned to Yang Kai. Is it okay for you to come back? Yang Kai slowly shook his head and was about to explain when he suddenly saw another group of people flying over. This time, the people who came were not outsiders, but old friends of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect. Even High Heaven Pavilion in the central capital, Grand Master Ling Taisu, Meng Wuya, martial ancestor Chu Ling Shao, several martial uncles, Old Demon, Chiu Yimeng, Dong Qing Han. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Although he was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, most of the people who came were his elders. So if he didn't salute them, who would? After greeting the elders one by one, Yang Kai began asking questions. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective worlds with extraordinary aptitude, but because they had only been in the star boundary for a short time, their current achievements were not as good as Gui Zhu and the others who had come here before them. But they were all above the Tao source realm, and basically all of them were second or third order. Seeing Yang Kai looking around while asking questions, Meng Wuyi squinted at him and asked, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Nothing, I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm just looking for something." Meng Wuyi snorted, "I'm afraid you're looking for your wives, right? Boy, I'm not talking about you, but you should restrain yourself a little. Just count how many women you've provoked and how many wives you've found. When you were in the star territory, there were already 4, and now here in the star boundary, there's actually 1 more. You provoked them, but you didn't take good care of them. You ran around all day, leaving them alone in an empty room, worried about your safety, afraid that one day they would hear the news of you dying outside. Do you feel good about it?" Yang Kai bowed his head and listened with a guilty expression. What Senior says is right. If you know you're wrong, you should change. Meng Wuyi said with a serious expression, "You can't go out and flirt anymore." Yang Kai felt guilty. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Grand Master came to the rescue. Ling Tai Su smiled and said, "I met them on the way here. They went to pick up your parents." After Su Yan and the others heard Yang Kai's voice, although they couldn't wait to come over and see, they still immediately ran to the Spirit Peak where 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju were, preparing to bring the 2 elders over. Although 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju's cultivation had improved after coming to the star boundary, they were still far from being comparable to those heavens chosen. Right now, their cultivation was only at the Origin King realm, so their speed was naturally extremely slow. It was also with this in mind that Su Yan and the others decided to go over. Just as they were talking, several figures rushed over. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but stare. It wasn't joy but surprise. Su Yan, Shui Yu, Shan Qing Luo, Xianing Chang, all of them had come, and even Zhu Qing was there. What surprised Yang Kai was Zhu Qing. Why was she here? When Yang Kai went to Dragon Island, he was ready to bring Zhu Qing back to High Heaven Palace to meet his parents and get to know Su Yan and the others, so as to avoid any awkwardness when they met in the future. However, Zhu Qing had scruples at that time, so she didn't return to High Heaven Palace with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that when he came back this time, he would see Zhu Qing and Su Yan running side by side, and from the looks of it, they were getting along well. Yang Kai didn't have time to think about it. In the blink of an eye, his parents had arrived in front of him, and Yang Kai quickly went up to greet them. Before he could speak, Dong Suju burst into tears. After a while, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, "Little brat, why did you come back? If you want to come back, just come back. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? Did your mother not teach you how to write the word death when you were a child? Why did I give birth to such a stupid thing like you?" She scolded him without any explanation, and Yang Kai didn't have the slightest bit of temper. What kind of temper could he have? Not to mention that Yang Kai was only a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master now. Even if he really became one of the great emperors, he could only accept the scolding. 4th Master Yang, who was behind them, also had a cold expression on his face, as if he expected better from Yang Kai. A few years ago, before Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had already hinted to Su Yan and the others several times. Later, the news of Yang Kai becoming the demon race's traitor reached the High Heaven Palace, leading to the High Heaven Palace's closure. Dong Suju fainted on the spot, and 4th Master Yang fell seriously ill because of it. Although Su Yan and the others had advised them many times, and even pointed out that this might be a show deliberately put on by Yang Kai, without the great emperors personally admitting it, how could Dong Suju and 4th Master Yang dare to believe it? In the past few years, the husband and wife had prayed every day, not asking for Yang Kai to be cleared of his crimes, but only for him to be safe and healthy for the rest of his life. Dong Suju, who had always lived like a young girl, now had more than a dozen strands of white hair, which was a testament to her parents' sincerity. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually come back and even deliberately shout? Dong Suju was so angry that she almost vomited blood. "Hurry up and leave before the news spreads," Dong Suju said as she pulled Yang Kai and ran towards the space array. As she pulled, she stared at Yang Kai's face without blinking, as if she wanted to take one more look, and one more look, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her eyes forever and brand it into the depths of her soul. "Mother." Seeing her like this, Yang Kai's eyes were a little sore, and he quickly comforted her. "It's okay." "What do you mean, it's okay? It's a big deal." Dong Suju stomped her feet, but with her current cultivation, if Yang Kai didn't want to, how could she pull him? After a few failed tugs, she suddenly became anxious. "Are you going or not, silly boy?" "It's really okay." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Suju's face suddenly became cold, and she said angrily, "You're not going, are you? If you don't go." She turned her head and looked around, then her slender jade finger suddenly pointed at Fourth Master Yang. "If you don't go, your father will die in front of you." Fourth Master Yang was startled, and then he nodded with a dignified expression, as if he really dared to die if she didn't go. Chapter 36:17. I have already met the great emperors. Yang Kai gently patted Dong Suju's arm. Dong Suju's movements paused, and her anxious face relaxed. She asked nervously, "Which great emperors have you met?" Yang Kai counted with his fingers: the Iron Blood Master, the Beast Warrior Master, the Flower Shadow Master, and the Serene Soul Master. Dong Suju blinked. "You're not lying to me? You really went to meet the Four Master?" Yang Kai laughed. "Even if I lied to anyone, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I just came back from the Seven Fog Sea. If Mother doesn't believe me, I can send you to the Seven Fog Sea right now to confront the Master. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe them." Dong Suju completely relaxed. She glared at Yang Kai and said, "The Master is very busy. You can't just go and find them as you please. You really don't know what's important." She was already an adult, yet she still acted like a young girl. It didn't feel awkward at all. After she finished speaking, she ignored Yang Kai and walked back the way she came with her hands behind her back. When she passed by Fourth Master Yang, she pulled him. "Let's go, let's go. What are you standing there for?" Fourth Master Yang couldn't resist and was dragged away. He didn't even have time to say a word to Yang Kai. However, compared to the panic and anxiety they had when they came, Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were much more relaxed when they left. Since they had met the four great emperors at the Seven Fog Sea and could still return safely, it meant that the previous matter was no longer a problem. Falling to become the demon race and betraying the star boundary was just a show. In the past few years, Su Yan and the others had often told them this. But how could they dare to believe it? Until now. If the Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju could understand this, the others naturally could as well. For a moment, everyone was overjoyed. They felt that the dark clouds that had been pressing down on their heads for several years had finally dispersed. The entire High Heaven Palace seemed to have become much brighter. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect his parents to come in such a hurry and leave so quickly. He still had a lot to say to his parents. However, he soon understood what the two elders meant. This was to give him some space to interact with Su Yan and the others. After all, they were here. Even if Yang Kai wanted to, he wouldn't be able to get too close to the madams. After Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang left, the others didn't have the nerve to stay and disturb the reunion between Yang Kai and Su Yan and the others, so they all found excuses to disperse. Originally, they had heard Yang Kai's voice and came to take a look. Now that they had seen him and learned that he had met the great emperors, there would be a time for them to talk in the future. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had all left, leaving only Su Yan and the others standing not far away. Pairs of beautiful eyes were looking at them tenderly. A few kilometers away, the Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju were walking side by side at a leisurely pace. The fourth Master Yang frowned and couldn't suppress his curiosity, asking in a low voice, "If that smelly brat really didn't leave just now, would you really want me to threaten him with my life?" Dong Suju glanced over at him, leaned over and took his arm, smiling as she asked, "Do you know how to?" "Yes." The fourth Master Yang nodded. If Yang Kai hadn't met the great emperors, he really would have done so. Dong Suju leaned her head on his shoulder. "I can't bear to let you die." The fourth Master Yang twisted his shoulder and coughed lightly. "We're an old married couple. Be careful outside." "What's the matter?" Just as they were talking, Dong Suju suddenly saw a group of people flying over and quickly let go of the fourth Master Yang's arm, putting on a dignified appearance. When the group of people approached, Dong Suju smiled and greeted Grandmaster Ji. The one who came was Ji Ing, followed by a group of men and women, old and young, more than a dozen of them. Dong Suju recognized them as alchemy grandmasters from various territories in the Star Boundary. "Madame Dong, fourth Master Yang." Ji Ing returned the greeting, his expression cold. Although his cultivation and status were much higher than Dong Suju and her husband, they were Yang Kai's parents. Even though he was a disciple of the great emperors, he didn't dare to slight them. Dong Suju curiously asked, "What is Grandmaster Ji doing?" She saw Ji Ying's aggressive posture and the people behind him all filled with righteous indignation, looking like they were going to collect a debt. Moreover, looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed like they were going to Yang Kai's residence, so she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. "It's nothing. I heard that the palace master has returned to the sect, so Ji Ing is going to pay his respects." Although Ji Ing was annoyed with Yang Kai's actions, in front of Dong Suju, he was too embarrassed to say that he was going to cause trouble for his son. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake, so after saying so, he excused himself and led the dozen or so alchemists away. Dong Suju looked back and frowned slightly, but soon her frown relaxed. She also knew that even if Yang Kai had somehow provoked Ji Ing wouldn't do anything to her son. At most, he would just curse him a few times. Sure enough, a moment later, Ji Ying's angry roar came from the other side. "Palace Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. This Ji really missed you." Yang Kai was speechless. He had finally cleared the area and was about to have a good chat with the madams. But before he could figure out why Zhu Qing was here, Jing had already run over. If he had come alone, it would have been fine, but he had brought more than a dozen people with him. When he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if he couldn't wait to eat his own flesh and drink his own blood. How could he possibly miss him? Xia Ningchang wore an apologetic expression and hurriedly said, "Fifth brother, please calm your anger. This matter is junior sister's fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Husband." Ji Ing raised his hand and stopped her. "Little junior sister, please don't say too much. Today I am only looking for Yang Kai." As soon as his voice fell, another person jumped out, pointed a finger at Yang Kai, and angrily shouted, "Evil demon, you still have the face to come back?" As soon as the statement came out, Yang Kai didn't react, but Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others glared at the man, especially Zhu Qing. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and her dragon pressure enveloped the man, causing his face to immediately turn pale. Although the person who spoke was a famous Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist, his cultivation was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. How could he bear the pressure of a ninth-order dragon? And this was only because Zhu Qing had held back. If she had used her full strength, he would have fainted immediately. Ji Ing also frowned, although he was annoyed that Yang Kai had ruined his alchemy business. And it wasn't the first time he had done so. There had been precedents before, but this time it was more serious. However, he had never thought of blaming Yang Kai for being an evil demon. He was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pale Great Emperors, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race and entered the demon territory because he had another important task to take care of. The rumors outside were just misleading by the Great Emperors, but since that person had said it, he couldn't explain anything. After all, he didn't know if Yang Kai had received the approval of the great emperors. Xia Ningqiang turned her head and looked at the person who spoke. Grandmaster Zhou, you've misunderstood. My husband is not an evil demon. Grandmaster Zhou looked distressed. He disobeyed the great emperors outside roaring Tiger City, and his demonic intent was born. He fell and became the demon race, then betrayed the star boundary and became the demon race's territory. If he isn't an evil demon, then what is he? Grandmaster Xia, don't be fooled by him. Evil demons are all ruthless and heartless. Come back quickly. Although this show is not talented, if he can protect Grandmaster Xia, what harm is there in risking my life? As soon as these words came out, Xia Ningqiang suddenly became anxious. Grandmaster Zhou, please be careful with your words. Su Yan and the others looked at Grandmaster Zhou with increasingly cold eyes. Zhu Qing's dragon pressure suddenly increased, immediately making the bones of Grandmaster Zhou, who shouted that he would protect Xia Ningqiang with his life, creak. His lips were tightly shut, and he couldn't say a word. Yang Kai looked at Grandmaster Zhou, blinked, and smiled slightly. Then he looked at Jiying and said, What is it that made Brother Ji so angry? It would have been better if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he did, Jiying flew into a rage. He pointed at Yang Kai's nose and scolded. You still have the nerve to say that? Just now, little junior sister and I were refining the heaven and earth impermanence pill. Everything was going smoothly, and we could open the furnace and take out the pills in 2 hours. This time, with the help of little junior sister, this G was confident that at least 7 pills could be produced. But just now. As he spoke, Jiying couldn't go on. He reached out and clutched his chest, his face red with anger, his face full of resentment. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly said, Brother Ji, calm down. Don't get too worked up. It would be terrible if he was angered to death. As he spoke, he went to help Jiying stabilize his breathing. How could Jiying appreciate his kindness? He waved his hand and pushed him away. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and looked at Xia Ningqiang. Did the refining fail? Xia Ningqiang lowered his head. The furnace exploded. Jiying's expression became even uglier. Yang Kai was also an Emperor Realm alchemist, so how could he not understand the significance of a furnace explosion? It was a tragic event, but when he recalled the scene of Jiying's furnace exploding, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder Jiying had come to find him so angrily, so this was the reason. The fault was his, so Yang Kai hurriedly corrected his posture and sincerely apologized. Jiying weakly waved his hand, feeling like he had suffered 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck to actually run into someone like Yang Kai. Clearly, his own attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely profound, but this person didn't respect the alchemic Tao at all. Didn't he know that it was taboo to disturb someone during alchemy? How could he have the nerve to send a sound transmission to Medicine Pill Peak? Don't let this happen again. If there is a next time, this G will return to Medicine Pill Valley. Jiying gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Absolutely not. Only then did Jiying nod his head, feeling much better. The furnace had already exploded, and all his previous efforts had been in vain. He had only come to find Kai Yang to scold him to vent his anger. Since he had come here, the dozen or so alchemists had naturally come to help, but he hadn't expected Grandmaster Zhou to curse Yang Kai so. In order to avoid further trouble, Jiying waved his hand and led the alchemists back to Medicine Pill Peak. Since he wanted to leave, Zhu Qing and the others didn't stay, but who would have thought that just as the dragon pressure was withdrawn, Grandmaster Zhou would open his mouth again. However, after suffering a loss just now, he had learned his lesson and didn't speak rudely again. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a heavy expression and said, Palace Master Yang, although you have become the demon race, you are still a human. Grandmaster Xia is my star boundary's treasure. If you still have a little conscience, please let her go. This Zhou thanks Palace Master Yang on behalf of Star Boundary's billions of lives. Chapter 36:18. Yang Kai blinked and smiled. Who are you? For no reason at all, he came over to make irresponsible remarks and ask him to let little senior sister go. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. Grandmaster Zhou raised his head and puffed out his chest. Although his face was still pale, he stood straight and proudly said, "This one is Zhou Cheng. I am not as famous as Palace Master Yang in the Star Boundary. I am just a nobody. No matter what, a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist couldn't be considered nameless. But it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was compared to the High Heaven Palace Master who became the demon race and betrayed the Star Boundary, he was indeed much less famous." Yang Kai sneered. "Since you are a nobody, how dare you tell this king what to do?" Zhou Cheng quickly said, "Zhou Cheng doesn't dare. I am just trying to persuade you." Changing to a sincere tone, he said, "Does Palace Master Yang not know where you are? Since you have entered the territory of the demon race, why come back? When you were not here, Grandmaster Xiao's heart was as calm as still water. She focused on alchemy, and the pills she refined saved the lives of many people in the Star Boundary. But as soon as you came back, you disturbed her state of mind and ruined her furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. Do you know how many precious herbs are needed to refine this heaven and earth impermanence pill? Palace Master Yang, since you can't give Grandmaster Xia a future and happiness, why don't you just let go?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "If I can't give Ning Chang a future and happiness, who can?" Zhou Cheng glanced at Xia Ning Chang and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Changing the topic, he said, "Palace Master Yang, do you have to be like this? You can't even protect yourself now, so why implicate others? Do you want Grandmaster Xia to be exiled to the ends of the world with you, homeless? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Grandmaster Xia. Why are you so selfish?" Yang Kai turned to look at Xia Ning Chang and said, "Little senior sister, are you willing to be exiled to the ends of the world with me?" Xia Ning Chang nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "I will go wherever you go." "What about you guys?" Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and the others. Shan Qing Luo smiled charmingly. "What kind of nonsense is Lord Husband spouting? Us sisters are naturally married to a chicken, married to a dog, married to a chicken, married to a dog. You'll never be able to get rid of us." Although Su Yan and the others didn't speak, they all looked at him with smiles on their faces, not to mention that they knew the truth of the matter just now. Even if Yang Kai really betrayed the demon territory, they would not hesitate at all. Hearing these words, Zhou Cheng's expression became even more pained. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. He glanced over and waved his hand, saying, "Enough! This lord has just returned to the palace. I don't want to waste my breath on idle people. If you dare to continue chattering, I'll take your dog life." Then he smiled wickedly. "You said it yourself. This lord is a demon, ruthless and ruthless. Killing people is not difficult for this lord." Zhou Cheng felt his hair stand on end when he was stared at, but unexpectedly he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. If this Zhou's death can allow Grandmaster Xia to see Palace Master Yang's true face and escape from this sea of bitterness, what harm is there in dying? Jiying frowned and said, "Zhou Cheng, don't make trouble." Although he didn't like Zhou Cheng very much, his identity as a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemist could not be ignored. In the War of the Two Realms, the demand for spirit pills was great. One more alchemist meant more spirit pills, which could save many lives in times of crisis. Zhou Cheng slowly shook his head. "Grandmaster Ji, there is no need to say more. This Zhou has made up his mind." He then turned to Xia Ning Chang and said, "Grandmaster Xia, this Zhou hopes that you can live well, so this Zhou can die in peace." Xia Ning Chang frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. In the past, although Zhou Cheng had often consulted her about alchemy. She hadn't thought much of it and just thought it was a normal exchange between fellow alchemists. But today, she found that something was wrong. This guy seemed to have some kind of special thoughts about her. "If you want to die, this old master can help you." A cold snort came from Meng Wuya, who was not far away. Originally, Meng Wuya and the others were ready to leave, but Ji Ing led a dozen alchemists over aggressively, so they stopped not far away. Seeing this, how could Meng Wuya not know what was going on? He had raised Xia Ning Chang single-handedly and regarded her as his own. Being able to marry Yang Kai was a wonderful thing, but now someone had jumped out to cause trouble. How could Meng Wuya tolerate it? Although he was only a Tao source realm cultivator, not much stronger than Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng was an alchemist and was not good at fighting. If they really fought, Meng Wuya was confident that he could destroy him. Zhou Cheng slowly shook his head, ignoring Meng Wuya and looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, not because of Zhou Cheng, but because he noticed something else. He couldn't help but turn his head and look in a certain direction, then looked at Su Yan and said, "Someone is attacking the sect defending array? Who would be so bold?" A burst of weak energy fluctuations came from outside, a sign that the sect defending array had been activated. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and found that hundreds of people had gathered outside the High Heaven Palace, a dozen of them using their secret techniques and artifacts to attack the sect defending array. Su Yan said, "It's a common occurrence, don't worry about it." "Isn't this the first time?" Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing explained, "Every once in a while, someone will come to cause trouble." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai understood the situation. Because of Yang Kai, the great emperors had ordered the High Heaven Palace to be sealed off, and their disciples were not allowed to enter or leave. The great emperors only did this to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace, but the world didn't know the situation inside and only thought that there was something wrong with the High Heaven Palace. In the past few years, the High Heaven Palace's reputation could be said to be in tatters. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there were still people who wanted to use the High Heaven Palace's name to rise. Although the High Heaven Palace was established not long ago, it had first destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, then joined forces with Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and the High Sky sect to unify many sects in the Northern Territory. Masters were as common as clouds in the sky, and it could be said to be one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Normally, ordinary sects could only look up to the High Heaven Palace, not daring to act rashly. However, the High Heaven Palace had sealed off the mountain and activated the Grand Array, giving some people an opportunity to take advantage of it. When the passage between the two worlds opened and the human race and demon race fought, the world energy of the star boundary surged. In the past few years, the Emperor Realm had appeared in the star boundary, and the Emperor Realm also had the qualifications to establish their own sects, but they were not well known and had no disciples. What could they do? Step on the High Heaven Palace and rise to the top. They would either gather their fellow Taoists or lead their disciples to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace and act recklessly in the name of vanquishing demons, shouting and cursing endlessly. As a result, their reputation naturally spread. When people mentioned it, they could also say that they had been to the High Heaven Palace to vanquish demons and defend the Tao. However, the High Heaven Palace's Grand Array was tightly sealed and they did not dare to fight. What did the High Heaven Palace not dare to fight? However, Yang Kai was far away in the demon race's territory and bore the name of a traitor. The High Heaven Palace did not want to cause trouble and smear Yang Kai's name. Whenever they encountered such a situation, the head chief and the second chief would usually ignore it. In any case, the sect protecting Grand Array was placed there, and those people could not break through it. At most, they would just cause trouble for a few days before dispersing. In the past few years, similar situations had occurred more than 10 times. This time, it was a coincidence that Yang Kai was returning to the palace. After listening to Zhu Qing's explanation, Yang Kai said with a sullen face, "The battle between the two worlds is in full swing." Why are they not going to the Western Territory to contribute? Why are they causing trouble in front of the High Heaven Palace? Shui Yu sighed. In this world, there are always some flies and dogs. Yang Kai sneered. Let's go take a look. Saying so, he turned around and rushed towards the mountain gate. The women glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Not far away, Meng Wuya, Hua Qingxi, and the others also followed closely. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng shouted, "Where's Palace Master Yang going? You still haven't given us an explanation about Grandmaster Xia." Ji Ying sighed. "Zhou Cheng, don't say anything more. Let's forget about today's matter. Things are not what you think, Palace Master Yang." Zhou Cheng slowly shook his head and interrupted. "Grandmaster Ji, this Zhou appreciates your kindness, but there is no need to persuade me. This Zhou respects Grandmaster Xia and only hopes that she can have a perfect home. However, Palace Master Yang is not a good person and cannot be entrusted with her life. This Zhou really cannot ignore it. Today, this Zhou must have a good talk with him." He saw that although Yang Kai had spoken ruthlessly before, it was all bark and no bite. So he suddenly became more confident and more fearless. As he spoke, he also hurriedly chased after him. Ji Ying frowned, a look of helplessness and irritation appearing on his face. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Does Grandmaster Ji feel a little embarrassed?" However, this old master feels that Zhou Cheng's words are not completely unreasonable. Putting aside his personal thoughts, Grandmaster Xia is indeed a treasure of my star boundary. Palace Master Yang is currently powerless to protect himself, so if Grandmaster Xia can sever her relationship with him, she will not be implicated by him. Ji Ying smiled bitterly and shook his head. With an outsider saying so, he really couldn't explain anything. High Heaven Palace's mountain gate was carefully built by the South Gate Army in the past. After all, it was one of the top sects, so naturally it had to be built with a majestic aura to show the heritage of a top sect. In front of the huge mountain gate, there was a horizontal plaque with the words High Heaven Palace on it. 300 meters outside the mountain gate was the protective range of the sect defending array. Looking from outside the array, it was impossible to see the scene inside High Heaven Palace, only a thick cloud of fog. However, if one were to stand inside the formation, they would be able to see the situation outside clearly. When Yang Kai arrived at the mountain gate, he saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard holding a long sword fiercely attacking the array. That long sword was an emperor artifact with lightning flashing on it. As it danced, the sound of thunder rang out continuously, and lightning flashed from time to time. It was an extraordinary sight to behold. Bolts of lightning bombarded the array, causing the clouds to churn continuously, but they couldn't do anything to the array at all. This array was personally arranged by the Southgate Army, so even if a First-Order Emperor Realm Master died of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to shake it. Next to the middle-aged man, there were more than a dozen Dao Source realms assisting him. They didn't cooperate with each other, each using their own secret techniques and artifacts, their moves dazzling. Kai Yang only glanced at it for a moment before giving it a fancy comment. Whether it was the middle-aged man from the Emperor Realm or the dozen Dao Source realms, their moves only looked beautiful, but they didn't have any power at all. However, these tricks didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes, but the hundreds of people watching from behind watched with keen interest, their eyes shining brightly. Chapter 36:19. Not only were they watching with great interest, but they were also shouting nonstop. 300 meters behind the middle-aged man from the Emperor Realm and the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators, several young people were holding a large flag. The blood-red flag fluttered in the wind, and the words Mountain Splitter were written in black. It was unknown who had written it, but it seemed to have some skill. The silver hook and iron strokes were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. It was extraordinary, and the combination of red and black made it look even more ferocious. At this moment, as their sect elders attacked, the young people holding the flag shouted in unison, "Mountain Splitter Old Ancestor! Divine technique is boundless!" The hundreds of people behind them also shouted in unison. Their expressions were fanatical, as if they wanted to turn the sky upside down. The man from the Emperor realm attacked a few more times, and the people holding the flag shouted in unison again. Soaring firmament demon, bow down and accept your death! The sword light became brighter and brighter, and the sword momentum became more and more destructive. Layers of sword light danced together, and the figure of the man from the Emperor realm could barely be seen. His Emperor Chi surged out, rolling up a wave of energy. The person holding the flag shouted at the right time, "Subdue demons, mountains, splitter first!" The destructive sword light suddenly condensed into a single point, and the momentum of the Emperor realm was fully displayed. The middle-aged Emperor realm master looked solemn as he pointed his sword at the array and shouted, "Go!" A beam of sword light blasted into the array, and then it disappeared without a trace. The people from behind shouted again, "Mountain splitter, Star World third!" At least they had some self-awareness and didn't shout the slogan of first and second. A few hundred meters away, Yang Kai stood in the array, looking forward with a strange expression. It was a mess. The scene in front of him could only be described as a mess. He couldn't help but turn to Hua Qingxi and ask, "Are all the people who have been looking for trouble these past few years this kind of trash?" The chief executive coughed lightly. "Most of them are, but there are a few who have a little bit of skill." Although Hua Qingxi was only a first-order Emperor realm master, she was still from Star Soul Palace, the orthodox sect of the Southern Territory. The training she received was not something these rising stars could compare to. Although many people from the Emperor realm had appeared under the Star World energy tide, most of them were good and bad. Most of those who came here to cause trouble and step on the High Heaven Palace, they weren't really capable, so they naturally wouldn't enter her eyes. "You're spoiling them." Yang Kai sneered softly. Although he said so, he also knew that it wasn't that the High Heaven Palace was spoiling them. It was just that the High Heaven Palace had been in an awkward situation in the past few years. The great emperors had ordered the mountain to be sealed, and no one dared to activate the sect defending array when Yang Kai wasn't around. In addition, they also had to worry about Yang Kai's reputation, so they could only let them do as they pleased. Outside the array, the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was in high spirits. He had been cultivating hard for many years, but his cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the Third Order Tao Source Realm. There was no hope for him to break through, and he didn't have much time left. He thought that he could only waste his life here, and there was no hope for him to see the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. Discouraged, he abandoned all restraint and acted unscrupulously. Who would have thought that after the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, there would be a new phenomenon in the Star World? He didn't know if this great world had sensed some kind of crisis, but the world principles had repaired itself and created an energy tide, making it much easier for many cultivator to cultivate than before. One day, when the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was reminiscing about the flowers, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and entered a meditative state. When he woke up again, he had inexplicably broken through to the Emperor Realm. He was wild with joy and surprise. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master couldn't believe that such a good thing had fallen into his lap. A breakthrough was equivalent to a new life. He sorted out his state of mind, found a quiet place, and went into seclusion for 3 years to stabilize his cultivation. The day he came out of seclusion, he established his own sect. The name of the sect was taken from his own name, the Mountain Splitting Sect. However, at this moment, the War of the Two Realms was in full swing. The 4 territories of the Star World had all received the conscription order from the great emperors. Countless cultivator stepped onto the nearest space array and rushed to the battlefield in the Western Territory with hot blood to fight against the demon race. For the Star World, this was a good thing, but for the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, it was a terrible thing. There was no other reason. Since he had established a sect, he naturally had to open his doors and accept disciples. In normal times, if a sect was established in the Emperor Realm, even if it was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. The number of applicants would be as many as carps crossing the river. They could easily support a medium-sized sect. But now most of the cultivator with a little cultivation had gone to the Western Territory. He couldn't recruit anyone even if he wanted to. Those he could recruit were all low-level cultivators. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was worried. He was really worried. For this reason, he went to visit an old friend of his. That old friend's situation was basically similar to his. He had also wasted many years in the Third Order Tao Source Realm and had no hope of breaking through. He had only recently broken through to the Emperor Realm. However, he had established a sect and easily recruited thousands of disciples. Since then, he had been living a high and mighty life. The beautiful female disciples under him were simply dazzling to the eyes, making one's heart beat faster. After asking for advice, he learned that his old friend had once led people to the High Heaven Palace to eliminate the demon race. Although the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was powerful, and his old friend couldn't do anything to the High Heaven Palace. After the news spread, the sect gate was immediately flattened by people who came to learn from him. His old friend had pointed out a bright path, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was a little worried. He knew about the High Heaven Palace's situation, but could he really escape unscathed if he attacked such a behemoth? After struggling and hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and led the hundreds of people he had painstakingly recruited to the High Heaven Palace's sect gate. After making a ruckus today, he found that the situation here was just as his old friend had said. No one from the High Heaven Palace responded, and the sect-protecting array was also tightly shut. When he heard the disciples behind him shouting in unison, the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master suddenly became high-spirited. He felt that the majestic High Heaven Palace was nothing more than this. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His figure leaped up, clenching his long sword with both hands. When he activated his Emperor's Chi, a shocking sword light slashed down at the sect-protecting array. He shouted majestically, "Break!" The sword light blasted into the sect-protecting array, causing the clouds to churn endlessly. With a strange rumbling sound, the churning clouds dispersed to both sides, revealing a passage in the middle that stretched all the way inwards. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, who had turned over and landed on the ground, was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at the passage, a huge question in his heart. How did it break? How did it break? His old friend had said that the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was personally arranged by the Southern Gate Army. Its foundation was the Seeking Passion Sect's Spirit Array, which the Southern Gate Army had modified and rebuilt. Who was the Southern Gate Army? They were the most outstanding Emperor Array Masters in the Northern Territory. In the current world, only the patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, Gongzhen, could compare with them in the Tao of spirit arrays. The High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array could not be shaken, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break it. But the scene in front of him couldn't be clearer. He had broken the sect-protecting array with a single slash of his sword. He had shouted those words just now to show off his imposing manner and to coordinate with his attack. Who knew that his words would come true? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master knew that he definitely didn't have the ability to break the sect-protecting array master's sect-protecting array. After a short moment of confusion and hesitation, he immediately understood what the scene in front of him meant. It wasn't that he had broken the sect-protecting array, but that the sect-protecting array had opened it. For a moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his face suddenly turned pale. The High Heaven Palace had a bad reputation in the past few years, but who in the Northern Territory did not know that the High Heaven Palace was one of the top sects? They had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and united the other 3 sects to unify the Northern Territory. No one dared to disobey their orders. There were countless masters in the Emperor Realm. So how could he, a mere newly promoted master from the Emperor Realm, be qualified to act presumptuously in front of their door? Before, he was just relying on the fact that the sect protecting Array Master would ignore him. But now, what would happen to him? His mind raced. He knew that he was in big trouble. But the disciples behind him did not know. Even the dozen or so Tao Source Realm Masters who attacked with him did not know. Everyone only heard their sect master shout break. And then the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was really broken. The dozen or so Tao Source Realm Masters turned their heads to look at the middle-aged Emperor Master, their faces filled with surprise and shock. They had just joined the mountain-splitting sect not long ago, so they did not know how strong this middle-aged man was. Now, it seemed that their sect master's methods were simply unfathomable. If they were like this, then there was no need to mention the hundreds of disciples behind them. The few young men holding the flag were stunned for a moment before they roared loudly. Mountain-splitting old ancestor. The divine technique is boundless. Demon-soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. Mountain-splitting old ancestor. The divine technique is boundless. Demon-soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. A series of shouts shook the sky, bolstering the prestige of their old ancestor. The cheers that were pleasing to his ears a moment ago were now noisy and grating. The middle-aged man wished he could turn around and sew up the mouths of these people who did not have eyes. The array no longer churned, and a 10-meter-long passage stretched to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace. Only now did the middle-aged man have a chance to see the majesty of the High Heaven Palace. The three shining words made him almost unable to open his eyes. He had no choice but to open his eyes as a group of people stood in front of the gate. The leader of this group was a young man with a dignified appearance, starry eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. The corners of his mouth were slightly curled as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The other party was not standing very high, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master could not help but have an illusion that this person was like a god, looking down at him from high above. He could not help but bend his waist a little. Beside the young man, there were numerous women with different dispositions, but all of them were exceedingly beautiful. It was rare for any of these women to be seen normally. Yet at this moment they had appeared in groups and were gathered around the young man like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. This allowed everyone to understand with a single glance that the young man was the one in charge here, and the others were merely foils. Not only that, there was a large group of people standing behind him, all of them looking unfriendly. Several of them were emitting the aura of the Emperor Realm. Although most of them were first-order masters, similar to the middle-aged man, their auras were much stronger than his. This undoubtedly showed that their strength was higher than his. Otherwise, they would not be acting like this. He had accidentally poked a hornet's nest. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master's heart turned cold. Chapter 36:20. The shouts stopped, the great formation broke open, and such a large group of people suddenly appeared inside. Those mountain-split sect disciples were shocked as well. The clamor that soared into the sky suddenly turned silent, appearing extremely abrupt, and actually made people feel somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, looking around, the gazes of the several hundred disciples were quickly attracted by Su Yan and the others. Most of these people who joined the mountain-split sect didn't have high cultivations and were young, so when had they ever seen so many stunning beauties? For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, and a few of them even opened their mouths wide, completely unaware of what was happening. The beguiling demon queen even smiled charmingly at them, causing several young people to groan on the spot as blood flowed from their noses, all of them exclaiming in their hearts, "She actually smiled at me!" At this moment, Zhou Cheng hurriedly rushed over and glanced at the mountain-split sect disciples outside the spirit array, frowned, and ignored them, instead turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Palace Master Yang, the matter just now has not been settled yet. Please give us an explanation." Palace Master Yang? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master almost jumped up in fright when he heard this. Since they had come to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble, how could they not know who the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace was? This was the guy who had disobeyed the great emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, escaping from the great emperors and then being hunted down by Li Wu. This person's name was Yang Kai. His name matched, and his appearance matched the legend as well. He was a handsome and extraordinary young man. This person was actually the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai. Didn't they say he had betrayed the star boundary, become the demon race, and went to the demon race's territory? How could he appear here? Could it be that he had returned from the demon race's territory? But that couldn't be right. After what happened back then, how could he dare to return to the star boundary? Right at this moment, a young man who was holding a flag at the back suddenly shouted righteously, "Evil demon, die!" Not only did he shout, but he also stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. Shouts rang out once more as hundreds of people shouted once more. The middle-aged venerable emperor's face was extremely pale and his body was trembling. He wished he could turn around and kill all the disciples he had painstakingly recruited on the spot. Now, the cheers of his disciples were no longer cheering for him. They were simply putting him on a bonfire. He was terrified and uneasy in his heart, but he forced himself to be calm on the surface. The disciples were all watching, so he couldn't lose too much face. Today he had come to make a name for the Mountain Split sect. If he didn't handle it well, not to mention accepting disciples in the future, it was hard to say whether he could keep the Mountain Split sect's property. Demons. Yang Kai glanced at the hundreds of people and smiled faintly. Today, there was already more than one person who had said this to him. Just now, the first sentence that Zhou Cheng had said to him was that he was a demon. Now he actually heard it from a group of strangers. It seemed that his reputation in the star boundary was completely ruined. However, Yang Kai didn't care. When he accepted the request of the great emperors to enter and become the demon race's territory, he had already expected today's situation. The words of others passed through his ears, so he didn't take them to heart. The large flag in the crowd was too conspicuous. It was blood red and had large black and gold words on it, so it was difficult not to notice it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab it. He was clearly hundreds of meters away, but by the time he pulled back, the large flag had already been caught. The disciples holding the flag suddenly saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. How could the flag in the hands of others be so similar to their own? They looked up at their own flag. Where was it? Only then did they understand that their flag had been snatched away. Mountain Split sect. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged venerable emperor. The middle-aged venerable emperor's throat was on fire and his mouth was dry, but he held his sword behind his back with one hand and formed a seal in front of him with the other. He had the demeanor of an expert. Yes, this king is Li Kaishan, and the sect I founded is naturally the Mountain Split sect. May I ask if your excellency is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace? That's me. Yang Kai nodded gently. What advice does sect master Li have? How could he dare to have any advice? Li Kaishan only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, the further the better. Although Palace Master Yang had a pleasant expression on his face, Li Kaishan couldn't help but feel his blood run cold, as if there was an invisible guillotine hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Calming himself down, Li Kaishan said, I heard that Palace Master Yang became the demon race back then and became the demon race. The High Heaven Palace was also listed as an evil sect and was cursed by everyone. Therefore, this Li brought his disciples here to defend the Tao and eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary. However, seeing Palace Master Yang's righteous aura now, this Li is afraid there has been some misunderstanding. This Li was rash, so I hope Palace Master Yang can forgive me. Oh, Yang Kai smiled. You are not mistaken, and there is no misunderstanding. This king did indeed become the demon race and become the demon race. As soon as he said this, Li Kaishan was stunned, Su Yan and the others were stunned, and Meng Wuya and the others were also stunned. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai looked perfectly normal at the moment. How could there be any sign of a misfire that would become the demon race? A misfire that would become the demon race would cause one to lose one's mind and not recognize one's relatives. In the worst case, one's cultivation would be crippled and one would perish. However, Yang Kai looked perfectly fine no matter how they looked at him, so they just thought he was talking nonsense. Li Kaishan forced a laugh. Palace Master Yang is joking. Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, and said faintly, "Do I look like I'm joking?" As soon as he finished speaking, rolling demonic qi gushed out from his body. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black qi, and only his eyes reflected a terrifying light. The black qi on the surface of his body was extremely evil, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If this wasn't demonic qi, then what was it? Su Yan and the others had strange looks in their eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. To them, there was no difference whether Yang Kai become the demon race or not become the demon race. Meng Wuya and the others looked worried. They glanced at each other and thought of 3 words at the same time. Demonic path! Li Kaishan, on the other hand, turned pale with fright and took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, with a face full of shock and disbelief. In his heart, he screamed that the rumors were true. This person had actually become the demon race. There was no reason for anyone to become the demon race. He had provoked him first, so how could he have a good ending? Therefore, when he saw the demonic qi rolling, Li Kaishan's first thought was to quickly leave this place. But how could he leave? He didn't know when, but the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the more he was bound. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. But this scene was completely different in the eyes of the hundreds of disciples. Their own sect was facing the demonic qi, but he was indifferent, as steady as an immovable mountain. Their morale was greatly boosted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. In the pitch-black demonic qi, a pair of scarlet eyes jumped like flames. His tone was gloomy. "You just said that you want to eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary." Li Kaishan kept his mouth shut. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. The blood in his chest was rolling, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, blood would gush out. "If you really want to, you should go to the Western Territory. Why are you looking for wild food in front of my door?" Yang Kai sneered. "There are countless demon race there. Sect Master Li can kill however he wants. You've come to the wrong place here." After a pause, Yang Kai continued. "This palace master left the palace for several years. The High Heaven Palace was ordered by the great emperors to close the mountain. It wasn't because they were afraid that the world would come knocking on their door, but because they had other duties. Did the great emperors ever say that the High Heaven Palace is an evil sect? Instead, it's you little rascals who come to stir up trouble every few days in the name of eliminating the demon race, splashing dirty water on my High Heaven Palace and ruining the reputation of my High Heaven Palace. You really deserve to die. Since you're courting death, then this king will fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly pointed at the flag in his hand. With a whistling sound, the flag turned into a stream of light and shot straight towards Li Kaishan. Cries of alarm rang out all around. Meng Wuya, Chu Lingxiao, and the others all shouted, "No!" It was inevitable that the High Heaven Palace would be misunderstood by the world because of Yang Kai. Others using the name of the High Heaven Palace to stir up trouble was despicable, but they didn't deserve to die. If Yang Kai really killed him here, it would only confirm that Yang Kai was an evil demon. With his reputation ruined, how could he establish a foothold in the star boundary? But Meng Wuya, Chu Lingxiao, and the others were only Dao Source realm cultivators. How could they stop him? The only one present who had the ability to stop Yang Kai was Zhu Qing, but Zhu Qing was completely indifferent. Li Kaishan's eyes widened when the flag turned into a stream of light and shot towards him. He never thought that Yang Kai would really kill him. He exclaimed in his heart that the demon race was really unreasonable. At this moment of life and death, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence before retreating. But he couldn't retreat. Just as he spat out the blood essence, Li Kaishan felt a huge force coming from the front and hitting his chest. He was like a deflated balloon, all the strength in his body leaking out from his chest. Looking down, there was a huge hole in his chest. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels could be seen clearly. Looking up, Li Kaishan opened his mouth. "You!" He only spat out a single word before he fell on his back, no longer breathing. On the other side, Yang Kai was wrapped in black qi, his scarlet eyes indifferent and cold. Ever since his emperor qi had been converted into demon qi, Yang Kai had hidden an evil aura in his heart. Although he had the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind and wouldn't completely become the demon race, his strength would more or less affect his temperament. If not for this, he wouldn't have half-forced Yu Meng in the first place. It was the same today. In the War of the Two Realms, countless cultivators had gone to the Western Territory to shed their blood. It was fine if some people didn't contribute, but they were fighting among themselves. Since they didn't go to the Western Territory, what was the point of having the Emperor Realm's cultivation? In addition, Zhou Cheng's appearance and words just now made him very unhappy. However, Zhou Cheng was just an alchemist and wasn't very strong, so he couldn't bully the weak. Li Kaishan's appearance gave him an outlet to vent his anger. Since he was here, he might as well die here. It would save him from any blind people coming to the High Heaven Palace in the future to eliminate the demon race and smear the High Heaven Palace's reputation. For the current Yang Kai, killing Li Kaishan wasn't a big deal. On the contrary, his thoughts were clear and he felt very comfortable. Just as Li Kaishan was about to die, a strange cackle rang out. Gue Zhu brazenly made his move. Just now, he had asked Yang Kai if he wanted to kill his way out. Now he had the opportunity to make his move. A large banner flew over and wrapped around the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators, immediately disappearing without a trace. Chapter 36:21. The large banner was like a living creature, vibrating a few times before spitting out more than a dozen shriveled corpses and returning them to Gue Zhu's hands. In just a short moment, these dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators had their souls sucked dry by the 10,000 soul banner. Gue Zhu's methods were truly terrifying. In terms of visual impact alone, he was far superior to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-splitting sect master and a dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators were all wiped out. The hundreds of disciples who were watching from behind instantly felt their limbs turn cold and their bodies turn cold. All of them looked ahead with terrified expressions. Their strengths weren't high, and they didn't even understand what had happened. But the experts from their families had already turned into corpses. Only now did they understand that their mountain-splitting old ancestor had acted so arrogantly before only because the other party did not want to pay attention to him. When the other party really wanted to, their mountain-splitting old ancestor was no more difficult to kill than a mosquito. In front of such a tragedy, several female disciples were so scared that they cried. Their old ancestor was dead, so how could they survive? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want to die here? Ling Tai Su shouted at those people. A loud shout finally pulled those people back to reality. Someone screamed in horror and turned around to flee. With someone taking the lead, naturally there would be others who followed. For a moment, hundreds of people turned around and ran for their lives. Many people were so scared that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground after running for a few steps. Then they scrambled to their feet and staggered to run. After a dozen breaths of time, the hundreds of people had all fled. Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would kill them all. If that were the case, they really did not know what to do. Li Kaishan and the dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators who attacked the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had died. After all, no one's sect defending array could be attacked casually. Attacking the sect defending array was tantamount to provoking the sect. If they overestimated themselves and were killed, they would only have themselves to blame. However, those hundreds of young people were still ignorant and had only followed the orders of their sect's elders, so they probably did not know the consequences of their actions. Now that everyone was running for their lives, and Yang Kai didn't stop them, they were all relieved. Yang Kai gradually withdrew his demon chi and returned to his original appearance. Just by looking at his calm face, it was impossible to imagine that evil side of him just now. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace will be open for business, Yang Kai ordered calmly. When Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing heard this, their expressions turned solemn, and they said excitedly, "We obey the palace master's decree." There was no way they wouldn't be excited. For the past few years, the name of the evil sect and the order of the great emperors to seal off the mountains had been pressing down on the High Heaven Palace's head. It was as heavy as 2 mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. Perhaps the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't feel it too deeply. After all, most of them came from the Star Territory and weren't very strong now. Most of them were in closed-door training. However, the higher-ups of the High Heaven Palace were very concerned about it. Opening the gates to the world was the same as dispelling the clouds and revealing the moon. It was towering palace proving themselves to the world. "Sister Hua," Yang Kai shouted again. Hua Qingxi hurriedly stepped forward. "Subordinate is here." Which sects have acted like the mountain-splitting sect in the past few years? Did you remember? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Hua Qingxi glanced at him and showed a helpless look. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she still nodded and said, "I remember." It was because she understood Yang Kai that she remembered all the sects that had come to provoke and cause trouble in the past few years, all for the sake of today's question from Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "Very good. I'll have to trouble Sister Hua to take some people to those sects and send all the cultivator above the Origin King realm to the Western Territory battlefield." The Western Territory. I'm afraid there will be some big movements in the near future. We are currently lacking people. Hua Qingxi bowed her head and said, "Yes." Meng Wu gnashed his teeth in pain. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Palace Master, there won't be any problems with this, right?" There was another explanation for killing the people who came to provoke them, but forcing them to serve in the Western Territory battlefield was a bit unreasonable. One had to know that the recruitment orders issued by the great emperors in the past few years were voluntary. Even the great emperors did not force anyone to participate in the War of the Two Worlds. Yang Kai's actions were too overbearing. What problems can there be? Yang Kai smiled happily. If they want to make a name for their sect, the best place to do so is on the battlefield. That's a good place to make a name for themselves. Me sending them there is a way to help them achieve their goals. Everyone was speechless. The battlefield was indeed a good place to make a name for oneself, but the premise was that one had to survive. In the past few years, the half-saint of the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary had fallen on the battlefield. Who could guarantee that they could escape unscathed from such a great war? However, those guys had been hiding in the Northern Territory all these years to enjoy life, so they were not worthy of sympathy. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his head to look into the High Heaven Palace. Everyone did not know what was going on, so they all looked in that direction. A moment later, a stream of light shot out from the sect and flew to the front, revealing a young man with an arrogant and indifferent expression. After he appeared, he did not look at anyone but Yang Kai. In an instant, everyone looked at this young man vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy, for no other reason than the fact that this young man was showing extremely obvious hostility towards Yang Kai, as if he was facing an enemy. This young man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but his aura was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. This made everyone unable to help but mutter in their hearts, wondering which family this rising star was from to have such charm. Brother Yao. The only one who recognized him was Jiying. The young man was insufferably arrogant, his eyes almost reaching his forehead as he looked down his nose at everyone. But he was very polite to Jiying, cupping his fists and greeting, "Grandmaster Ji." "What brings Brother Yao here?" Jiying asked curiously. "I'm looking for him." The young man pointed at Yang Kai, his expression returning to indifference. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Is there something you need, Brother Yao?" In the past 2 or 3 days, even though no one had seen this young man before, they could guess his identity from the conversation between Jiying and Yang Kai. After all, the surname Yao was very rare. In the entire star boundary, there was probably no one else with the surname Yao. The son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun Hyoji. It was said that the Serene Soul Great Emperors had a son and a daughter. Among all the great emperors, he had the most children. The other great emperors either had no children or only one, and most of them were daughters. Only Yao Jun had a son. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder this young man looks so dignified. It turns out that he is the son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors. Yang Kai and Hyoji weren't very familiar with each other, only having met a few times. The first time they met was in the Shattered Star Sea, and after that, they didn't have much contact. However, he was more familiar with his younger sister, Yao Lin. This little girl had a bad temper and had suffered a lot at Yang Kai's hands. Last time, when Lan Sun, Gao Zhan, and the others were captured, it was Yang Kai who rescued them. It was at that time that Yu Rameng transformed into Li Shiqing and planted a heart-sealed secret technique on Yang Kai, opening the prelude to the war between the two worlds. The two were not familiar with each other, so Yang Kai didn't know why Hyoji was looking for him. However, he didn't feel any pressure. One of his women was a demon saint, so a son of the great emperors wasn't worthy of his attention. By the order of the great emperors, Yang Kai receives the order. Hyoji suddenly raised his hand and held up a jade plate. The jade plate shone brightly under the scorching sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was filled with the aura of the great emperors, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Everyone's complexion changed. Yang Kai had just killed an emperor from the Emperor realm who came to make trouble, and showed the characteristics of his demon chi. He even ordered the High Heaven Palace to open its gates from today onwards. It hadn't been long since the great emperors issued an order, which inevitably made people feel a little uneasy. They didn't know if the matter here had already been spread, so the great emperors wanted to do something to Yang Kai. Everything else was fine, but the key was that Yang Kai's power couldn't be explained. The demon chi covering his body was exactly the same as the people of the demonic path in the legends, and the demonic path was an existence that was hated by the entire star boundary. Only one person showed a look of schadenfreude. Zhou Cheng's face was originally pale. Previously, Yang Kai had been all bark and no bite at him in the High Heaven Palace. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have enough confidence, so he chased him all the way here to demand an explanation. He watched as Yang Kai activated his demon chi and killed an emperor from the Emperor realm without saying a word. Only then did he understand that this guy was vicious by nature and wasn't as easy to talk to as he seemed on the surface. When Li Kaishan was killed, he was really scared and felt that he really had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Yang Kai could even kill someone who provoked and made trouble, let alone someone who had the intention to snatch a woman from him. Originally, he had made up his mind not to tangle with Yang Kai anymore. He would go back and say a few soft words, and today's matter would be reduced to a small matter. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn and the great emperors would actually send an order? This was really a case of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. It wasn't that there wasn't any retribution. It was just that the time hadn't come yet. Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. He subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was definitely going to suffer. No matter how capable he was, if the great emperors really wanted to deal with him, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Once the jade disc was released, Everyone bowed their heads and listened to the order, including Yang Kai. Hyoji's lips curled into a sneer. Originally, the person who sent the order was not him. After all, this kind of thing could be done by just sending someone else. There was no need for him, the son of the great emperors, to personally do it. However, he forcibly took on this task. One of the reasons was because he wanted to see Yang Kai's respectful attitude in front of him. Although this respect was for the great emperors and not him, it was a fact that he bowed his head in front of him. Among the loud cheers, Hyoji shouted, "By the decree of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace Master Yang Kai has risked his life alone and become the demon race's territory to spy on the enemy. This is a great merit. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace's order to seal off the High Heaven Palace is revoked. Disciples of the High Heaven Palace may freely enter and leave." Hyoji's voice was not loud, but he circulated his emperor's chi, so it spread throughout the High Heaven Palace. After a brief moment of silence, the High Heaven Palace instantly boiled over. Chapter 36:22. Everyone around Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he had already met with the great emperors, no one doubted him. They knew that since he could return safely after meeting with the great emperors, it meant that he had already been cleared of the traitor's name. However, no one expected that the great emperors would actually pass down a decree to clarify this matter for Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace. No one in the High Heaven Palace doubted Yang Kai's words, but it was hard to say for outsiders. Without evidence, no one could say for sure. However, now that the great emperors had passed down a decree, it was the final conclusion. Yang Kai was not a traitor who had betrayed the astral boundary. He was a great hero who had taken the risk to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and spy on them. These were the words of the great emperors. Who dared to doubt them? Their palace master had turned from a traitor to the evil sex to a great meritorious official who had to endure humiliation for an important mission. Even the name of evil sect had been cleared. This change happened too quickly, and all the towering palace disciples felt their emotions surge, which was why they cheered so loudly. With their palace master, they felt honored. Their years of forbearance had finally paid off. It was not over yet. Hyoji continued, "Order the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, to be the commander of the GZ army. All personnel of the GZ army are to prepare their own supplies. If there are any objections, they can report them to the Seven Mist Sea Army, Commander Lee." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Hyoji. He blinked, thinking that he had misheard. If he had such a reaction, there was no need to talk about the others. They all sucked in a breath of cold air and then held their breaths. The astral boundary currently had 54 legions named Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. This newly established GZ army should be the 55th Legion. When Yang Kai was escorting Fan Xian and the others back to their base, he had talked to Fan Xian about this, so he knew the general situation of these armies. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, there were currently 54 armies in the astral realm. The last army's banner was the Wu Mao army. According to the order, the 55th army should be the Wu Qin army, followed by the Wu Si, Wu Wu, Wu Wei, Wu Shun, Wu Su, and Wu Hai legions. They had to wait for the Wu Heavenly Stems to be sorted before it was the GZ army's turn. There was nothing wrong with the great emperors allowing Yang Kai to establish a new army, but now they had directly skipped 6 banners and given the GZ army's banner. Moreover, this banner was no ordinary banner. Among the existing 54 legions, all the legions with the banner were led by fake emperor-level masters without exception. This was because a legion with the banner Z was the beginning of an earthly branch. The legion commander had to report to Army Commander Li Wu Yi and supervise the other legions on the same day. In other words, the legion commander of a legion with the banner Z was half a superior to the other legion commanders on the same day. For example, if he created Ji Cho Army, Ji In Army, and Ji Mao Army, Yang Kai would be able to supervise the army commanders of these armies. If he gave orders to these army commanders, as long as it didn't affect the overall situation, these army commanders would unconditionally cooperate. Therefore, only fake emperors were qualified to be the legion commanders of legions with the banner Z. A third order, the emperor realm, couldn't convince the masses. So far, among the 54 legions in the astral realm, only 5 legions had the banner. These 5 legion commanders were the 5 strongest fake emperors. Li Wuyi and Yang Yan were among them. This was why Yang Kai was surprised and why everyone was shocked. If the great emperors had specially passed down a decree to clarify Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace's name as a traitor to the evil sect as compensation, then this appointment was a great favor. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was why the great emperors wanted him to prepare and establish a legion. He had told the great emperors in the 7 Mist Sea that he would have many things to deal with in the coming days. How could he have the time to prepare a legion? What's more, now that Yu Meng, Bailey Mo, Chang Tian, and the others had arrived in the astral realm, they had many masters under them. The passage between the 2 worlds was sealed by Yang Kai. The demon race was isolated and without help, but the astral realm's army was ready to go. No matter how one looked at it, it was only a matter of time before the demon race was wiped out. What was the point of having more or less legions? But the great emperors must have their own reasons for doing this. Even if Yang Kai didn't understand, he could only suppress his doubts. He was going to ask Li Wuyi about the situation when he had time, or ask Zhan Wuhen. In any case, he had his own space spirit bead, so it was convenient for him to communicate. Yang Kai, you still don't want to accept the order? Yao Si snorted, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Yang Kai acting so respectfully in front of him was very pleasing to the eye, but this kind of act of giving benefits to others made him very uncomfortable. High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, accept the order. Yang Kai had no choice but to shout loudly, respectfully stepped forward, and received the jade plate. The moment it entered his hand, the jade plate flowed with brilliance, and after a while, it changed into a ferocious order with the words, "My son," written on it. This should be the order of the Legion commander. Not only was it a symbol of status, it also contained a secret, divine technique that was sealed by the great emperors. It was hard to say how powerful it was, but it was definitely not something that a half-saint false emperor could contend against. It could be said that this was a life-saving talisman, a treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. The Legion commander's role was very important. If they were really careless and fell on the battlefield, the entire army would be scattered. Therefore, every order of the Legion commander had been refined by the great emperors, sealing a different divine technique inside. The great emperors had an agreement with the demon saint not to appear on the battlefield, but this kind of thing was not included in the agreement. Congratulations, Palace Master. Congratulations, Palace Master. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. From now on, wherever your son goes, all demons will retreat. Hua Qing Si congratulated with a smile. As soon as she opened her mouth, the surrounding people immediately became noisy and congratulatory voices filled the air. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale again. There was no punishment, no condemnation. Not only did the great emperors revoke the order of the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain range, but they also cleared the name of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. They even bestowed him with the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. What kind of honor was this? One had to know that the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, Bingyan, who was also a fake emperor, was only the Legion Commander of the Bingqin Army. Although they were both Legion Commanders, the GZ Army status was undoubtedly higher than the Bingqin armies. At this moment, Zhou Cheng really wanted to find a hole and hide in it. The corpses of Li Kaishan and the dozen, or so, Dao Source realm cultivators were still lying there, ignored by everyone. Zhou Cheng didn't know if he would become the next one. Looking up, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was because Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him at all. He was just talking to the people around him with a smile on his face. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was elsewhere. Even though he wasn't far away, Zhou Chen couldn't hear what he was saying. "Palace Master, why don't we just send the people from those sects to the GZ army? If they are under your command, you can deal with them however you want," Hua Qingxi suggested with a smile. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to take a trip to those sects that had provoked the High Heaven Palace and send their origin king realm and above, cultivator, to the Western Territory. She hadn't expected such a change to occur. If the GZ army was to be established, it would indeed require a large number of people, not to mention the character of those people for the time being. There were quite a few from the Emperor realm and Dao, Source realm, cultivators among them. If they were to fill the GZ army, it would be beneficial to the army. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "This king is only sending them to the Western Territory to give them a chance. How could I deal with them? My Star Boundaries population is inferior to that of the Demon Territory. In this battle between our two realms, anyone who can go on the battlefield is a precious resource." After a pause, he continued, "But if they follow this king can take care of them a little, lest they die too quickly on the battlefield. Let them join the GZ army in the future." Hua Qingxi lowered her head. "Yes." The corners of her mouth curled up as she tried to hold back her laughter. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at Hyoji with a smile. "Brother Yao, you must have worked hard. Since you are here, why don't you come in and have a seat? This Yang can also play host to you." Hyoji's expression was indifferent as he looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "No need. I came here this time to pass down orders on behalf of the great emperors, and also because I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai was in a good mood and nodded cheerfully. "Brother Yao, if you have something to say, I won't refuse." Hyoji was just being polite. Although he was the son of the great emperors, there was no friendship between the two of them. How could Yang Kai be so straightforward? Moreover, Hyoji had a condescending look on his face. Even if there was something to be said, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Hyoji didn't waste time. He retracted his gaze from the sky and said directly, "Fight with me!" Yang Kai was stunned. Although he knew that Hyoji definitely didn't have anything good to say to him, he didn't expect this to be the matter he wanted to talk about. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. "Is this person crazy?" "There's no enmity between us," Hyoji said. "I only have one sister, and I treat her like a treasure." Without saying much, Yang Kai already understood what he meant. He wanted to avenge his sister. When Yang Kai and Yao Lin met for the first time outside the ancient wildlands, the other party suffered a great loss. At that time, Yang Kai almost killed her, but the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended and saved Yao Lin's life. Although he didn't kill her, he wanted to kill her, but he didn't succeed. From another perspective, if someone wanted to kill Yang Shui, regardless of whether they took action or not, Yang Kai would never let them off easily. He also had a sister, and it was a little sister. So, Yang Kai could understand Hyoji's feelings very well. He nodded and said, "There's no need to say thank you. The last time I saved your sister was just a coincidence. It was just a small effort." Hyoji looked at him coldly, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Is there anything else?" "Don't play dumb." Yao Si was naturally indifferent and was not good with words. What's more, what Yang Kai said was the truth, so there was no point in arguing. Since he couldn't argue, then there was no point in arguing and just directly attacked. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yao Si leapt up high, turned upside down, and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. The power of this punch caused the wind and clouds to change color. After all, this was the son of a great emperor, so although his cultivation wasn't at the peak, his strength was still unfathomable. 90% of the people present suddenly let out a muffled groan, feeling that this punch was not aimed at Yang Kai, but themselves. If this punch had really hit them, would they have been able to block it? They couldn't block it, they could only stretch out their necks. Chapter 36:23. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and raised his head, not daring to move at all. As his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, Zhu Qing dashed forward and greeted him with a punch. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Hyoji, who was 10 meters away, let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and raised his head, sighing, "Why bother?" Zhu Qing was a 9th Order giant dragon and possessed extraordinary strength. Even a half-saint might not necessarily be her opponent, let alone a mere 2nd Order Emperor realm Hyoji. Zhu Qing had already shown mercy by only sending him flying. In any case, he was the son of great emperors. If he had really been injured or killed, it would have been difficult to explain to the serene soul great emperors. But soon Hyoji, who had been sent flying, rushed back with a gloomy face. He shouted angrily, "The palace master of the High Heaven Palace, a famous figure in the star boundary, only knows how to hide behind a woman? Don't you even have the guts to fight me one-on-one? If that's the case, Yang Kai, you've really disappointed me." Yang Kai smiled. "You're not my opponent, so there's no point in bullying you." Hyoji said, "How do you know I'm not your opponent if we haven't fought before? Don't think that you're really strong just because you're a minor realm higher than me. I'm Hyoji, not some random cat or dog you've encountered before." Yang Kai glanced at him with a strange expression. "Do you really want to fight that much? If you really want to fight, you can go to the Western Territory battlefield and fight however you want." Hyoji coldly snorted. "After the War of Two Realms broke out, I fought in the Western Territory and killed more than 3 to 5 high-rank demon kings." His arrogance reappeared. A high-rank demon king was basically the same as a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master. If he could kill a high-rank demon king, a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master would naturally be able to as well. After speaking, he shouted angrily, "I'm only asking you, do you want to fight or not?" Yang Kai sighed. "What's the point of fighting if there's no benefit to it?" "You want benefits?" Hyoji's eyes flashed as he sneered. "Good, then let's add some stakes. If I lose today, Hyoji's life will be yours." Yang Kai lowered his eyes. "Why would I want your life?" "Come, Yang Kai was Yang Kai's. If I lose, Yang Kai. Of Yang Kai's. Gee, but..." Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. "You want to be the army commander of your own army? If you want it, I'll go talk to the great emperors and have them change their orders." Although the great emperors made him the GZ Army's Legion commander out of kindness and compensation, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts. He still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have the time to build an army. Even if he finished building an army, he would have to lead a large army on the battlefield in the future. Mobilizing troops to besiege a city was too much for him. He was more than willing to listen to someone else's orders. He didn't want to have to worry about the safety of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The position of Legion commander sounded high and mighty, but any military order would involve the lives of countless people. Hyoji snorted. "If I want something, I'll take it myself. There's no need for you to say anything." Yang Kai frowned. "But even if you win, what's the point? Do you have the confidence to convince the great emperors to let you take this position? If the great emperor's orders could be changed so easily, then it would be too outrageous." "You don't need to worry about that," Hyoji replied indifferently. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about Hyoji's words. He faintly felt that this was the real reason he came to the High Heaven Palace. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yao Lin, and also because he wanted the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background he had to be the Legion Commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the Serene Soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the 2nd Order Emperor realm. In time, Even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the serene soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the Legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 Corps were Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion commander was very important, so who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace, and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now he was the deputy Legion commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a Legion commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire Star Boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a Legion commander faster than him? If it was any other Legion commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivator in the Star Boundary that hadn't been recruited, there weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wu-Chin army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate, unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "So if you win against me, this GZ army will be yours." Too much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. His face was full of joy as he stood there, beaming with joy. He waved at Hyoji and said, "Since you insist on fighting, then this king can only do as you wish. Make your move." He had made up his mind. As long as Hyoji made his move, he would immediately surrender. In his opinion, the Legion commander of the GZ army wasn't as practical as the Legion commander's order. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to establish and manage a corps. If he could throw this hot potato to Hyoji at this time, it would be something that he couldn't wish for more. Hyoji's realm was a bit low, but his strength wasn't low either. He was from the Serene Soul Palace and had fought on the battlefield for many years. He was very familiar with the situation on the battlefield and was definitely more qualified to be the Legion commander than Yang Kai. Hyoji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. How could he not see that Yang Kai was deliberately letting him win? However, he definitely wouldn't say that he had an unfair advantage. Yang Kai didn't resist. That was Yang Kai's business. Yang Kai had come here to defeat Yang Kai. He only cared about the result. The process wasn't important. This was because he firmly believed that even if Yang Kai attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be no match for him. He had this confidence because he was Hyoji, the son of Serene Soul. However, Hyoji still glanced at Zhu Qing standing next to Yang Kai. He didn't care about the others, but this bad-tempered Huolong really made him wary. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Qing step aside." Zhu Qing glanced at Hyoji and retreated without saying a word. With no more obstacles and no more hesitation, Hyoji rushed forward, his emperor's qi surging and the divine technique secretly prepared. No matter how Yang Kai responded, he had already used all his strength. At this moment, Hyoji suddenly felt the surge of a woman's divine sense nearby and sent a message to Yang Kai. He glanced at the woman and recognized that she should be the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. He didn't know what Hua Qingxi said to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before his eyes lit up. An extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, and in the next moment a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. Hyoji was shocked, and as he whispered in his heart, "Space divine technique," the divine technique he had secretly prepared was instantly displayed. As the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji had been influenced by the great emperor since childhood, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual energy. His most powerful move was naturally a soul secret technique. His divine sense surged like a tide, and pure spiritual energy turned into 999 small sharp swords, breaking through Yang Kai's knowledge sea and stabbing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to do this, because such a fierce move was very likely to directly kill the opponent. He and Yang Kai didn't have a life and death feud, so there was naturally no need for him to do this. But since Hyoji had displayed this move, he naturally had a way to control it. Even if the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he could still control them, ensuring that they wouldn't harm Yang Kai's life. Hyoji's mouth curved into a sneer. He naturally knew that Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so if Yang Kai had fought with him, it would have been a little troublesome. But since Yang Kai had actually recklessly rushed in front of him, it could only be said that this guy had overestimated himself. When the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Hyoji's expression changed greatly, because at that moment he actually lost contact with the 999 small swords, and under this sudden change he lost control of his mind, and a white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in front of him. The whole world seemed to be filled with this lotus flower, and his body inexplicably fell into the stamen, unable to extricate himself. The blooming petals slowly closed, and the world was sealed. Hyoji struggled with all his strength, but still couldn't escape, and could only watch as he was sealed in this lotus flower world. The world was dark, and he could no longer see anything, and even his perception was completely blocked. A feeling of loneliness came over him, as if he would sink into this sealed world for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until forever. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and even someone as strong as Hyoji couldn't help feeling drowsy. Chapter 36:24. Hyoji was shocked. How could he not know that he had been tricked? In a fit of anger, he bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stimulate his body with pain and restore his consciousness. The pain came, but there was no smell of blood. Hyoji was stunned. There was no smell of blood, which meant that he was not a physical body. Was he now in the state of a soul avatar? If he hadn't taken a bite, Hyoji wouldn't have even noticed this. The child of Serene Soul was especially aware of the soul secret technique of others. As this thought flashed through Hyoji's mind, he completely lost control of his mind. When the soul-warming lotus was evolving, Yang Kai had comprehended a secret technique. This secret technique was strange, unpredictable, and difficult to guard against. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul cultivation, it could often surprise the enemy and seize the initiative. It was called the blossoming lotus. As soon as the blossoming lotus was formed, a white bud could rush into the enemy's knowledge, see, and devour their soul power. However, after so many years apart from the blossoming lotus secret technique, Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend any other soul secret techniques from the soul-warming lotus, nor did he deliberately cultivate any other secret techniques. After all, the blossoming lotus Tao was more than enough for the divine soul secret techniques. However, after having sex with Yiru Meng and his soul cultivation sword, Yang Kai discovered that his blossoming lotus secret technique had another transformation. The raging lotus. It was completely different from the blossoming lotus. It could even be said that it was a completely opposite soul secret technique. When the blossoming lotus was used, the enemy's vision would be filled with a bud, and when the flower bloomed, the enemy's soul power would be rapidly drained. When the raging lotus was used, it was a white lotus in full bloom that wrapped around the enemy's soul. When the lotus closed, it would seal the enemy's soul, cutting off the connection between the enemy's soul and body. If any creature wanted to live, walk, or speak, they had to become one with their body and soul. However, the angry lotus could cut off this state of unity. The connection between the soul and the body was cut off. Then the body would become a walking corpse without any thoughts of its own. No matter how powerful it was, it would not be able to use it. Just like Hyoji at this moment, the world was completely sealed and there was no light at all. Even his perception could not be sensed. Before he fell asleep, Hyoji's mind filled with anger. Evil, treacherous bastard, I've been tricked. One couldn't blame him for thinking this way. The main reason was that when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai seemed ready to give up the position of army commander, as if as long as he rushed over, Yang Kai would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the position of army commander. However, when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to make a move. Hateful, absolutely hateful. And how did the great of soul, of serene soul, of serene soul, and of soul thought, Yang, serene soul power the great emperors didn't even look at him. They just said that he was inferior. Hyoji refused to accept it. He brought the great emperor's order to the High Heaven Palace to issue a challenge. He never thought that he would end up in such a state, and now Hyoji was even more unwilling to accept it. He felt that if he fought openly with Yang Kai, it would be hard to say who would win. However, Yang Kai was so treacherous. It was too unfair. Hyoji was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a deep sleep. This battle may have been dangerous for Hyoji, but to outsiders it was only an instant. When Hyoji rushed over, Yang Kai met him head-on. Then, the two of them passed each other and stood still. Because Hyoji was facing him, everyone could clearly see that the light in his eyes had faded. He stood there with empty eyes. Yang Kai slowly turned around, sighed and patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, where Yang Kai was standing before, an afterimage gradually faded away. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Ling Tai Su frowned and said, "Nothing happened to him, right?" Although Hyoji's previous performance was not very likable, it was only because of his personality. He had no enmity with the High Heaven Palace. The other party was also the son of the great emperors. The High Heaven Palace really couldn't do anything to him. "Nothing, he just fell asleep," Yang Kai replied. Fell asleep. Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Hyoji was only for a short moment, the divine sense fluctuations that burst out at the same time were extremely clear. Thinking about the whole process, how could anyone not know that the two of them fought at the divine sense level? But in the end, one was safe and sound, while the other was asleep. The one who was safe and sound was Yang Kai, while the one who fell asleep was Hyoji. If it was any other second-order Emperor Realm Master who encountered such a thing, everyone wouldn't be too surprised. But this person was the son of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, the leader of the younger generation, who had been personally nurtured by the great emperors of the Serene Soul since childhood. How strong was Yang Kai's soul to be able to do this without batting an eyelid? They couldn't figure it out, and they didn't dare to think about it. But, in any case, most of the people present had the same thoughts as Hyoji. Yang Kai had clearly shown mercy before, so why did he suddenly attack at the last moment? The only thing that was certain was that this was definitely related to Hua Qingxi's sound transmission. After all, it was because of Hua Qingxi's sound transmission that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly soared. They just had to ask Hua Qingxi later to find out. He will wake up in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Sister Hua, please take care of him for a while. And, when he wakes up, let him understand his current situation. "Ha, this is really interesting." Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head as he spoke, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. "Rest assured, Palace Master, this subordinate will definitely let him understand." Yang Kai nodded and bowed to the crowd. "I haven't returned for several years, and I still have many things to attend to. This junior will take his leave first. I will pay my respects to the elders later." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to say anything. He spread his arms like an eagle's wings and gathered Su Yan, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and Zhu Qing to his side. Like herding sheep, he walked towards the High Heaven Palace. What bullshit was there to be tied up with? It was obvious that he was going to be intimate with his wives. Seeing this, the group of elders couldn't help laughing and shaking their heads. Only Mengwu was not very happy, pulling a long face as if the whole world owed him millions. Everything had happened so suddenly that Su Yan and the others were all a bit stunned. After regaining their composure, how could they not understand Kai Yang's intentions? But in broad daylight, with so many elders in front of them, each and every one of them blushed and were driven away by Kai Yang. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Jiying and the others. Grandmaster Zhou, you wanted this king to give you an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Zhou Cheng was originally hiding behind Jiying, but who knew that Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go. Hearing this, his body swayed and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Jiying had used his emperor qi to protect him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. However, being called out by Yang Kai, he could not respond. He lowered his head and said in fear and trepidation, "This Zhou has misspoken. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang." When he saw Yang Kai transform into an evil demon and directly kill Li Kaishan, Zhou Qing realized that Yang Kai was different from the rest of the Emperor realm. He really dared to kill and didn't care about reputation at all. Later, the great emperors passed down a decree to clear Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace's name. They also gave him the position of commander of the Jizi army. How could Zhou Qing dare to be presumptuous again? Previously, he could talk nonsense because he was in a position to criticize Yang Kai's identity as an evil demon. Now that he no longer had this position, his previous accusations were all a joke. Yang Kai glanced at him. Seeing that Zhou Qing had admitted defeat, he didn't say anything else. He used his demon qi to wrap his 5 wives and rushed towards the High Heaven Palace. Within the black clouds, Xia Ningchang's cry of surprise could be heard. After he left, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, before Meng Wuya left, he coldly snorted at Zhou Cheng and waved his sleeve. Jiying frowned and muttered to himself for a long time before he sighed. "Zhou Cheng, go to the 7 Mist Sea. The High Heaven Palace has enough people. Last time, I heard from Army Commander Li that they needed more people." Zhou Cheng looked at Jiying and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He was obviously unwilling. Of course he was unwilling. Although the 7 Mist Sea was considered safe, how could it compare to the High Heaven Palace, which was behind the star boundary? What's more, he had heard that the alchemists at the 7 Mist Sea would sometimes have to go to war with the army. Since they had to go to war, their lives might be in danger. However, before he could say anything, Jiying said, "Yang Kai is a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have provoked him, how could he let you go so easily? Now that he has the position of GZ Army Commander, you will only end up being recruited by him if you stay here. Do you want to go to war with the GZ Army and kill the enemy? If you want, you can stay here." Zhou Cheng's expression changed, and he quickly cupped his hands. "I will follow Grandmaster Ji's arrangements." Ji Ying nodded. "Don't worry, the 7 Mist Sea is also very safe." After saying this, he led the group of alchemists and flew towards Medicine Pill Peak. An inexplicable sense of joy flashed through his heart. Yang Kai had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person, and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just his alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou Cheng really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Yang Kai didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wu, you probably wouldn't let Zhou Cheng have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, Only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the Furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. "He hasn't woken up yet?" Hua Qingxi smiled. "Palace Master said it would take an incense stick to burn, so it will take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon." Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. "Today's weather is really good." Hua Qingxi also said, "Yes, it's really good." Yang Kai returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down an order to reopen the mountain gate. The GZ Army's Legion commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. Chapter 36-25. Today's events could no longer be described as a double blessing. It was 3 blessings. If Hyoji was included, it would be 4 blessings. Thus, Hua Qingxi was in a particularly good mood. "Sister Hua, what did you say to the palace master just now?" Bian Yuqing asked curiously. She wasn't the only one who was curious about this question. Everyone else was as well. It was just that she was the first to ask. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. 2 points. 2 points? Bian Yuqing frowned. Hua Qingxi chuckled. First, no matter who becomes the army commander of the GZ army, at least 20,000 disciples from the High Heaven Palace will join the GZ army. The palace master will be in charge of the army. It's better than handing the lives and futures of the disciples to others. The disciples will also be more willing to follow the palace master into battle. Bian Yuqing nodded. These words were correct. The great emperors had ordered Yang Kai to become the army commander of the GZ army. However, the recruitment of personnel and the preparation of resources had to be handled by the palace master himself. The High Heaven Palace had also accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Just in terms of personnel, the palace master would have at least 20,000 disciples joining the GZ army. This was the only way to support the general framework of the army. Rather than letting these 20,000 disciples follow the orders of others, it was naturally better to let Yang Kai control them. If they really went to the battlefield and fought against the demon race, even if the High Heaven Palace disciples weren't given special treatment, Yang Kai could at least treat them equally. It could be said that the first point that Hua Qingxi and Yang Kai had said was enough to make him value the position of the GZ army's army commander. He was indeed not interested in this position and didn't want to be ordered around. However, not being interested was one thing, and assessing the situation was another. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had a second reason to persuade him. "What's the second point?" Bian Yuqing asked again. "The second point is that if we win against the Yao family, according to him, his life will belong to the palace master. As the son of the great emperors, I don't think he'd go back on his word. Since even his life belongs to the Asgard master, then it's only natural that the Asgard master would do something for him. For example, taking charge of the GZ army." Bian Yuqing revealed a look of understanding. She knew that Hua Qingxi was right. Hyoji had spoken in front of everyone, so he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. His life belonged to Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai asked him to do something, he definitely wouldn't refuse. If Yang Kai wasn't willing or liked the position of army commander, it didn't matter. He could just let Hyoji take charge. All the affairs of the army commander would be handed over to him. Yang Kai only needed to stand behind the scenes and do what he needed to do. He wouldn't waste his time and wouldn't interfere with his normal life. It was precisely because Hua Qingxi mentioned these 2 points that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. He felt that Hua Qingxi was right. The GZ army should be under his control. It would be even more profitable to get an army commander to work for him. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. This person from the Yao family tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Hua Qingxi said, I can only say that he underestimated the palace master. If Hyoji could hear this evaluation, who knew how he would feel? How dare he underestimate Yang Kai? He was the son of the great emperors. It wasn't wrong for him to think highly of himself. It wasn't wrong for him to treat others with arrogance, because he had the ability to do so. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here, he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength and thought that he was a level higher than him. However, one move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bian Yuqing asked curiously, what other benefits are there? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment of personnel or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss. These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yun and Wen Zishan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and when Zishan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70% and he would give him 30%, Wen Zishan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, if it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more. He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up, almost without hesitation. His emperor qi surged out and turned into a protective force that lingered around him. At the same time, a mirror appeared in front of him out of thin air and fluttered around his body. The mirror was not big, only about the size of a palm, but it was a top-grade defensive emperor artifact. He seemed to be still immersed in the moment when he fought with Yang Kai and did not recover. As soon as he woke up, he went all out and put on a defensive posture. He turned his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone else. Only two women were standing not far away, looking at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hyoji frowned and finally remembered what happened before he fell asleep. For a moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, his back was dripping with cold sweat. His expression was ugly because he had realized that he had lost. He had lost completely. Cold sweat because, in the situation just now, if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he was afraid that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Even though he was sure that Yang Kai would not kill him, he still felt like he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his Emperor Qi and his protective mirror. He stared at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where is he?" He did not care about the others. He only asked about Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi took a few steps forward and bowed. High Heaven Palace's Chief Hua Qingxi greets Army Commander Yao. What Army Commander Yao? What did you say? Even in the face of such a delicate beauty like Hua Qingxi, Hyoji's face was cold and indifferent, as if she was nothing in his eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, "Army Commander Yao, have you forgotten? Just now when you challenged my palace master, he had set some stakes." Hyoji's expression stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yes, I did set a stake with that traitor. Now that I have lost, if he wants my life, I will give it to him." He still felt that Yang Kai had underestimated his opponent and deliberately made him lower his guard, then suddenly used the divine technique. If such a treacherous person was not a traitor, then what was he? But it was undeniable that Yang Kai's attainments in soul cultivation were indeed strong. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qingxi's face as she replied, "My palace master has already said that he won't take Yao Zhangjun's life. However, since we have already made a bet, we can't go back on it now. Otherwise, if news of this matter spreads, it will only tarnish the reputation of our serene soul palace. However, if we just let it go like this, it will only make Yao Zhangjun feel like he has been underestimated. This is truly a headache." Saying so, she slowly shook her head, causing her fine black hair to flutter in the wind. Hyoji snorted coldly. "He won't take my life, but he wants a stake. Just say it. What does he want?" Hua Qingxi said, "What does he want? What's more, although my High Heaven Palace is not comparable to the great Emperor's sex, we still have a strong foundation. Most of the things that exist in this world can be obtained by the High Heaven Palace, so my palace master doesn't want anything from Army Commander Yao. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't explain yourself, I will leave." Hyoji couldn't be bothered to argue with Hua Qingxi. After all, it was Yang Kai who didn't want the stake, not him, so there was no pressure to leave. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "Palace Master said that he wants you to take charge of the GZ army, and that you can do whatever you want in the army." When Hyoji heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, "Is that what you meant when you said that?" Hua Qingxi smiled faintly at him. "Taking charge of the army is naturally taking charge of the army." "He wants me to work under him?" Hyoji's tone was extremely unfriendly. Below one person and above millions. Hua Qingxi looked at him with a sincere expression, and there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Wishful thinking. Hyoji was furious. It was already embarrassing enough that he lost, and now he was actually being asked to work under Yang Kai. This was simply intolerable. Although he was only a vice army commander now, he was under another army commander, but that was because Li Wuyi had appointed him, so he had nothing to say. However, if he were to become Yang Kai's subordinate, he might as well kill him. Hua Qingxi didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Palace Master said that he won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Master Yao, please return." This response was extremely unexpected to Hyoji. He stared at Hua Qingxi in a daze for a long time before confirming that she wasn't lying. Then he coldly snorted, turned around, and walked towards the space array. He moved very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, and Bian Yuqing immediately closed her mouth. Chapter 36:26. 10 breaths passed. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing waited quietly. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. The two women were still waiting. After a stick of incense's worth of time, just as Bian Yuqing was about to lose her patience, a figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Hyoji? Seeing that he had really returned, Bian Yuqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. She looked at Hua Qingxi with admiration. With his hands behind his back, Hyoji tried his best to restrain the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, "I accept the position of army commander. Tell him that I will come to the High Heaven Palace to take up the position within 3 days. With Army Commander Yao Zhang, the GZ army will definitely soar into the sky in the future." Hua Qingxi smiled sweetly and bowed. Humph. Hyoji held back his anger and turned around to fly away. This time he really left. After watching him disappear from her sight, Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she thought she had screwed up her task. But fortunately, Yao Si didn't go back on his word. "Sister Hua, are you sure that he will come back?" Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Qingxi's smile was a bit forced. "I'm not sure, but I think that even if he doesn't care about his reputation, the Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul still care about their reputation. He has to worry about the sect and the great emperors behind him." Although she didn't have much contact with Hyoji from his performance just now, he wasn't a pedantic and rigid person. He might be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve victory. It wouldn't be strange if this kind of person went back on his word. However, just as Hua Qingxi said, even if he didn't care about his reputation, he still had to worry about the great emperors and the Serene Soul Palace. Thus, Hyoji had no choice but to return. The GZ army hadn't been established yet, but they already had a powerful commander. Even if Hyoji didn't have the ability to command the army, with his addition, the GZ army would have more weight. This was a good thing. 3 days. Hua Qingxi turned her head to look at the High Heaven Palace. She seemed to be able to see through the layers of the Great Formation and see the scene inside Ling Shao Peak. She couldn't help but blush and had a headache. "I don't know if there's enough time." "What do you mean by enough time?" Bian Yuqing didn't understand. Hua Qingxi's face turned even redder as she whispered, "Haven't Second Chief Steward heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master hasn't returned for several years, and just now—" Oh, Bian Yuqing understood now and couldn't help glancing towards the High Heaven Palace, covering her mouth and chuckling, not wanting to discuss this topic any further. Hua Qingxi's expression became solemn. "But no matter what, we have to get busy. With the establishment of the GZ Army and Palace Master as its army commander, my High Heaven Palace must provide Palace Master with the greatest support possible. With 20,000 disciples joining, the framework will be established first. As for the other members, there is no need to rush. I'll have to trouble Second Chief Steward to go to the Southern Territories branch sects and register the names of the Origin King realm and above disciples. As for the main sect, I'll take care of it. It must be settled within 3 days." "Okay," Bian Yuqing quickly agreed. The two women had been working together for many years and had a tacit understanding with each other, so they each went their own way. Under the orders of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace had not only sealed the Northern Territory's main sect, but also the branch sects in the Southern Territory. Now that the great emperors had granted them a generous reward, the Southern Territory's branch sects were still unaware of the situation. When Bian Yuqing went over and reported the news, the entire Southern Territory's branch sects burst into cheers. Hearing that the GZ army had been established and that Yang Kai had been appointed as its army commander, all the disciples above the Origin King realm rushed to sign up. 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the territory of the Lower Star. A large number of them were from Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, and many of them were outstanding cultivators selected from the various cultivation stars in the Hung Luo star field. These people had been in the star boundary for a long time, and all of them had greatly improved their strength. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators above the Origin King realm, and many Dao Source realm cultivators had also recently appeared. Although there were fewer cultivators in the Emperor realm, it was not a big problem for them to establish a framework. As long as the framework was established, it would not be too late to slowly expand the army in the future. The main sect and the branch sects were bustling with activity. High Heaven Peak was also in full swing. The room was filled with a decadent atmosphere, and the ground was covered with scattered clothes. On the big bed, several naked bodies were entangled, and the sound of collision was endless. The little senior sister's veil had been torn off, revealing her beautiful face that ordinary people could not see. Su Yan's hair was flying in the wind, and Shanqing Luo was dripping with sweat. Shui Yu had long been turned into a pile of mud, lying on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, her body convulsing uncontrollably. On the battlefield, only Zhu Qing was still struggling to hold on. As the water and milk blended together, the dragon roars continued. Unlike the other 4 women, this was the first time Zhu Qing had experienced this kind of battle. Originally, she was unwilling, as she could not bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, her clothes were torn apart by Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai took advantage of her, causing her will to crumble instantly. When she first met Yang Kai, she was invaded by his dragon nature, causing her to lose her mind and allow Yang Kai to take advantage of her. Now, in this kind of environment, how could she resist? In the end, she could only comply with Yang Kai's wishes. She was the first to go, but she still managed to hold on until now. After all, in the dragon race, her physical fitness was not something Su Yan and the others could compare with. Lying on the side, Shanqing Luo's seductive eyes were like silk as she gently gritted her teeth and whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Damn it! How can this woman's physical strength be so good?" Su Yan did not even have the strength to move a finger, so how could she have the strength to answer her? She just slowly shook her head. Shanqing Luo propped herself up, knelt on the bed, and crawled towards the battlefield, her fine black hair scattered around her waist and buttocks. Along with the graceful curves of her body, she moved in a breathtaking arc, adding a different kind of allure. In the midst of the battle, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As if feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Shanqing Luo raised her eyes and smiled at him charmingly. Then, she came behind Zhu Qing, reached out her hands and hugged her, her slender jade fingers gently wandering over Zhu Qing's silky smooth body. Zhu Qing quivered, as if she had been greatly frightened. Reluctantly turning her head, she saw Shanqing Luo giving her a wicked smile, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick her red lips, and then leaning over to press her chest and abdomen. Zhu Qing was terrified. She had always been strong in front of Shanqing Luo, but at this moment she actually revealed a trace of pleading. How could Shanqing Luo pay attention to her? She had long been displeased with this dragon girl, and had suffered losses at her hands several times. Unfortunately, her strength was inferior, and she could not retaliate even if she wanted to. If she did not take revenge now, when would she? The low moans suddenly changed and became louder. At first, it sounded like she was crying, but in fact, that was not the case. The atmosphere in the room became even more decadent. To the side, Xia Ningchang, who was originally drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded. Su Yan reached out and covered her eyes. After a few moments of lingering passion, flowers bloomed several times. Day and night were unknown, and the room seemed to have become another world. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. At his level of strength, unless he was severely injured, he didn't need to sleep at all. But when he returned home and was surrounded by his wives, he felt at ease and fell asleep without knowing why. His left hand was holding Xia Ningchang. His right hand was holding Su Yan. Shanqing Luo directly lay on his body, the fragrance of her hair lingering at the tip of his nose. There was also 2 heads on his thighs. There was no need to look. It was definitely Shuiyu and Zhu Qing. It was just that he did not know who was on the left and who was on the right. Shanqing Luo's eyelashes trembled a few times. Then she slowly opened her eyes, directly facing Yang Kai's pair of bright eyes. Smiling slightly, The beguiling demon queen said, "You're awake." Yang Kai nodded, satisfied. Yang Kai shook his head. How could he be satisfied with a husband and wife? He would never be satisfied in this lifetime. These few beautiful faces, these few tender bodies, he would never be satisfied. Shan-Qing Luo laughed. "My sisters won't be able to hold on much longer." Saying so, she leaned over and kissed Yang Kai lightly on the lips, but it was just a light touch. Supporting herself with both hands on Yang Kai's chest, she stood up, but for some reason her brow suddenly furrowed, revealing a pained expression. Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. Shan-Qing Luo glared at him. After climbing up with great difficulty, Shan-Qing Luo knelt on the bed and looked at the other women, sighing, "Why are you still pretending? It's not your first time. Hurry up and get up." None of them were ordinary people. Although her movement of getting up and her voice was soft, how could it not alarm the others? It's just that the other 4 women were sleeping soundly. None of them had opened their eyes. When they were acting presumptuously, they didn't feel anything, but after calming down they felt awkward. Basically, this was the case every time, so Shan-Qing Luo was already used to it. Originally, the situation was a little better. After all, the 4 sisters had been together for a long time, so after getting familiar with each other, they didn't care so much. But the key point was that this time there was Zhu Qing. After Shan-Qing Luo finished speaking, seeing that the 4 women still didn't respond, she couldn't help but sneer, raising her hand and slapping Xia Ningchang's, but making it ripple like water. "Ningchang, if you don't get up, your husband won't be able to hold back. Can you take it when the time comes?" Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes, not because she was frightened by Shan-Qing Luo's words, but because Yang Kai's large hands really were roaming around her body. When their eyes met, Xia Ningchang showed an apologetic smile to Yang Kai, then gently kissed Yang Kai on the cheek, breaking free from his embrace and shrinking to the corner of the bed to get up. "Big sister, Shuiyu, and that's so-and-so." Shan-Qing Luo called out one by one. One by one, they all got up with red faces, and for a time, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of clothes being put on. It was another scene of stunning beauty. Yang Kai laughed as he laid on the bed, his eyes looking from one to the other, his heart filled with joy. After putting on their clothes, the women combed each other's hair, and when they were all dressed, they looked back, only to see Yang Kai leisurely lying on the bed. Su Yen helplessly sighed, "Let's do it." The 5 women split into 2 sides, helping Yang Kai get up and get dressed. Chapter 36:27. In the conference hall of the High Heaven Palace, Hyoji sat on a chair with an ashen face. Hua Qing-si sat across a table with a smile on her face. There were several jade slips on the table. These jade slips recorded the names, genders, cultivation levels, and other detailed information of the 20,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace. The tea on the table had already turned cold. Hua Qing-si signaled outside with her eyes, and a maidservant immediately came forward to serve tea. This was the umpteenth time. "Army Commander Yao, have some more tea. The palace master will be here soon." Hua Qing-si squeezed out a smile. Hyoji turned his head and glanced at her coldly. "4 days ago you said the same thing." It was no wonder that Hyoji's expression turned ugly. 3 days later, he returned to the High Heaven Palace on time to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving him wasn't Yang Kai, but Hua Qing-si. This wasn't a big deal. It was just a small matter. Hyoji wasn't happy, but he didn't care too much. However, he waited here for 4 days. For 4 whole days, there was still no sign of Yang Kai. Hyoji's patience was almost worn out. He didn't know how many cups of tea he had in the High Heaven Palace. If it weren't for Hua Qing-si accompanying him with a respectful attitude, Hyoji would have suspected that Yang Kai was playing with him. Hua Qing-si felt awkward. She could guess what Yang Kai was doing at this moment, but she couldn't tell outsiders. Moreover, She couldn't disturb Yang Kai at this time. She felt very depressed. Her palace master was good at everything, but he was a bit too indulgent when it came to the matters between men and women. Almost every time he went out, he would run amok with his wives for a few days. Previously, she felt that Hyoji's 3-day agreement wasn't enough time. Now, it seemed that it really wasn't enough. However, it wasn't easy to recruit Hyoji into the GZ army. She couldn't just let him go like this. If he really left, it would be Yang Kai's loss and also the GZ army's loss. Yang Kai was used to being a hands-off boss, but as the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, she had to worry about this. Why don't we take a look at the information of these disciples? When the GZ army is really established, wouldn't Yao Zhangjun have an idea of who will hold what position? Hyoji said coldly, "There's no need to look. I've already memorized the information of a cultivator above the Tao source realm." Then, Hua Qing Si felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to stall for time. Originally, she had delayed Yang Kai for 4 days, which was already the limit. In her opinion, if Yang Kai still didn't appear in half a day, Hyoji might really leave. Sure enough, Hyoji snorted, "I'll wait at most for 4 more hours. After 4 hours, if Yang Kai doesn't appear in front of me, the previous bet will be cancelled." After saying that, he chuckled. "It's not that I, Hyoji, didn't keep my word. It's that traitor who doesn't put me in his eyes." With his background and strength, no matter which corps he went to, any corps commander would welcome him with open arms. But after coming to Yang Kai's place, he had sat here for 4 days without even seeing his face. He didn't want to work under Yang Kai, but because of the reputation of the Serene Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Great Emperors, he reluctantly agreed. Now that he had found an excuse, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Traitor? Where did this traitor come from? A voice suddenly sounded. Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and turned her head to look outside the hall. When the voice first spoke, it was clearly still a few dozen kilometers away, but by the time the last word fell, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. His steps were majestic, and it was obvious at a glance that he had been in a good mood these past few days. Bian Yuqing came with him. These days, Bian Yuqing had been waiting outside Ling Shao Peak, waiting for Yang Kai to finish and immediately reporting to him about Hyoji's situation. So, although Yang Kai had just walked out of Ling Shao Peak, he already had some understanding of the situation here. Yao Jun was in charge of the army. Not bad. When Hua Qingxi was in charge, he could always be at ease. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi got up and bowed. She was obviously relieved, and her anxious heart was finally put down. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so courteous. He only looked at Hyoji. Hyoji ignored him and only gave a cold snort, showing no intention of standing up. Yang Kai was magnanimous and didn't bicker with him. He walked to the seat of honor, swung his robes back, and sat down. The maidservant served tea and respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then his eyebrows jumped, and he revealed a surprised expression before he began to drink. Hua Qingxi opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Yang Kai signaled her with his eyes, and she closed her mouth. Yang Kai didn't speak, and Hyoji also remained silent. In the entire hall, only the sound of Yang Kai drinking tea could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Hyoji coldly looked at Yang Kai for a long time and said, "Palace Master Yang, Great Chief Steward." Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi and played with the teacup in his hand. "What is this tea? Is Palace Master not used to it?" Hua Qingxi didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but since he asked, she could only answer, "It's okay. Where did you buy this tea?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "We didn't buy them. They were planted by our High Firmament Palace. There are a few acres of variant tea trees on Jade Peak, and they were probably planted by someone from Seeking Passion sect. Madame Ningchong was very fond of them when she saw them, so she personally took care of these variant tea trees. The tea leaves collected were refined by her." "Did Ningchong plant them?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Hua Qingxi nodded and said, "Yes, Madam said they could be used to entertain guests." "Entertain what guests?" Yang Kai felt distressed. "Send the rest of the tea leaves to High Heaven Peak. In the future, use other tea leaves to entertain guests." As he spoke, he glanced at the teacup in front of Hyoji and calculated in his heart how many cups of tea he had drunk. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the muscles on his face twisted slightly. "Yes." Hua Qingxi bowed her head and responded. Hyoji was furious. He had come here and waited for Yang Kai for 4 days before seeing him, and now he couldn't even bear to let him have a sip of tea. In anger, he picked up the teacup and drank it all. Putting the teacup on the table with a heavy thud, Hyoji spoke for the second time. "Palace, Master Yang. That's right, in the years that I wasn't here. Did anything big happen in the palace?" Yang Kai seemed to be completely against Hyoji, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately interrupt him. Hua Qingxi lowered her eyes, replying to Palace Master. "After you left, the great emperors ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. In the past few years, the palace has not had any contact with the outside world and has only been responsible for refining pills and tools. There hasn't been anything big." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "That's good." "Palace Master Yang." Hyoji was already gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi again, and just as he opened his mouth, Hyoji suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the table. With a bang, the table shattered, and the several jade slips that recorded the information of the 20,000 disciples also exploded into powder. "Yang Kai." Hyoji said each word clearly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Brother Yao, why are you so angry? Is there anything that Towering Palace has done wrong in our hospitality?" He turned his head and said to Hua Qingxi, "Head Chief, Brother Yao came to my High Heaven Palace, so you should treat him well. Did you neglect him in any way? Look at him now. You've angered Brother Yao. What a scandal." Hua Qingxi lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she were in Hyoji's shoes, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. She just couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. If it was said that the delay of 4 days before was pardonable, it was because the palace master and the madams were inseparable from each other. But now, it was somewhat wrong to ignore them several times. Was it a show of strength? But there was no need for that. Seeing that Yang Kai was pretending to be confused, Hyoji was so angry that he laughed. "Good, very good. Yang Kai, 7 days ago we had a bet and I lost, so I have nothing to say. You wanted me to be the commander of the GZ army and I kept my word. You ignored me for 4 days and I endured it. But if you still have this attitude today, then don't blame me for turning hostile." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Brother Yao, did you just say that you came here to take up the position of commander of the GZ army?" Hyoji frowned and subconsciously glanced at Hua Qingxi. He thought that Hua Qingxi had made the decision on her own without informing Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but ask, "Did you not know about this?" Yang Kai smiled. "The head chief reported this to me, so how could I not know?" Hyoji was furious. "If you already know, then why ask?" Yang Kai pointed at his own nose. "Then does Brother Yao know what my current position is?" Hyoji said coldly, "The great emperors have decreed that the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, will be the commander of the GZ army. This matter has already been passed through the 7 Mist Sea and spread to all the armies." Yang Kai nodded. "You will be the commander of the GZ army, and I will be the commander of the GZ army." As he spoke, the smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared, and he slowly straightened his back. The aura of a high-tier demon king surged, and his figure seemed to have grown much taller. His voice was solemn as he said, "Since you know these 2 things, and have you ever treated yourself as a member of the GZ army, why should I care about you when you don't know your own limits?" Hua Qingxi, who had her head lowered all this time, suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Kai had always ignored Hyoji and even deliberately changed the topic a few times to ignore him. It turned out that it was a matter of attitude. However, Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Hyoji coming to the GZ army as the commander would only bring benefits to the GZ army. However, if he didn't treat himself as a member of the GZ army, then he wouldn't be able to consider the GZ army at all times. Yang Kai was indeed trying to show off his power, but it wasn't to establish his prestige, nor was it to humiliate him. It was just to change Hyoji's attitude and position. Hyoji said angrily, "If I didn't treat myself as a member of the GZ army, then I wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't be humiliated by you." Yang Kai shook his head. "No one is humiliating you. You're standing here right now, and you're talking to me as the son of the great emperors, not as the commander of the GZ army. If you don't understand this, then you can go back to where you came from. The GZ army doesn't need you." Chapter 36:28. As soon as he said this, Hyoji's eyelids twitched. His emperor's chi surged, creating a gale that swept through the hall. His entire aura became extremely dangerous. He was truly furious. He couldn't help but feel like he had been snubbed. Hua Qingxi had said before that it was Yang Kai who wanted him to become the commander of the GZ army. He had reluctantly agreed and came to the High Heaven Palace to discuss the army's plans with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect to receive such a response. Return to where he came from? Where else could he go? He was originally the deputy commander of another army. He had spent a few days resigning from this position after returning to the Seven Mist Sea and handing over various tasks to the new commander. Now, the entire Seven Mist Sea knew that he was going to become the commander of the GZ army. Many people congratulated him for this. Although the deputy commander's authority wasn't small, how could it compare to the commander who had millions of people under him? This was already a promotion. At this time, Yang Kai actually told him to return to where he came from. If he really went back and someone asked, would he have to tell them that he was chased away by the commander of the GZ army? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul couldn't afford to lose face like this. If Hyoji still had a choice 7 days ago, then he had no way out now. It wasn't that he had blocked his path of retreat, but that he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an attitude. He was clearly desperate for talent before, but now he was abandoning him like a worn-out shoe. Was this still a fucking human? Hyoji felt like he had been played. However, his path of retreat was cut off. No matter how angry Hyoji was, he didn't immediately explode. He only asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Kai's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "It's not me who wants to do anything. It's brother Yao who needs to recognize his position and identity." Hyoji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As he inhaled and exhaled, the air in the hall became restless. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were secretly on edge. They were afraid that the two of them would fight again. They weren't worried that Yang Kai would suffer any losses, but if they really did, the GZ army would completely miss out on Hyoji. Fortunately, although Yao Si was arrogant and unruly, his temperament and cultivation were quite good. He knew when to be angry and when to endure, so there was no need for others to teach him. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he cupped his fists to Yang Kai, tilted his head to the side, and quickly said, "Yao Si greets Sir Corps Commander." That was truly an accusation that was filled with blood and tears as he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with grief and indignation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai laughed loudly and suddenly appeared in front of Hyoji. He grabbed his arm and warmly said, "Yao, Zhang Jun is too polite, too polite. In the future, we will all be one family. We should support each other and take care of each other. There's no need to be so polite." His attitude suddenly underwent a huge change. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that Yang Kai and Hyoji had a very good relationship. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. At this point, she finally understood Yang Kai's intentions. Palace Master had emphasized his position and identity twice, all for the sake of this title of Army Commander. After all, after seeing Yang Kai today, Hyoji kept calling him Palace Master Yang. Under normal circumstances, this kind of address wouldn't have mattered, but it couldn't be done now. Yang Kai was the GZ Army's Army Commander, while Hyoji was the GZ Army's commander. This was the relationship between superior and subordinate. Military law was majestic and military orders were like mountains. No matter what, Hyoji had to call Yang Kai master. This was the only way to prove that Hyoji saw himself as a member of the GZ army. He clearly understood his position and identity, and not the high and mighty son of great emperors. This was why Yang Kai's attitude changed. Hyoji's face twitched as his arm was held by Yang Kai. His eyes were spitting fire. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He said to Hua Qingxi, "Come, bring some wine." Today, Commander Yao is the GZ Army's new position. This army commander wants to drink with Commander Yao to our heart's content. Before Hua Qingxi could respond, Hyoji shouted, "Let's see who dares to bring wine." How could he be in the mood to drink with his stomach full of anger? Even if he wanted to drink, he couldn't drink with Yang Kai. Hyoji was willing to call Yang Kai master because of the great emperor's orders. However, even the army commander couldn't interfere with his personal matters. Hua Qingxi was about to go get the wine, but now that she heard this, she found it difficult to do so. She could only look at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled. "If Commander Yao doesn't want to drink, then we won't drink. Let's sit down and talk. In the future, the army will rely on Commander Yao for many things. Although you and I have known each other for a long time, we aren't familiar with each other yet. Just nice." "Sir," Hyoji shook off his hand and said with a cold expression, "I didn't come here to drink with you. Secondly, I didn't come here to chat with you. If Master wants to drink and chat, it's better for you to go to someone else. I don't have time to accompany you." When he first called Commander Master, his expression was difficult, and he was obviously reluctant. However, after that it was much smoother. Yang Kai was shaken off by him. He coughed lightly and nodded with a serious expression. "The great emperors ordered me to create and prepare the GZ army. Although it's great kindness, it's also a burden and responsibility for me. The great emperor's expectations are deeply felt by me, and I don't dare to disappoint them. Today, with the help of Commander Yao, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The war in the Western Territory is anxious, and time waits for no one. Since Commander Yao is here today, let's discuss in detail the formation of the army." Hyoji's eyes twitched, but he saw that Yang Kai had already sat down. Taking a deep breath, Hyoji suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down as well. Hua Qingxi quietly ordered a maid to serve new tea, but it was not the same tea as before. The chief steward carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. Since he said that he was to send the tea leaves to Ling Shao Peak, he naturally had to do it. "Master, I know that you've been in the demon territory for the past few years and know very little about the matters of the star boundary. May I ask, Master, do you know about the structure of the army?" Hyoji did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. When it came to business, Yang Kai's expression became much more serious. "I know a thing or two. Here in the star boundary, we imitate the demon territory and set up 54 legions. Each legion has a legion commander and 10 towns under their jurisdiction. Each town has 10 people, each camp 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 has 10 people. Each camp has 10 guards, each guard has 10 teams, each layer has a clear hierarchy." Seeing that he was not completely ignorant, Hyoji nodded lightly and said, "Yang Gong, Master is right. This is the basic structure of each legion. As for the specific details, there may be some differences between each legion, but in general, there is not much difference." "Then, Master, do you know who can hold the position of head town and camp commander?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Isn't it based on cultivation?" Hyoji said, In the early stages, it depends on cultivation. In the later stages, it depends on battle achievements. Battle achievements. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hyoji nodded and said, with enough battle achievements, soldiers will be promoted to generals, and generals will be promoted to commanders. If they are mediocre, it is not strange for commanders to be demoted and generals to be demoted. After saying this, he had a proud look on his face. Yang Kai did not quite understand why he was so proud at first, but soon realized and said with a smile, I heard that Yao Zhongjun was previously a vice legion commander in a certain legion. I am very curious, what position did Yao Zhongjun hold when he first joined? Vice legion commander. As if he was tickled by Yang Kai, Hyoji's expression became even more arrogant, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and the son of great emperors, so it was reasonable for him to be a vice legion commander after joining the army. What's more, his battle achievements over the past few years had been outstanding, and he had been promoted from Vice Legion Commander to General, and then to Vice Legion Commander. It could be said that he had been promoted step by step. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. In any case, words of praise were not cheap, and since Hyoji liked to hear it, he could just say more. Hyoji did not linger on this topic any longer, and his expression became solemn again. But Master is right. At the beginning of the army's establishment, no one has any battle achievements, so it is true that positions are appointed based on cultivation. However, the position of camp commander must be held by someone from the Emperor realm, and the higher the cultivation, the better. The position of martial guard must be at least a Dao Source realm cultivator. As for captain, the requirements can be lowered. A third order origin king should be enough. Yang Kai nodded and said, Army Commander Yao has experience in this matter, so I will listen to Army Commander Yao. Hyoji felt much better after hearing him say this. He glanced at him and said, but here's the problem. Our GZ army doesn't have enough people to hold the positions of Camp Commander and Vice Legion Commander. Yang Kai raised his brow. That is to say, we don't have many people from the Emperor realm. Yes, in High Heaven Palace, including Master, there are 14 people from the Emperor realm, but 13 of them are first-order emperors. With such cultivation, they can only hold the position of camp commander, and it is impossible for them to be promoted further. 14 people? Which 14? Yang Kai asked curiously. He did not know that there were 14 people from the Emperor realm in High Heaven Palace. Hyoji opened his mouth and said, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Hua Qing Si, Bian Yu Qing, Gui Zhu, Ai O Chiu, Chai Hu Gutsongyan Yi Hen, Ruan Bai Ting, Southern Gate Army, and Ho Yu. These 13 people, together with Master, make up 14 people. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qing Si, and Hua Qing Si gently nodded, indicating that Hyoji was right. Hyoji could understand this because Hua Qing Si had sorted out the information beforehand. There are 14 people from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai chuckled. Among them, Yi Hen was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, and also Yi Jinghan's father. He had advanced to the Emperor realm a few years ago, and Su Yan had also made a breakthrough in the past few years. Ruan Bai Ting was Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect in the ancestral territory. Her aptitude was not bad, and when Yang Kai brought her over from the ancestral territory, she was already in the third order Dao Source realm. However, due to the restrictions of the world principles, she was unable to break through. After coming to the High Heaven Palace, it was natural for her to advance. There are only 12 people. Hyoji could not bear to see Yang Kai's smug expression and immediately said that Southern Gate Army and Hoyu are not included. These two people are not allowed to enter the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. An Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master were both extraordinary talents. Who would be willing to let them enter the battlefield to fight the demon race?